All right, looks like we are live, ladies and gentlemen. What are we live for tonight? Well, we are here for another open mic showdown, some of my favorite shows where we allow both critics and non-critics, skeptics and non-skeptics to join for some impromptu debate and discussion. The topic tonight is the ordering of the fossil record with, of course, some geology mixed in. We've got TRock, who will be giving us a presentation going over a lot of the research and work that he's been doing over the last little while on this topic. The topic, again, being the ordering of the fossil record. So he's going to give a roughly hour to maybe an hour and 15 minutes worth of presentation. It is going to be comprehensive. Sam and I are both excited to see what TRock is going to bring to the table in terms of this topic. And then we're going to open it up. So we're hoping all critics, including young Earth creationists who may disagree or have differing views from what TRock is going to be presenting. So what I'll do, as usual with these, is I'll post the StreamYard link in the live chat for people to join, and we will have several hours for open mic debate. So before I hand it to TRock, though, Sam, cool looking background. I appreciate it, brother.
Thank
Just
you.
one of the many amazing lines of evidence for a worldwide flood. So Sam, how you doing tonight, my good man?
Doing good. Yeah, I want to thank you for having me on. I'm excited for tonight. I love discussing all things biblical worldview, including this topic. So thank you, Donny, TRock. Thank you also. And yeah, happy to be here.
Sam, you are the award-winning host, so I should be thanking you for having me on. This
My
is going
pleasure.
Yes, I appreciate it. You're the team enforcer, so you're going to be helping to ensure that things stay professional tonight. And also, since it is an open mic, of course, if Sam and I are compelled to join in at times to offer some points and questions, we will do so as well. And so before I hand it to TRock, I do want to let the audience know that next week we have a couple interesting shows. And as usual, we're going to be doing them live. So we want to make sure our awesome live audience is here and ready to ask questions, send in challenges, objections, criticisms, whatever they may be. So Monday, we're going to be having Helmut Welke. He has done quite a few presentations in the world of young Earth creation. So he's a young Earth creationist apologist. He's going to be giving a presentation, Aliens, UFOs, and the Bible. So we've done a couple hundred interviews and presentations, 350 plus debates on all sorts of topics, but this will be our first on this important issue, as it is being, it's a topic discussed a lot lately. So this is going to be great. And then I'm extremely pumped for this one. Sam and I will be hosting this show. This one is going to be very interactive as Dr. Peter Line. He's done a ton of study on the topic of human evolution and the hominin fossil record. So we're going to be examining the evidence for human evolution next week as well. And it's mostly just going to be interactive. So me and Sam are going to be asking Dr. Line questions. Peter's going to be, he's going to have a lot of the fossils with him. We're going to be talking the Australopithecines, and we're going to be doing it live. So if you got questions, you got objections, you got challenges, comments, make sure you are here for that. And we're going to have some fun. Okay, so with that, the man of the hour, TRock, I appreciate you doing this, brother. You're in the hot seat tonight, but I think this is going to be a lot of fun. This is an important topic. So TRock, how you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing well. Been really busy. Fortunately, things are going to start slowing down for the season, and hopefully I'll have a little more time on my hands. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and defend the biblical account of creation and the flood. Sam, thanks for joining and co-hosting, and very appropriate background you have there for tonight's discussion. So thank you. Looking forward to this, and we talked about this before, and we've made these comments open to the audience that what we're doing tonight is establishing a logical reason for the ordering of the fossil record as we see it today, derived from what we know from biblical history and from modern science and physics and so forth. But the point here is invite both young Earth and the skeptics, the old Earthers, to join the discussion. And a lot of what I'm going to be talking about is mechanistic. So whenever we begin the discussion, a big central focus is, okay, if you disagree, I want to talk about the mechanism. What mechanism do you propose versus what I've proposed, and so forth, or what are some of the common mainstream ideas? Why are they valid, or why they may not be valid? So, but ultimately, the goal is to establish causation for the order of the fossil record.
Well said, TRock. I appreciate that introduction. In light of how busy you are, my brother, I really want to thank you for the time that you give us, not only for all the research you do, but also doing these debates, this presentation specifically. You're no stranger to this topic. So you've had, and I appreciate Doki Doki Bible Club. There's a playlist. You can check that out on the channel. TRock debates, probably at least a dozen of them with many of your most militant evolutionists and skeptics. And so TRock, he's got experience. He's seen the best the other side has to offer on this issue. And he's put a lot of thought. He's put a lot of research into answering these big questions. For example, the ordering of the fossil record. So this is going to be great to those, as TRock kind of insinuated. If TRock steps on anybody's toes in regard to the flood model he presents, feel free to join. We want to have some solid discussion and some impromptu debate tonight. So with that, I think we're just going to get right into it, TRock. So whenever you're ready, just let me know, and we're going to hand it over to you for your presentation.
I am sharing screen, Donny. Can't remember which one makes the better. Okay, yeah, there we go. I think that's
I see the screen share just popped up. I'll remind the audience, because we are doing this live, anybody just joining us, I'll post the StreamYard link maybe midway through TRock's presentation, and that way you can start joining backstage. We'll allow the backstage to build up and accumulate, and then once his presentation is over, we'll bring people in from discussion.
Donny, I'm not sure I'm sharing the correct thing here. I guess we'll let it come up and see what happens, but I may not be sharing the correct screen.
When I click it to share, at least on my end, all I see is our background. I don't see.
Let me redo that.
Sure, no worries. Take your time. And so I see a couple critics in the chat already that looks like they'll be joining. So everybody watch TRock's presentation. And if you got objections, you got counters, make sure to write those down, because tonight's your opportunity to join. And one could call this a little bit of peer review, TRock. So it looks like your screen is shared. And so if you're ready to go, brother, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. It's 7:31, so we'll try and keep an eye on the time here. Okay, to begin, again, this the overall subject matter here is on the ordering of the fossil records. But in order to establish why the order of the fossil record should be what it is and should fit with the biblical account, I have to go through some mechanisms of the flood and some of the previous models. So I'm for my own part, I'm very much a methodologist. I do a lot of root cause kind of stuff, and so in this type of analytical study, I'm much more interested in the mechanisms than I am, just general data of what you find here, what you find there, that sort of thing. So I'm going to start here with current popular flood models. I'm going to go over each one of them real quick as an intro, and I will explain what I do and don't agree with in these models. So the current popular flood model in my estimation, seems to be CPT, catastrophic plate tectonics. It assumes a runaway subduction with rapidly moving continental plates. It uses accelerated nuclear decay as a starting mechanism for rapid plate subduction. FEA modeled by John Baumgartner using an FEA software that I believe he helped directly develop called Terra. His model uses seismic waves at regular intervals of about 6 minutes. Okay, so that's just a real quick overview. If other people have better, more information, that's fine. We can definitely talk about this. But so I have actually watched Baumgartner's presentation. It's been quite a while, but I watched it, and I must say I was quite impressed with it when I first saw it. But there was one thing that really stood out whenever he did his presentation, and that is this very last bullet point here. His model uses seismic waves at regular intervals of about 6 minutes apart. That was kind of a red flag to me, even though generally speaking, I did like his model. I will say, though, at the time that he did that presentation, I really didn't understand um, a whole lot about his rendering of subduction. But having said that, the real red flag at the time was the seismic waves being at 6 minutes apart. I think that would leave a very obvious rhythmic signature on the land today if that had been the case. So I don't think that was really a very valid way to generate sediment on the land. It just seemed like something was not quite right at the time I heard him make that presentation. And like I said, I liked his overall approach. Particularly what I do agree with is rapidly moving continents. At the time, I also consented to this idea of accelerated nuclear decay. That is no longer the case. I do not accept accelerated nuclear decay as it's generally portrayed. I probably would accept some idea of variable nuclear decay rates, but not kind of a wholesale acceleration that's responsible for anything we see pertaining to the flood or afterwards. So those top two parts I actually disagree with, mainly because of that word subduction, and I'll get into that later. FEA modeled it, was a very impressive model, but when I say I disagree with that first part, just a quick recap. I agree with the moving continental plates. I do not agree with the subduction part, and I don't agree with the way the seismic waves were generated in that simulation. Okay, so then there is HPT, hydroplate theory. This one started out popular years ago, I believe, and then lost a lot of steam once Baumgartner's model came along. Honestly, I think one of the biggest knocks on HPT coming from Walt Brown was that he really went way beyond the flood itself and tried to explain a whole lot of things that weren't necessarily directly associated with the flood. He was trying to do a more general broad sweep of Earth's history. I'm not going to cover a whole bunch of that, but Walt Brown's model also has rapidly moving continents. He has water trapped and sealed under the Earth's crust of 20 to 60 miles thick. That's the crust thickness, not the water. But the way it's worded here, may be possibly a little misleading or even possibly inaccurate. I'm not sure if he had it under the crust. I think he did, which I would not necessarily agree to that at all. The 20 to 60 miles thick is just a standard scientific understanding of what the oceanic crust actually is like today. Centuries of tidal pumping from the moon eventually ruptured the crust to release the water. I do not agree with that at all. Many people have pointed out that that's like front loading the earth with a catastrophe that has to happen eventually. And I do not believe any of that had anything whatsoever to do with the flood. The continent slid and collided as a result. Yes, I agree with that. Ruptures sent meteors into space. I do not agree with that. Somebody did a presentation here not too awful long ago, or I watched it not too long ago anyway, and they brought on a mechanical engineer that I believe was in the aerospace, and they were talking about how pressure behaves in concentrated areas, and they were talking about rockets on satellite rockets, that kind of thing. And there's some truth to the whole pressure thing, but none of that really makes a whole lot of sense to me. And I'm coming from a mechanical engineering background, not aerospace, but what I do know about energy and pressure is that energy dissipates very rapidly from the source when you have pressure release. So rapidly that it seems highly unlikely that you could induce enough energy, kinetic energy, into any moving body to shoot it, especially large, very large things from beneath the ocean or near the ocean floor in particular. Now, if you're coming out of a volcano, that's different because you don't have to go through water. If you have to go through water energy dissipates super fast. It just spreads out, and you'll lose a lot of steam really quick. So there are aspects of hydroplate theory that I do agree with, and part of it has to do with water being trapped in the crust. For me, it's in the crust, not under the crust. Okay, so vertical plate tectonics. Now, I don't honestly know a whole lot about this. There's not too much information out there because it was never as popular as the other two ideas. But as I understand it, it's basically continents today are mostly due to vertical movement of plates. Do not invoke rapidly moving fragmenting continents, as I understand it, and current continents may not represent original landmass from the pre-flood. So what do I agree with from here? Continents, there certainly is some vertical tectonic movement, but I would not attempt to explain everything we see today in terms of solely vertical. I believe there has to be horizontal movement as well. It's very significant horizontal movement. Does not invoke rapidly moving fragmenting continents. If that's actually the case for those who hold to a VPT model, I would say that is verifiably incorrect. Current continents may not represent original landmass from pre-flood. For very similar reasons, that seems to be verifiably incorrect. The continents we have today are almost certainly pre-flood, and we'll get into why that is in a little bit. So those are the three popular models. Now I want to take a minute and go into some of the biblical model data. So from Genesis chapter 1, we see that waters under the heaven are gathered unto one place, and let the dry land appear. So what that implies to me is there was a supercontinent, because all waters are essentially connected in some way. And so the land that implies to me, loosely, nevertheless, it does imply to me that there was only one land mass, and there's a theological reason to accept that as well, and that has to do with God creating the earth in the spirit of unity. But Genesis chapter 2. Now, this is a really important part of the overall discussion, but I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it just yet. But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. That's very, very important, actually. Genesis chapter 2, verse 10, equally important. A river went out of Eden. Genesis 3, 17 through 18, just a little bit of background information on, the fall that eventually led to the reasoning for the start of the flood. It's theological, so I'm not going to go over that too much. But thorns and thistles it shall bring forth to thee. So we knew thorns should exist before the flood began. Okay. Genesis chapter 6, verse 13, more of a theological point, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time dwelling on that. But ultimately, this is the cause of the flood. So when I say mechanistic, I'm really dealing with what we can discern from a naturalist perspective whenever the Bible is silent on something, and for the benefit of the critics or the skeptics that don't really follow theology anyway. So I just want to point that out. Ultimately, the flood was a judgment, and the mechanisms we describe are really just the aftermath. Okay. Now we'll get into a little more of the specific information that the Bible gives us about the flood. Genesis chapter 7, rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. That is extremely important in determining order of the fossil record. In the second month, 17th day of the month, same day were all the fountains of the deep, great deep broken up. Another extremely important piece of information to have. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth. Waters prevailed, were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters, and the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. Okay. I'm going to kind of go through some of the highlights here. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Okay, I guess I should back up here because this is pretty important to the general order. It's this verse 23, I think, well, verse 22 and 23, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, and all that was in the dry land died. And every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle and creeping thing, and so on. Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark, and the waters prevailed upon the earth in 150 days. Now, if you followed some of the discussions about the day-age theory, and they talk about the vol consecutive, it kind of appears here as well. So this verse 24 is basically confirming that everything had died by day 150. So there should be nothing left alive after the 150th day of the flood, except for those that were in the ark. Okay. Genesis 8:15. This is moving on towards the latter parts of the flood. During the recessive stage, God made a wind pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped. Okay, that is very important. Now, he doesn't tell us how they were stopped, just that they were stopped. So we will have to do some speculation here. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 7th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. So this kind of rebuts one of the very common straw man arguments about the flood being everything underwater for a year, or the entire earth being flooded for a year. It quite obviously, by the biblical account, the entire earth was not underwater for a year. By the 7th month and the 17th day of the month. Now, keep in mind, 7th month, first month is the beginning, so the 7th month is actually 6 months and 17 days into this. So just over half of the year-long timeline that we usually talk about was everything was only the top peaks, because you don't even reach full inundation until day 150, which is about 5 months. So you really only have a little over a month of total inundation at the most. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. And the 10th month, the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And he's talking here more generally. The previous verse talking about Mount Ararat. So, okay. Bible says some other things that pertain to water and the flood and the creation. It says, "Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea, or hast thou walked in the search of the depth?" He says he sends the springs into the valleys, which run among the hills. That's very important. We'll talk about that in a little bit. They give drink to every beast of the field. The wild ass quench their thirst. By them shall the fowls of the heaven have their habitation, which sing among the branches. He watereth the hills from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of that. Excuse me. The fruit of thy works. It says, "For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them." Okay, flood mechanisms. Now that we have some biblical data to go by and a little better understanding of why some of the arguments against the flood are not even realistic. Talk about flood mechanisms for a minute. Chambers of water in the crust and under the continents. That was a direct testimony from the Bible, but we also have some really good modern day evidence of this. And when I say chambers of water, I mean very large chambers of water. The Bible talks about the mist coming up in the Garden of Eden, and I want to draw your attention for a minute to this. And so what I did was, I talked about this a little in my last debate, but I want to go a little more in depth here. What I did was, a few months ago, I went to Missouri for just a weekend getaway kind of thing. And I came across with the help of my brother-in-law, I came across a place called Blue Spring, and it's this line right here. And so what I've done, this Blue Spring in Missouri puts out 87 million gallons of water. So what I did was I turned it into a cubic mile per year figure by just doing the volumetric calculation. There's about a little under 7.5 gallons of water per cubic foot. So you can just do the math and come up with the number for the cubic miles per year. And so this is how many cubic miles you get in 4,400 years out of something on the order of Blue Spring, Missouri, 127 cubic miles. This is how many you get in a million years, 28,861 cubic miles. I kind of wonder where the secularists are on this particular point. How long do they think that that thing has been putting water out like that? But anyway, what it led me to do is go look at all the major springs in Missouri. So you can see this top line here is all of those. And when you put them together, you start coming up with continually decreasing amounts of time that it takes to replicate the volume of the US in millions of years. And so I threw this one in Utah as well because it's very large, and I've only got a handful of all the existing springs here. So this is a tremendous volume of water that's coming up today out of the crust of the earth onto in the US. And I'm only in the US at this point. And so what I concluded from this is that you actually, and I made some calculations over here. I'm not sure if I still have them. Yeah, right here. Just in the ones I've listed, you have a maximum of about 43,000 years that these things could have been putting out that much water, because by that time you've already replicated the entire volume of the state of Missouri above sea level just by water coming out of it. So I think that puts it puts two exclamation points, one on the edge of the earth and one on a valid flood model for explaining exactly what was going on. So we can definitely talk about this more. This to me is hugely interesting. But okay, so in the model I'm proposing, continents are literally supported by granite pillars. Now you can take the word pillars the way you want. I don't have any particular geometric shape for them, just that they're sitting on pillars with large chambers of water running in between these pillars. They can be regularly spaced and sized or irregularly. I have no particular opinion on that, just that apparently this is the case. Meteor strikes. Michael Orr did a wonderful presentation here not too long ago, and he believed that meteor strikes may have something to do with the cause of the flood. I gave a reference to the biblical testimony that God himself initiated the flood. He didn't tell us how, so this is some of my speculation here. I believe meteor strikes definitely had something to do with it. Gravitational collapse. Essentially, these granite pillars that hold up the continents begin at some point during the flood to break up, and when they do, literally the continent just starts sinking. Sliding continents. So I absolutely do have a sense of continental sprint in my model, a very strong sense of it. Collapsing aquifers, this is more of the same, but these are aquifers. They're hot and cold water springs. They could be either. I don't guess I have a strong opinion about what the majority of them were, but it does seem that they may have predominantly been cold. But I don't have any good way of knowing that. I think most of our hot springs today come from flood catastrophism, basically bringing water in proximity with some of the mantle materials. So I'm going to suppose that probably most of the pre-flood world, the water that was coming up was cold. Collapsing seafloor, that's an important part. But the seafloor collapse is also, in a sense, it's different, but basically large aquifers in the seafloor, inside the seafloor, not under it, but they collapse as well, which basically will eventually account for how you get the water back off the continents. And then, of course, a lot of earthquake and seismic activity. So, okay. Waves. Waves are important. There are 4 different types of waves recognized in in civil engineering, for example. The P wave, this is what they call the primary body wave. It's basically sends shocks straight through something without a discernible surface wave. And then S wave is secondary body wave. This is probably what most people are more familiar with, this idea, because the whole thing the body will ripple like a sheet sort of in the wind. Rally wave motions, there's some similarities and some differences. These are elliptical motion in the particles in the body. They have different implications for what's happening on the surface. Love wave motion, this is what they call whenever the particle movement is actually perpendicular to the direction the wave is traveled. But each one has the potential to basically transport, erode, lay sediment, all that kind of thing in a different fashion. So there are a variety of impacts that moving water can have. This link right here, and maybe I should take and post that in the comments section or in the private chat for Donny to share. But this will take you to basically a graphical explanation of how those waves move. Okay, tides. Where do waves come from? There are three basic sources for them. Tides, normal lunar gravitational influence, not expected to generate very much sediment from sea to land, though. Even in a open sea and where you have opportunity, I can't even remember what the word is for it, but you basically get some sense of I can't even think of the word, so I'll just move. But seismic activity, any kind of plate movement can subsequently generate waves and sediments. This is what tsunamis are typically driven from. They're driven from some sort of submarine seismic activity. And then continental sprint, the motion of the continent itself causes waves. And so you can generate waves in conjunction with the surface area and direction of the continental movement. So there's a frontal area to a moving continent or any moving body, and its direction and velocity and its size play a very important role in what the aftermath of the wave generation is going to look like. So one piece of my model is that you get hydrofoil and perpetuation of seismic activity and the transport of sediment. The hydrofoil, it's just my word for basically saying that if you think about the way air flows over over an airplane wing, you kind of see that the denser air kind of follows the contour of the wing. And so what I'm suggesting here is that as the continents are moving rapidly, they're shoveling sediment off the ocean floor, but in conjunction with seismic activity and waves being generated from the ocean to the land, the two motions in conjunction with each other, I believe, have huge explanatory power for why it is that the Cambrian sediments are where they are and not scrambled up and on top or mixed in with everything else. And part of that is timing too, early timing of the way the continent begins to move and where the land life is at the time that this happens. So this should cause the largest deposition sequences. Okay, what do waves do? They erode when they breach the land, for sure. Water all by itself can erode. If it's carrying sediment, it just gets exponentially worse, especially with velocity. So it can transport sediment and floating debris both. It can scour the land surface when transporting sediment or moving at high velocity, and that's because the sediment, if the waves are generated from seismic activity, if you look at the motion of an S wave, for example, what you expect is the seismic activity, or should actually, I'll use the word liquefaction, but it actually should somewhat lift sediments off the seafloor to some small degree. But when it lifts them up, it also puts them right in the path of the moving water. Water is incompressible, so anything that is lifted up in terms of sediment instantly starts getting transported. The reason you should not necessarily see the type of mixing that some people espouse is because the water is incompressible. And due to the density of the sediments, they're going to stay towards the lower boundary of the moving water. If the water is very deep, they're still generally going to stay closer to the bottom anyway. So there's not a lot of opportunity to get them up high into the moving water. It would have to be really high energy, and you would have had to have lifted them very, very high to begin with. Plus, if you think about like throwing a baseball, if you can throw a baseball at 60 miles an hour, how far will it go before it hits the ground? Well, it depends on the angle you threw it, of course, but ultimately 60 miles an hour is really, really fast. We do expect waves to have reached speeds like this or even higher, but even if you doubled it to 120 miles per hour, you can't go very far before the baseball just falls and hits the ground. And that's another reason why you should not see the mixing that so many people espouse in a straw man version of the global flood. Things just fall out too quickly. The water would have to be moving at supersonic speeds to get it to move very far before things started falling out. And nobody is espousing any kind of supersonic speed for actual water movement. Okay, and then you can cause ruptures at transitions. Transitions cause a lot of cavitation and stuff like that. So you can get rupturing of landforms and just about anything if you have very sharp, distinct transitions with rapid change in energy levels. So waves, particularly probably the most outstanding thing here is when you have high velocity water with sediment, you do the most damage. Okay. Stages of the flood. Stage 1, 40 days and nights of rain start in the spring, probably torrential. Living organisms bedding down for cover, much like they do today when there's heavy rain. This is what virtually all wildlife does. They go for cover whenever it's raining, and they don't come out until the rain slows down. You will see a lot of animals kind of grazing around in light rains, but in heavy rains, they tend to stay bedded. You should also expect local flooding at every elevation. So there's no real opportunity to flee to higher ground. I know that's a common argument that creationists like to use, but personally, I don't think it's a real great argument. I'm not saying it's impossible, but Dr. Robert Carter is actually one of the first ones that brought this to my attention. Is that when you, in your own local area, if you think about where you're at any given point in time, if there was a flood come around, you can only go so far before you find out that you can't go any higher without going back into deep water again. So there's not a lot of room to move if there's local area flooding. And the other thing we'll find out, many or most organisms die during this time largely because they can't eat. They can't do anything. They are being drowned, and there's a lot of catastrophe in the wildlife during this first 40 days. The soil is loosening and trees are falling, so torrential rains tend to do that, especially on slopes and inclines. Fountains of the deep are breaking open, releasing water from inside the crust, possibly the result of meteor impacts. Water is rising. Continental movement is probably minimal during this point. Normal springtime processes are hampered on a global scale, though. Heavy rain will do that because the insects and the plant life are heavily dependent on each other, and during heavy rains, you're not going to have bees out pollinating flowers and doing that sort of thing. Which, by the way, this kind of points back to the biblical references. This is springtime. The spring starts, or the flood starts in the spring, as you can see from some of the previous biblical references. Rising waters and inundation. This is stage 2. Rising waters by eustatic change in sea level. This essentially means an absolute rise in the water, as if, in a sense, the diameter of the Earth is actually growing, but it's a distinct difference between waves coming up, because you can get temporary changes in sea level just by reason of waves going up and down. You can also, submerge things, like, for instance, meteorites can fall into the ocean and technically cause a rise, however minimal it might be, but they're adding volume to the oceans and increasing the level. But this rise in eustatic change in sea level has more to do with water coming out of the crust because it's under pressure, but the collapse is not fully realized yet. Rising waters by kinetic wave energy. So that's the non-eustatic. That's not an absolute rise in sea level. That's just water moving up and down. And so it's rising relative to the land or the normal sea level. And then rising waters by continental submersion. This is longer lasting. Just basically because the continents are so big, they can't move super fast. So this effect lasts longer relative to the year-long time frame that we're typically. Much debris being swept out to open waters during this time. A combination of both the heavy rainfall from the first 40 days and waves actually breaching onto the land, you're starting to sweep debris out into the open ocean. Rains have possibly slowed during this time, though. We're kind of past that 40 days, presenting survivors with their first opportunity of movement. I will say, though, it's important to note that anything that does die in that first 40 days, it's already decayed. And that's relevant to when you look at the fossil record and you see a huge amount of disarticulation. As far as land animals go, it's super common to find only bones or single bones or bone fragments. Much less common to find entire skeletons that are articulated as they are in real life. Stage 3, the calm before the storm. There's possibly, I'm a little bit on the fence on this one, but there's possibly a short period where water level increase has slowed down, at a minimum has slowed down. It may not actually come to any stop at all, but it may be slowing down. Land scavenging and more survivor movement during this time. Spring is in full swing, but only at higher elevations that were inundated later in the process. So yeah, now because they're at higher elevations or further inland, they can kind of waken up after the rains cut back, and you can start getting some movement from the biota, and the plants can start responding to the environment the way they normally do to some extent. Dinosaurs and reptiles can lay eggs in a panic during this stage. It's springtime. Most animals do their reproducing starting very early in the spring. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all to find that, you find dinosaur eggs. And from what I understand, what I have read about eggs and dinosaur eggs in particular is they have, when they're laid under a lot of duress, and this is from studies on birds in modern times, but they're assuming the same mechanism for dinosaurs. That is that when they're laid under duress, a lot of times the shells are thinner and they're a little bit rough, and they have a distinctly different texture, and that appears to be the case on many of the dinosaur eggs that are found in the fossil record. Okay, stage 4, continental sprint and high energy waves. I need to kind of make a very important point here on these stages. I'm not implying that it's stage 1, then stage 2, then stage 3, then stage 4. What I'm implying is that there's actually some overlap, some considerable overlap. I mean, it could be that stage 1 and stage 4 have some overlap. So don't take this as a sequence of events that has a definitive end, a definitive stop for each stage, because they're kind of blurred together across the timeline. So, but you have continental sprint and high energy waves during this time, collapse of aquifers into the continents and in the ocean crust as in distinct collapse. Gravitational collapse of the supercontinent starting from the coastline and moving inward. That's kind of important because that determines whether the thing breaks at all and in which direction it's going to move. Supercontinent breaks apart and fragments begin to diverge from original location at varying rates and directions. Seismic activity peaking during this time because of the gravitational collapse, of course. Broken continental plates accelerate, generating huge waves and more seismic activity on land and at sea. You're literally shoving against the ocean floor at this point. So you've got seismic activity under the continent itself, and you've got the ocean floor generating quite a bit of movement. Higher elevations are being inundated during this time. Waves are moving toward the land, and the land toward the open ocean. So these are two bodies moving towards each other. So it's like you're adding velocity vectors here. So which produce a high volume sediment flow. There should be a predominant wave direction at this time for each continental fragment. And I'm going to take a minute and show you why that is the case. So here's Google Earth. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but you can see the mid-Atlantic ridge here and how it fits like a glove, with Africa having kind of fit right up into here, the US kind of down into here, and South America over into here. But because you can easily see that that's the direction of the movement of the continent, what you expect is the general direction, especially of the earliest waves, is kind of from west to east, or maybe from northwest to southeast, sort of. Not trying to be uber specific there, but that should be kind of a predominant direction. And by the same token, over here, Africa is moving east, and so you would kind of expect early sedimentary flow and wave flow to kind of be from east to west, the opposite of the US at this point. So let's see, where were we? Okay. Stage 5, complete inundation can occur by absolute sea level rise. It can occur by wave velocity, and it can occur by continental sinking, or the gravitational collapse that I was describing. And it can occur by a combination of these factors. They can all come together to cause complete inundation. Huge amounts of floating debris moving into the open ocean. Some places inundated for a full year, some places inundated as little as only a few weeks. I said as much as a month or so earlier. So if you just go strictly by the biblical text, you would say probably a month, and so on, if you took that as the absolute reference point for when recession began. Receding waters. Continents are moving sometimes very quickly. More profound aquifer collapse on land and in the seas. Continental collisions that facilitate mountain building. This is real important. I was having a back and forth dialogue with somebody on one of the recent YouTube presentations, and I was asking them. They were an evolutionist basically, but they were basically. I was asking them what caused the mountain building, and they said continental collision. And so in that sense, we're not even different in the slightest from the mainstream mechanism that they use. Where we start differing is on exactly what caused the motion in the first place. That's where we actually differ. But other than that, we're a huge amount of crossover and all that stuff. Water is returning to the ocean basins during the receding water phase, and that's because the ocean floors are collapsing at this time. So one of the to me very obvious signs of that is what's called guyots in the ocean. They're basically volcanoes that have been flat topped from wave generation shearing off the top of them. So they look like, I used to live in Arizona. They have land formations there that we call mesas. They're called mesas. It's the Spanish word for table. It's because they're flat across the top, and that's what essentially a guyot is. But when you see them, they're some 5,000 feet below sea level, but yet it kind of, in a sense, it should take something very near the surface to do that type of damage, or that type of reconfiguring of those volcanic cones. Doesn't seem likely that they would happen at very much depth. 5,000 feet, that's almost a mile below the sea level. So that's a strong indication that they were close to the surface and then collapsed. And so hence we have water now has a place to go coming back off the continents. Large scale vegetation deposits on the continents during this time because the water is receding, and most vegetation floats until it's been thoroughly waterlogged. And so this is a normal expectation to get coal later in the flood than earlier. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have it coal formations very early in the flood. So you shouldn't at all see coal anywhere near the Cambrian as far as that goes. The mechanisms are completely different. The timing is completely different. Large scale vegetation deposits, more fossils are being deposited during this time. Larger scale sheet flow is prevalent. And so with large scale sheet flow, you get much of like what we see in the western U.S. and close to where I live, Kansas, and some places like that that are very flat. Those are the remnants of more or less large scale sheet flow. Planing off the top of the land. Catastrophism is slowing. Continents are decelerating due to collision. It's the collision itself that starts to slow things down. Sheet flow slows to more channelized flow, which produces a completely different look in erosion. There's some reworking of strata already laid down. You would probably mostly note this where mud is concerned. But you could possibly detect it in like pure limestones and stuff like that. But seismic activity is also going to start decreasing during this time. Okay, what order was produced? This is the point we were really trying to get to. Early stages decimate life even before inundation or being swept into the oceans or high energy flows. Organisms start decaying very early in the flood. This is why we see so much disarticulation in the fossil record. Starving and low energy for survivors, not much opportunity to flee to high ground. Ocean life is also dying due to heat from volcanism. That's important because we hear people frequently talk about the escape mechanisms that different organisms have available to them. But if they're dead, they can't escape, and they do die from many marine organisms die from drastic changes in temperature, which is exactly what you'd get from submarine volcanic activity and rupturing of the crust that exposes the mantle or the mantle material, the magmas from below it. As soon as seismic activity begins, marine organisms can be buried in sediments before water hits land, and that's true even if they are alive. Sediments still can overwhelm living organisms that can swim and still bury them. Once waves begin to overtake the land, high energy causes denuding of the terrain. This is really important because when you look at the geologic column, you see planation surface after planation surface after planation surface, and you also see unconformities everywhere. And so when you have high energy, essentially sheet flow carrying sediment, what you expect it to do is act like a scrub brush and just strip off the top of the land as it's going and just completely remove it. That's why you don't see plants at the bottom underneath the Cambrian, because they literally ripped it off during the sediments coming onto the land. The organic soils are stripped completely off. They're already loose from the torrential rains, so they're just going to come off easy anyway. But high energy sediment flow is going to completely scour the land. Okay, first marine sediments on land replace the topsoil vegetation, dead land biota with the sediments and marine life. Sedimentation is episodic in nature following continental movement and seismic activity. This is a highly erratic process, and as I described earlier, even at relatively high velocities, things fall out quickly. So what I'm expecting is shallow oceans near the coastlines. Once the continent starts moving and it's shoveling up, basically it's shoveling up the sediments in the shallow seas, bringing them onto land, moving everything off because water is incompressible, but because there's also a predominant direction of flow for most of the currents. It's literally pushing what was on top of the land, pushing it out away from it anyway. So it's kind of it's just the nature of what moving water does, being incompressible. Subsequent sedimentary flows eventually bring some of the earliest life forms swept from the land. These should be coastal environments from adjacent coastlines. They're probably places that were originally in some nearby coastline, perhaps, that got washed out into the ocean, and they're finally being picked up by the moving continent. But the moving continent has already had the opportunity to pick up the ocean floor sediments first, without land forms being in it. Each new round of sedimentary deposition has the potential to create a planation surface over the previous deposits, i.e. unconformities. And I know I'm running kind of right at my maximum here, so I'm going to try and wrap this up. What order was produced? Some previous deposits may be erased completely and replaced by new deposits. That's why we see so many gaps. There are huge gaps in the geologic column in certain places by orders sometimes of up to about 2 billion years, as I understand it. and that's in the conventionally assigned strata. It's very widely recognized in the open. Latest deposits are of organisms from higher elevations and further inland areas, and that's because they have further to go out to sea, so it takes them longer to get out into the ocean in the first place. So you don't see them come back around because they're further away, because you're essentially pulling the tablecloth off the table and moving the table away at the same time. So you get them separated relatively quickly that way, and with more distance. Plant debris typically floats for a long period of time as well. So you're not going to get deposition until the continent of plant debris until the continents start re-emerging. Pollen and flower plants at low elevations are heavily stifled in development because of the rains, but the higher elevations, they're not. So um, this is one of the reasons I think that we don't see flowering plants until somewhat later, beyond the coastal environments, which is what I'm proposing for the habitat that the dinosaurs lived in. Insects and plants are heavily dependent on each other for life cycle development. So at low elevations where you get inundated early, they never have a chance to basically wake up, like I was describing, because before the torrential rains even end, you've already got intense flooding at the low coastal areas. So, quick overview, and this will be the end. With a prevalent trend in wave direction due to continental movement, a very large percentage of life forms may have been swept into the space left behind, i.e., the Atlantic Ocean. When you look at the Atlantic Ocean, that's the space left behind by the continents with their major center of fragmentation. Another very large percentage likely swept into the open oceans, never be fossilized. And that's because the ocean today, as we know it, is over twice as much surface area as what the land is. So literally less than 5% of the fossil record, and probably much less than that, is land animal. The vast majority of it, 95+%, is nothing but marine fossil. Land animal scavenging begins early in the flood because of the hunger problem. Marine scavenging begins once the biota is swept into the ocean. So this one, Jackson Rowe, this one's for you. Shark teeth in the fossil record may be a direct result of extensive early scavenging followed by the year-long continuation of the floods. So if you're following shark teeth in the fossil record, you're very possibly following a feeding frenzy. And nothing else. So you shouldn't see them too early in the flood, because there's number one, there's no feeding frenzy, and number two, living sharks, if they did have to escape, they would be one of the primary candidates for getting out of the way early anyway. So I think this provides a reasonable explanation for distributions of shark teeth. Water is incompressible, so large waves by necessity move large ecological zones. That's just a given. Whenever you have a large wave moving onto a large area of land, you're going to move an entire zone the size of the wave all at once. So to me, there's no surprise whatsoever that you can get ecological zonation out of it. Waves are potentially going in and out of the entire time, so there's no opportunity for this global mixing, as some would like to suggest. So I'm going to end it right there and turn it over to Donny.
TRock, great stuff. If you wanted to, you still got a few minutes. I don't want you to feel like you were rushed at the end. If you wanted to finish the points you're going to make, you can certainly do so, or we could wrap it up there, TRock. It's totally up to you. I just don't want you to feel rushed.
Yeah, no, you're right. I did make a mistake looking at the time. I guess I still have some 25 minutes by my early reckoning, but that's fine. I think I've covered everything, and we can cycle back through. And you know, before we start inviting people in, perhaps Donny, you and Sam have some points you would like to discuss.
Absolutely, we do. So, okay, let's move back to the three of us. Sam, I know you said that you had a couple questions you wanted to ask first. And
yeah.
So as I organize things, let's hand it to you, brother.
Yeah, well, I just have a few things. The first thing that really jumped out, I thought was a fantastic argument, was your spring argument. I've not heard that before, and I think that's excellent. You've got water coming out of the earth at a measurable rate, and they've got to deal with that. So that was awesome. So another point that you brought up is the slow, I believe you said there was a slow recession of the water. And once the mountaintops were covered, once the water started to recede, the mountaintops would have been exposed. But I believe you believe it was a few months after that before the ark actually landed on ground.
No, when you say slow recession, I think what you may be referring to is a comment I made earlier about the rising waters slowing. They're still rising, but the rate at which they're rising should be kind of slowing, possibly. And again, what I said was I'm kind of on the fence a little bit about it. If you take the biblical text and read it very literally, you might not come to that conclusion. But I'm suggesting that there may have been a period where the water rising, it's still rising perhaps, but just at a much slower rate for a period of time before all of a sudden the continent really starts to make dramatic movement downward. And that's what I'm proposing is the window of opportunity where we get dinosaur tracks and some of the other things that look like fleeing from a flood.
What do you think about the receding water?
Receding waters. So, there's a whole lot that could be said about this because if for the critics and skeptics out there, it's super common to hear people say, "Where did the water go?" Well, that sort of implies that the continents were very much like we see them today, with the mountaintops very much like we see them today, and the water came up to that level and then went back down, and they're like, where did the water come from and where did it go? But that makes no good physical sense at all. It doesn't make any sense in the biblical paradigm, and it doesn't make any sense in physics, either one. So what do I think of receding waters? Generally, what I would say is the waters begin to recede from an external viewpoint, and the way the Bible talks about it, whenever the continents actually start colliding, and or when the ocean floors start sinking. I honestly believe they've collapsed, and so in other words, pre-flood ocean, the ocean floors may have been quite a bit higher than what they are now, and so it's kind of switching places with the water and the crust in a sense.
Yeah, I would think that if the water was receding slower, I think there would be some credence to that, because as the mountain peaks start to be exposed, remember that would now be sea level. So you would immediately have growth, and the longer that process takes, the more growth there is when the animals come off the ark, because that's a common talking point. What did they eat when they got off the ark? Well, if they were on the ark for a while and you had all of this plant growth taking place in the meantime, then that would also encourage them to spread out. Just something to think about. And then I think the biggest problem, that you're going to hear from the critics, so might as well bring it up before they do. From that Pangea starting point, you have the continents moving into the place where they are now. And
Mhm.
so the critics are going to say that, is there a heat problem there, or they're going to assert that there is a heat problem. So what kind of heat problem do you think you would have or not have with your model? And then what would a possible solution be?
You read
Okay,
my
so
mind, Sam. So that's a question we were both going to have. So TRock, you can
Like
tackle
they're
it.
only
no,
talking right now.
absolutely, it's absolutely something that needs to be talked about, because virtually every single conversation I've ever heard when the critics start evaluating the popular flood models that are out there in the creation literature, heat problem is always brought up. So I guess there are actually three different heat problems that they might be referring to. So in a sense, you kind of got to nail them down sometimes. But in this particular model, I think the one that they would be friction of the continent sliding, and
Yeah.
and so they would say, okay, you've got too much friction under the continent. Well, my whole point for the Missouri Springs and all the water that's gushing out today is to really highlight the sheer volume of water that was under the continent. And so essentially what I'm saying is the continent was hydroplaning,
Right.
no friction, no heat, no appreciable amount of heat. And the one place you will see a quote unquote heat problem, but it's very local and it's an expectation. There are places where you're under any given continent or landmass where you're not actually hydroplaning. And this is the collision part. And you might actually be rock on rock and producing a lot of friction. But as I understand it, when you look at volcano eruptions, there are a couple different types of magma that can come out. And I'm being very broad stroke here, but some of them are very viscous and slow flowing, and some of them are very low viscosity and more rapid flowing. And what I'm suggesting is anywhere you did have rock on rock friction, that's what has generated under our continents the lower viscosity stuff, because it's heated it up so much more than the normal mantle material is at in the absence of that type of test.
Yeah, and hot water would create a steam, which would cause some sort of lift and also a lack of friction. Like a type of steam bed, like a air hockey table almost. So
Yeah.
water.
So what? Sorry, go
Go ahead.
ahead. I was just going to say, water is incompressible. It's incompressible on a continental scale. So if there were giant aquifers, and like I said, very strong evidence in freshwater springs today on the all over the continents. Florida actually has one of the largest in the U.S., I think, if not the largest. But that sheer volume of water, it's incompressible. It doesn't matter if you're putting a boat on top of the water or a continent on top of it. It's still incompressible. So this hydroplaning idea, I think, has a lot of validity to it based on current understanding of how much water is still. And I haven't even begun to talk about how many wells people drill digging into the earth and sucking out trillions of gallons in the U.S. alone, year over year.
Yeah, and when they make this heat argument, they are bringing to the table their uniformitarian presuppositions. So, we don't really know what the starting point is, and they don't either. So I'm not really sure how valid those critiques can really be when they're really contingent on a bit of mystery, all mystery, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that would make it a lot easier, correct if I'm wrong, TRock, for the plates to move in the first place. Less friction, and as Sam was saying, very similar to an air hockey table, how your puck is sliding smoothly across the table.
Right. So what I was describing, talking about granite pillars, and again, no particular geometry, no particular distribution. They were what they were. But what I'm saying is you've got these pillars holding the continents up in vertical position, which is exactly what you would expect them to be like if such a thing were the case. And then what I'm saying is gravitational collapse. So you've got all this space in between that's full of water. And as this thing falls over, it's just gravity at that point, but the volume of water underneath it is basically controlling the rate and the direction that it flows, and the fact that you don't have an opportunity to produce a lot of friction yet until some of those granite slabs start actually colliding and rubbing across each other.
So at that point, the heat and energy produced during the flood, when the fountains of the great deep break open and the earth is essentially fractured like an eggshell, they act as features rather than bugs, because you have those plates lubricated by all of the water coming up from under the earth.
Not just lubricated, but literally supported. So to me, the vast majority of the heat is in two places. One of them is in the ocean floor, where it breaks up and you're just diffusing heat from mantle material into the ocean. But there's not enough there. The ocean's too big. If all this stuff happened, we've got the Ring of Fire, we've got the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, we've got all this volcanic activity, submarine level volcanic activity, but the ocean's too big for that heat to produce any serious problems. We do expect it to kill a lot of marine life, but we don't expect it to do create some condition where, like, Noah and the Ark passengers couldn't survive. That's not the kind of heat you're getting from that. The other source, of course, is what I've already described, where once you do have a continent starts to collide, and basically what I haven't described yet, the collision in a big part of the collision is actually debris accumulation. So you've got this continent literally shoveling debris to one side. And when you look at the U.S., let me show you this real quick. If you can put my screen back up. and I did this. The U.S. is my reference point just because I live here. But if you open up Google Earth, and of course you just come over here and start hovering your mouse over the Western U.S. and you watch down there at the bottom, what I'm seeing currently is elevation 6177 over Utah here, and that's true for a big swath over here. So what I'm saying is, when this continent slid to the northwest, sort of, debris started accumulating at the forefront exactly like you would expect it to. This is a replicable, scalable kind of event to be able to test, as it were. You see debris accumulation, and it accumulates to the point where you're shoving the entire western side of the U.S. up to a higher elevation, and you're simultaneously building mountains. But look at the eastern side. Over here, when I hover around over here, now I'm down at 636 feet in Missouri. I'm in Oklahoma, so I'm kind of very near a transition zone, but I'm over here on the east side, so I'm at 677 feet. Go over here to the Panhandle, and all of a sudden I'm at 3,500 feet. But this to me, this strongly endorses what I'm saying is a rapidly moving continent that's shoveling up a mound of debris, getting on top of it, and then the what I call the predominant direction of flow for the waves and the water is coming across here, and the eastern side of the U.S. doesn't have that pile of debris to dock up on, but it does have water to help kind of keep it a little bit lower and flatter in elevation than the western U.S. So you can go back. I just want to point that out. To me, that's extremely indicative of the type of motion that I'm describing here.
So what is your position on accelerated nuclear decay? For example, the CPT model would argue for 1 or 2 instances of serious accelerated decay. Does your model suggest that?
No, and you know what? This is one of those firestorm kind of topics here, because ultimately what it's going to point to for me is the idea of subduction. So in the CPT model, they do invoke accelerated decay. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't know why. I know why, but at the same time, I'm like, it still doesn't make sense. There's 2 main reasons behind creationists appealing to accelerated decay, and one of them has to do with the helium found in zircons that shouldn't be there, and the other reason is it is literally used as a causation for runaway subduction. And so what I'm saying is the helium zircons that were used to detect this hydrogen, they came from granites. Granites have only been heated ever once, which strongly suggests that they're creation rocks, not flood rocks. So how do you get creation rock accelerated decay to cause the flood? That doesn't make any sense, right? The other big problem I had, so what I'm actually suggesting is it's not accelerated decay, it's creation week, more of a fusion event that creates the heavy elements in the first place and just creates them in those ratios from the very beginning in the first 6 days in the first one day of creation, really, arguably maybe the second day, but to me that's fusion, not radiometric decay. The other big problem I have with that is I don't know why creation scientists actually go along with this idea of subduction. Now, exactly how they use the mainstream science uses the word subduction, I'm not going to pretend I know real well, but the word has always implied to me that what you're talking about is something that kind of starts sinking under its, due to differential density. So it's denser up here. And this is actually the way they do talk about it. Denser cold slabs start sinking into the hotter mantle that's less dense because of the heat. Why does that not make sense as a mechanism to move continents? Well, you remember my debate with Mark Reed. It's because you can't push or pull an entire continent with a slab of basalt, especially a very irregular one. And the crust, if it could subduct it all, it would completely demolish an old Earth argument anyway, because you would expect over billions of years that you're steadily pulling the continents down into the ocean, they would not come back up regardless of what they say. Erosion's too fast. There's no tectonic movement. You could not justify, even with tectonic movement, getting them back up above sea level whenever that happens. So their whole idea of rock cycle is just bogus. But ultimately, what I'm saying is subduction doesn't make sense. What makes more sense is the gravitational collapse of the continent actually shoves the plates and forces them in. So the causation is the movement of the continent, not subduction pulling the continent. It's a pushing mechanism, not a pulling mechanism. And even the secularists have kind of recognized that you can't pull a continent with a slab of salt. So they appeal to pushing mechanisms instead, but those don't work from the ocean. They work from the continent because you have so much mass there. They don't work from the ocean because you've got too much irregularity. And it's the same basic problem. If you've got an irregular shaped slab of rock and you push anywhere on it, you're much more likely to break it than you are to just unanimously move the entire thing at once. It's a well-known feature of architectural engineering and foundation.
So with the removal of any serious accelerated decay, that leaves the sources of heat for a heat problem basically to the friction from the plates moving quickly, but you have dealt with that adequately. And then I guess heat from meteorite impacts. And so would you hold to a lack of heat problem because the sources other than accelerated nuclear decay, you've essentially got solutions for?
So yeah, very simple, very common sense solutions. I think you're going to have a hard time arguing about how you could get so much heat out of no accelerated decay and hydroplaning. Where does all this friction come from when you're hydroplaning? I don't know. But I will say though that Walt Brown's model is, and I never got to study it real in depth. So I've really mainly just read reviews on it. But I think his has a third one that I mentioned earlier, and I don't remember the exact nature of the problem, but it had to do, I think, with supercritical water escaping. But what I'm saying is, I don't think any of that made sense either, because a big part of his supercritical heating, if I'm remembering correctly, had to do with that lunar tidal pumping that I'm saying could not have been a front load mechanism for the flood anyway.
That's great, TRock. I appreciate that. There's actually some good questions here. So I'll throw this question up because I think this is important. As we know, there's controversy over where the flood boundary is, specifically the flood / post-flood boundary. There's also controversy on the pre-flood boundary as well. Now, we've done a ton of shows, including conferences on this question, a conference with Joe Hubbard and John Mackay, and then also an entire series with Michael J. Ord on where the flood boundary is. Which specific boundary position do you hold to in light of your model, TRock?
Yes, I'm reading Gibbons' question here, and it's a very good question. Did I suggest a boundary share? No, I didn't, but I will gladly talk about that for a minute. So I'm very much in the Michael Ord camp on this, and that is that particularly for the upper boundary, for the post-flood boundary, it's a variable. You can't determine it by fossils. To me, that's a horrible way to do it. I made some of these comments before. I think it was whenever Grayson and David McQueen, the three of us participated in a discussion there. The comment that I made was the sea level ended, or the flood ended at sea level when the water was off the continents. That's when it ended. I wouldn't dare propose any of the mainstream geological column be the identifier for a flood boundary. It does not make sense, because at any one place on the planet, something different is happening than somewhere else. So how you could possibly think that there's some direct correlation honestly, it's way beyond me. I don't know how you get lower flood boundary. That's kind of tricky for one main reason, and that is that according to the Bible, the earth was created in water. And so in a sense, you can absolutely have marine sediment on top of the continent pre-flood, It's just the one thing you would not expect to find in that is especially, but probably absolutely, you wouldn't find macrofossils at all. So any given place, and again, there's no one-to-one correlation with the mainstream geologic column, but in any one place where you're looking for, was this the beginning of the flood at this point? It can be very different from one place to the next, but the one key identifier has got to be fossils. Again, you could probably have limestones limestone deposits on the continent without the fossils pre-flood, but as soon as you have fossils in them, you have to say it's flood if it's on the continent.
Great response. Yes, I put out a short video just last week on the flood boundary issue. It's an excerpt from our larger show with Mike Ord. And I went over a number of challenges to those that would hold to a lower flood boundary. A few of those challenges were coal, oil, for example, coal in the Cenozoic. So we, if I understand your answer correctly, TRock, we would hold to a late Cenozoic flood boundary, but variable. Each region that we're looking at, each example that we're looking at, has to be taken on its own merit. And so, yes, late Cenozoic, but variable oftentimes. And so
Yes.
the all of the coal that we find in the Cenozoic would have had to form during the post-flood period. I think there's about 12 to 29%, Michael Ord pointed out, of coal is from the tertiary. And some of these coal beds are 75 meters thick. And we know coal has to be heated up significantly, and it has to be buried in many kilometers worth of sediments. And so I'd wonder how this could happen post-flood, because TRock, you're suggesting the heat and energy from the flood could be used as features to get the plates moving, but also to rapidly form coal, oil, and natural gas. But in a post-flood period, where do you get that necessary heat and energy to create all of that coal?
So yeah, no, you made some great points there. Size of the deposits is definitely a big deal. When you start talking about post flood events, though, it's one of those deals. I mentioned this in my presentation very briefly about this idea of reworking during the recessive stage. Now, there's some very good information to glean from that, but it's also, it sounds very unfortunate for the young Earth camp, and that's because we all know that secularists will readily jump on reworking if they find a fossil that doesn't look like it belongs. And I mean the Ashley phosphate beds in South Carolina it's the epitome of this. That's exactly what they throw at it. It's rework. Okay, the unfortunate reality for the young Earth camp is that reworking in and of itself is a very legitimate argument, because you've got 4,400 years of weathering, plus you've got what I described. Once you've got the recessive stage going and you're transitioning from sheet flow to channel flow, you can already start the rework process. But the ice age compounds that even more. So where I'm going with all that is that ice age, what I would normally, the general trend for ice age deposits, in other words, the fossils, the organisms actually died during the ice age, would be better preservation, because one of two things happens: either they're captured very quickly, like the mammoths, in a very cold environment, so they're preserved much better, or they're completely buried alive, and don't have that time to disintegrate and disarticulate while they're being transported out into the ocean or being scavenged or anything else. They're just buried alive, literally. So you would expect their level of preservation to be much higher if in post flood environments, as a general rule. But if it's rework of the flood from a post flood catastrophe, you're going to have a hard time telling the difference, to be honest with you. It's going to be tough to know. You're going to have to really pay attention to a lot of large scale details to put it together. But on the coal formation, real quick, this is one area that I probably will differ from a lot of mainstream scientists. And I'll readily admit I'm not an expert on coal formation at all. But I do know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, if you pile up a bunch of green vegetation into a pile and just suddenly just make a pile of limbs or grass, it doesn't matter. If it's green and fresh and you pile it all up, it heats itself up. You do not need an external heat source, period. And people have well noted in modern times that vegetation can actually spontaneously ignite itself. So I've heard Ord, and this is one point I might disagree, but I don't have a strong argument, admittedly, but I might disagree on how many thousands of feet of sediment it allegedly takes, because how do you replicate that in the modern world in a lab? I mean, I understand there are methods that you can pressurize and make a rough equivalent and that sort of thing, but what I'm suggesting is that because vegetation, and this is different from any secular science that would be done on this, they're going to assume these peat bog environments and all kinds of stuff, whereas I'm saying the heat is generated from the plant material itself in a minimal amount of overburden. Compressing that and trapping the heat in an insulatory fashion is probably enough to coalify pretty extensively.
So here's the last question, then the next questions I'll keep saved. I'll start bringing people in, and then periodically I will incorporate other questions from the audience that have been sent in. I'll make sure we get to all of them by the end of the night. So the last question I would ask, if we hold to a higher flood boundary rather than a lower, do you believe there is a problem with the dozens of North American mammal species or genera and families that cross the Pliocene and Pleistocene boundary, TRock?
No, actually, I don't. I really don't. And there's a couple reasons why. It is an interesting approach to try and analyze flood versus post-flood, but I think Ord's 33 criterion are much more exhaustive and capable of delineating that. But he points out some of those problems. But for me, one of the reasons it just doesn't make a very strong argument anyway is because strictly from a biblical reference frame, I am expecting Noah and the other 7 individuals that were on the ark with him to have a very strong understanding of the biological world and a very robust knowledge of the entire planet, given Noah's great age of 600 years when the flood started, and an additional 350 years post-flood. So what that means to me is that if Noah deemed, for example, that, and I'm just random example, but let's say he deemed that elk do well at higher latitudes because of his knowledge pre-flood, it could very well be that they literally tried to redistribute the animals like they knew them to be in the pre-flood world. And the secularists always ignore human influence, and I'm saying from a creationist standpoint, never ignore human influence on the earth. It's always present because we have people from day 6 of creation forward, and certainly all the way up to the flood and after the flood. So if for no other reason, I would say at the very I hate to, I don't want to make it sound like special pleading at all. It's just that it is a very reasonable thing to assume that Noah took some animals south because he knew that that's how they flourished better in the pre-flood environment, and took them north because he knew that's where those animals flourished better. So it's a distinct possibility, not to mention some of the reasons that Ord gave.
Okay, very good, TRock. I have the StreamYard link in the live chat posted for people to join. And so we've already got several backstage. So I'll bring a few in at a time, but we do want to keep the open mic orderly. So rather than everybody talking at the same time, we'd like to start one at a time, even if I have a few in the room at the same time. As we get closer to the end, we might shift towards more of a free-for-all, as in less, one at a time, but if someone just kind of want to jumps in type thing. But at first we want to keep it more one at a time and orderly. So let's bring in the first few. that were backstage.
I guess.
Okay, good mix of critics and non-critics. So Apologetics 101, Jackson Rowe
What's going on?
is a fossil enthusiast. So good to have you, Jackson. You're all about them fossils. And Andrew Cumming, always ready to engage in a back and forth creation versus evolution discussion. So great to have the three of you. Now, the first who was backstage was Apologetics 101. And so, Brian, my good man, it's good to see you, brother. How have you been? A little bit about yourself, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Right. My name is Brian, and I got a YouTube channel named Apologetics 101. I am a young earth creationist, and I guess my question was over the order of the fossils. I was thinking that this video was going to be about the what the evolutionists thought about hierarchy, about the order in which the fossils appear in the rock layers. And I'm just wondering, the usual model I think that most people take is just they explain the order of the fossils in the rock strata based upon the flood, the situation involving global flood. So I was just wondering, TRock, how would you is that the model you take, or do you take a different model involving with the order of the rock strata?
So, trying to kind of boil down your deal to the essence of the question itself. Where to begin? So, essentially, what I was doing there was I was going through a mechanism for flood and deposition, and the reason I was doing that is because in the secular view, they basically let the fossils tell them everything. It's driven entirely by looking at the fossils, and so I kind of pointed this out, but I'll say it a little more bluntly, like I have in the past. The fossils did not put the strata where it is. Geological processes put the fossils where they are, and the sediments and so forth. So in other words, I'm driving it completely backwards from mainstream view. But part of my point there is that they have done that so long, and they have preached their version of how to interpret the fossil record for so long that it literally has crept very strongly into the creationist camp to think that way, even though we do, consent to the global flood and the very short timeline. It still caused so many creationists to think about this from the perspective of biology instead of, like I said, geophysical processes put them there. So if that's the case, you have to start back at the beginning and say what those processes were. And so ultimately, what I end up with at the end is ecological zonation. It's where it has more to do with the mechanism that put them there and where they happen to live at the time that the flood began. So I hope that kind of answers your question. I'm pushing for an ecological zonation model that's reasonable given the large scale of geophysical processes that's happening.
So you would definitely say your view is not a mainstream position. It's just a position that you come up with as far as that goes, right?
Yes and no. I wouldn't say it quite that way, just because I tried to emphasize this when I was giving my three currently commonly known flood models. There are elements of each one that I agree with from the creationist camp, but at the same time, I'm bound to the laws of physics, right? So some of what I'm describing isn't actually contrary at all to mainstream secular view. The prime example I gave of that was mountain formation. It's from a collision. Okay, they say the same thing. So I'm not really going against the grain in those senses. What I'm doing is trying to kind of synthesize the whole thing and eliminate the parts that the creationists have introduced that I don't think are accurate. So it's kind of a blend of sorts.
All right. I had one more question. You kind of mostly answered it from Sam's question. It was over the so-called heat problem. And just happened we had Guts at Gibbon. She's famous for promoting that view. And you mentioned there's 3 different kinds. One particular kind claims that the accelerated nuclear decay generated lots of heat. And I'm just wondering, and I know that a lot of younger creationists use that as a catalyst for the flood. And from what I understand, your model doesn't require that for your model to succeed. Is that right?
Correct. As a matter of fact, I would strongly argue against any radical form of accelerated nuclear decay, especially from things like uranium and some of the other, quote unquote, more toxic radioactive elements. I would argue strongly against those. And what I said during the presentation is that I'm okay with some variability in it, but I don't need to explain apparent radiometric ages by any variation in radioactive decay anyway. So I tend to just leave it completely out.
TRock, if I could ask a follow-up question, I appreciate your questions, Brian, and your answers, TRock. What do you do with places like the Oklo reactor that a lot of the critics look to? I understand many in the young Earth creationist world, like Dr. Russell Humphreys, I heard in a Q&A from a presentation he did, I think about a week ago, Dan Stern Cardinal asked about the Oklo reactor, and Dr. Humphreys looked to accelerated decay to explain it. So in an instance like that, would you look to accelerated decay, or is there an alternative answer?
No, actually, that's a great question. I can't say that I know a ton about it, but at the time that you're referring to, I heard some of that discussion, and when I started hearing that, I was like, okay, now I got to go check out the Oklo reactor. So I watched quite a bit of video on that to try and figure out what was going on in the background. But the short answer to your question, it's actually a conflation of ideas when you say accelerated decay and Oklo reactor, because one of them is fission, and the other one, which is a completely different process. Oklo is about fission. It's not accelerated decay. They're 2 different things. In decay, in just standard radioactive decay, all that's happening is you have an atom losing some of its particles, and once it changes the number of protons, it becomes a different element. That's radioactive decay. Fusion is not like that. Fusion, the atom is literally splitting apart. And you're not going from, uranium to lead, for example, even though that's a complex chain, but you get the point. You're not going from a parent isotope to a daughter isotope. Fission is just ripping the whole atom apart. So the Oklo reactor, what they're not telling you about that is that mainstream science looked at what they were concerned about is environmental damage from fission reactors that we might build for power plants. And they want to know what was the long-term environmental hazard for byproducts of fission. And so they went and looked at the Oklo reactor, and lo and behold, completely bogus conclusions that they came to. When they looked at it, they assumed the Earth was billions of years old, and they looked at where the byproducts drifted from the original reaction site, and lo and behold, they were like meters away, like meters, not miles, not completely disintegrated and gone. They were meters away. What does that immediately imply? That immediately implies that no erosion in billions of years or millions, however, I can't remember what the timeline they assigned for that particular reaction process, but absolutely not millions of years of erosion. The byproducts are like right next to them for all intent and purpose. So yeah, it's a conflation. Just a message to creationists: don't confuse radioactive decay with fission, because they're 2 different things.
Very good.
TRock, I'm going to ask a real quick follow-up question because I have to get going. Just to clarify your position a little bit more, am I understanding that you're not against the idea of nuclear decay accelerating. You're just against the idea of a massive, rapid acceleration of nuclear decay. Is that correct?
In a sense, yes, that's true. But one of the bigger problems I actually have is that the CPT model actually relies on an extreme version of accelerated decay to move the continents. And so my position is, so what they're saying is you've got this crust underneath the continents or the ocean floor, doesn't matter. It's actually all of it. But what their model is suggesting is that through rapid accelerated decay, you're inducing a bunch of heat, and this heat, they're trying to use the heat as a feature, and I'm saying illegitimately, but they're trying to say that all this heat is actually what started the movement of the crust. And I'm saying that makes no sense whatsoever, because simply heating something up from underneath, all that really is going to do is lift it at most. And at worst, it could even cause some shrinkage. Some materials actually shrink under heat. Plastics do. I'm honestly not real sure about rock, but either way, if you've got any cavities or anything, you induce a bunch of heat. All you're going to do is cause those cavities to start sinking down. You're not going to move it laterally at all. You would never put something in a boiling. Let me clarify very specifically. You would never put anything in a hot body of liquid and expect it to move unless you had very strong thermal currents. But now you're literally asking to drag an entire continent for 2,000 miles or so like that, and that makes no good physics sense whatsoever.
All right. Thank you for answering my question, TRock. I appreciate it. And I will see you later, Donny. Actually, tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, we will see you in less than 24 hours, Brian. I'm looking forward to it, brother. I got some good stuff for you.
Me too. Awesome. See you then. All right. Thanks again, TRock. Bye.
Yes, sir.
God bless,
All right, Brian.
Thanks for joining. Okay, we've got our critics now for some peer review, or maybe some critics review. And so Jackson, Andrew, appreciate it. We're going to start with Jackson. Jackson, you were the second person backstage for the panel. So Jackson, how you doing? Secondly, I'm pumped for your geocentrism showdown next month on the 24th.
Oh yeah, me too.
Genesis. Thirdly, a little bit about yourself, and then what would you like to discuss on the topic?
I'm Jackson. I have a channel. I debunk all kinds of stuff. I've been doing a lot of like moon landing and like space denier type stuff recently. But the thing I want to really talk about first is the fusion event he mentioned as an explanation for higher elements on the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We've replaced one heat problem with probably a way bigger one, because for fusion to take place, there has to be a massive amount of pressure, and for that to be a massive amount of mass. First of all, there's not enough mass on Earth for fusion to even happen. But if there was, that would make the Earth a second star in the solar system for at least some time. And what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so no, that's a good question. It's definitely worth answering. So you're halfway correct on part of your assessment. So the thing with fusion, what makes it distinctly different than fission, we generally are going to say that it will take an extreme amount of heat and pressure to start the reaction. However, heavy elements above iron actually absorb energy. And so this is very much not a heat problem, if for no other reason than that. Everything above iron is going to absorb energy in order to create the element. So in that sense alone, fusion does make sense, but it's a little more than just fusion. Sam kind of talked about this a little bit. What is it that you're assuming as the starting conditions? You have to be assuming something to make some of the claims that you started with, particularly about having another star in the solar system. Not enough pressure how much is so the biblical position, and I think I probably a lot of people, a lot of creationists would agree with me on this, is that the earth was formed in water and out of water. And so Humphrey's particular model on this point is that the earth started out entirely as water. And what he says is, and he used this to create a prediction about magnetic fields, but what he says is the atoms in the water, the helium atoms in particular, or the hydrogen atoms were aligned a particular way. They have, when in their aligned state, they have a super weak magnetic field. And then what he's saying is they just kind of very suddenly got de-aligned. And what that did was take and collapse the magnetic field, and that would induce an electric current. So what I'm proposing, putting his ideas together with some modern physics in fusion, is that if you start with this ball of water, and I'm not at all, don't assume that that ball of water started out the same size as the earth today, because there's no way to know that. It could have been bigger for all we know. Not likely it was smaller, of course, but it could have been much bigger even. But if you have this big ball of water, you de-align it, induce an electric current through it, and the core especially is under the most pressure during this time. You generate a fusion reaction, but then it also rapidly cools itself, which is, in my estimation, why you see radio halos in granite, for example. They have to cool very quickly in order to capture the radio halo. Otherwise, they're kind of annealed out and just disappear by reason of being exposed to heat for too long of a period of time. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, with the amount of like heavy elements like iron and nickel in the planet, there are other ones too, but those are some of the most abundant ones. For fusion to account for that, you're going to have a lot of heat. There's really no way around this. I mean, I don't know. And for fusion, you do need a lot of mass. Like there are brown dwarf stars that aren't really truly stars in a sense, because they don't have enough mass for fusion to start. But they're still huge, massive bodies, way bigger than Jupiter, but not quite as massive as the sun. But the only reason the sun has fusion is because of its huge mass. So for the Earth to have had fusion, either it would have had to have been way, way, way more dense in the past, or it would have had to have had way more mass.
So, with all due respect, if you can't actually quantify the problem with physics and equations and known starting points, honestly, it's just kind of an empty claim. But let me say this though. More importantly to me is that I've said several times during my debates and my discussions that I've had on this channel that I don't invoke biblical miracles. I don't invoke miracles in general at all, unless the Bible warrants to do so. But the creation of the earth is absolutely warranted, because that's what the creation was. It's the Genesis chapter 1 account, and so we do have a omnipotent God creating the earth. And so again, you seem to be approaching it from purely naturalistic standpoint, but if you compare that to the standard model for planetary formation, you can't even get two rocks to stick together in the planet in the secular version. So I would unashamedly say Genesis chapter 1, for the creation of the earth, was absolutely a miraculous event. But to kind of tethering off of that, Russell Humphreys made a very good prediction using biblical information exactly like that to determine what the magnetic field strength should be of other bodies in our solar system.
Well, this is kind of another thing you said just now. I mean, about rocks not sticking together. There's literally an asteroid in our solar system. I forget the name of it now, but it's literally two asteroids that have kind of stuck together. It looks a little like two bowling balls stuck together. It looks a little like an hourglass. And there's really no explanation other than they stuck together. And they do stuff happens like this from gravity. Like
so no, I mean that's a great point. Are you done, or do you want me to go?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I mean that's a great point. But whenever I said you can't get two rocks to to stick together. So you've already granted a whole front-loaded bunch of assumptions to come to that conclusion that happened while the secular variation of origins is true. The problem you can't get, the reason you can't get two rocks to stick together is because if those rocks are the product of a supernova, all that debris does is flies further apart. That's all it does. And once it reaches another star to be captured in its gravitational influence, gravity doesn't do anything but accelerate them, and they're flying at an extremely fast rate. It's been said that they should be flying on the order of 1/3 to 2/3 the speed of light, but the meteors you described are here in our solar system. They're not moving anywhere near that fast. But as soon as they get captured in the or get influenced in any way by the sun's gravity to attempt to capture, all it really does is accelerates them. And really, that's the exact thing you do with a space shuttle to escape orbit, is you let the gravity slingshot you out of it. So you literally cannot get two rocks to stick together if you granted everything in the secular origin story all the way up to a supernova.
I mean, we see planetary disks today with planetesimals in the process of forming now. But with regards to supernova, I don't think they're moving. You said 2/3 the speed of light.
It's because of the escape velocity required for an object as massive as a star to explode. The escape velocity plus the explosion force you expect, and the exact velocity, of course, is a high it's very variable because it depends on the exact size of any supposed solid body that gets expelled during that process. So very large objects wouldn't travel as fast as very small objects, but in our meteor belt that we have in our solar system, the small and the large are a lot of them are moving at very similar speeds, which is kind of antithetical to an exploding supernova creating them.
Well, relative to the other particles in that expanding supernova, some of the particles would be moving about the same rate. So the gravity could interact between those, and it would just kind of go from there. You know, they're expanding out. So there are two particles next to each other. They're expanding out in nearly the same space. They're going to be moving kind of close to each other. They might be going, let's assume it's 2/3 the speed of light. I don't think that's right, but we'll just assume that's true. They're compared to each other. They might be moving just a little bit faster, a little bit slower, but they might capture each other from the mass.
I will say this, Jackson, and I do want you to finish your thoughts, and then we'll hand it to TRock. I do want us to shift, though, specifically to the ordering of the fossil record.
Right, as
we are having some excellent geology-based argumentation here. We've had some great discussion on the heat problem, but I know the audience really wants to hear a comprehensive back and forth on the ordering of the fossils within the rock strata in general. So Jackson, finish your thoughts quickly. TRock, we'll throw it back to you. And then once we give it to you again, Jackson, pick something specifically relating to the fossil record, and we'll go from there. All
right. Yeah, I'll let TRock answer that, and then I'll get back on topic.
So, Jackson, I would encourage you to do a little basic trig here. So when I was talking about escape velocities, but you can apply the concept of escape velocity to very small particles as well. So the point is, do a little bit of trig. If you have two particles that are even moving the exact same speed, their vectors are not identical. There's some angle of incident between the two that's going to describe their motion. And if that angle is anything except perfectly parallel, if you do the math on what a light year distance is, I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it's over a trillion miles. Whatever that little minuscule angle might be, and it will be something not perfectly parallel for the vast majority of the debris, do the trig and see how far apart they are and see what their own gravitational influence has on each other. The gravitational influence will be nil, and the distance that they are apart from each other, a trillion miles away, is going to be very significant. They don't have enough gravity to influence each other at all.
All right. Well, I'll get back on topic and just start with you mentioned me specifically, so about the shark teeth.
Okay.
So You seem to indicate that feeding frenzy during the flood was the cause of all the shark teeth being deposited. Is that right? Something like that?
I'm proposing it as a very plausible mechanism. Yes.
All right. Well, sharks shed teeth pretty consistently throughout their life, whether they're in a feeding frenzy or not. And I mean, by that logic, that sharks shed their teeth throughout their life, really there should be teeth in the pre-flood boundary of the ocean. Should there not be?
No, that's a very fair point. There should be. I think, and you probably know much more about this than I do, but I think there are actually hotbeds in the fossil record for more denser concentrations of shark teeth. Would you agree to that?
Well, the higher up you go, the more common sharks become. Well, not necessarily, but certain areas there were more species of sharks in other periods.
But what I'm describing is kind of the density, the total number per cubic meter of sediment, or something to that effect.
I'm not totally sure on that.
Okay, so good enough. But yeah, no, you are right. This is a point that has to be considered. Shark teeth before the flood began, sure. But do keep in mind though that it is springtime, and so my personal expectation, and I'm not a biologist, so again, an area you might know more than I do, but
well, I'm not a biologist, but I just like biology, so we're on the same.
But I would suppose sharks have kind of feeding trends similar to a lot of land animals, in that, for instance, bears, for example, hibernate during the winter and don't eat as much because they front load during the fall so that they don't have to. Do sharks do that? I don't really know the answer to that, but I would expect kind of two things in the background here. Because it's beginning spring, the sharks may be approaching the coastlines for the first time in perhaps months. They may be approaching coastlines a little more aggressively, looking for new feeding opportunities for the beginning of spring. But in addition to that, one of the key points that I really wanted to highlight about this whole discussion, because you're doing what I was talking about earlier, you're driving your interpretation strictly from the biology, and I'm not saying that's completely useless, but it has a very limited way in which you can deduce things, a very limited application for that. And so where I'm going with that is, when you say shark teeth and they begin at some level, I mean, literally point to a place, tell me okay, number one, what type of sediment is it in? If you can give a specific example. What type of sediment is it in? What's the elevation above sea level where it was found? What's its depth from the surface of the ground where it was found? And what are the other fossils in the area? You're getting a lot more analytic by asking those types of questions than simply saying, oh, shark teeth appeared. I don't know what the right answer is here. You can help me out here. But if shark teeth appeared first, where? In the Mesozoic? Is that right?
Yes. Well,
yeah.
No. Well, technically Paleozoic, yeah.
Late Paleozoic?
Late Paleozoic. Well,
okay.
The first true shark is in the Devonian, but there are some kind of shark-like teeth in the Silurian.
Okay, so take your example of the first true shark tooth in the Devonian. Where on the planet is that? Where was that one found?
They're all over, really, but there are some in Pennsylvania I'm aware of.
Okay, so what type of sediment were they in?
Sedimentary rock. I'm not sure of the exact type.
That's a little bit important here, though.
Yeah.
But what elevation? What state did you say it was in?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
The red. It's near Heiner, Pennsylvania. I know that.
So you're on the East Coast here. Generally lower elevations than the West Coast. So why would shark teeth appear there, but not in the Cambrian? That's kind of your question, right?
Or even the Precambrian, yeah.
So, interesting thing about being in the West Coast like that is that what I was describing is that the more inland areas and the higher elevations are by necessity fossilized last because of the amount of time it takes to get them into the water, basically. And so on the East Coast, when you finally start seeing deposits, just a little south of there, of course, is where the Ashley phosphate beds are. But what I'm getting at there is perhaps the reason you're seeing them there is because those sharks were literally following some of the victims of the flood shortly before they were deposited on land, as the continents, as the water level started dropping. To me, that just makes good sense.
Well, I guess you could say that, but the sharks tend to get more evolved, so to speak, as you go up the geologic column, or what we perceive as the geologic column. So, like I said, Silurian, you have shark-like teeth. Devonian, you have primitive shark teeth. Carboniferous, you have the sharks. Permian, you have a little more advanced sharks, and from there, it goes more and more modern like sharks. It just doesn't make sense to me that they would all order this way if they were all following the certain flood paths or whatever.
Well, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I just didn't know if you were done. But so why would they be in some order like that? Again, how do you define order? So when you say order, the reality is that word order, you're using it in a very subjective sense, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it is very, very subjective. You've got a particular idea of what order means. And when you say, for example, the Devonian is above the Precambrian or the Cambrian, when you say it's above, what do you mean by above? You're talking about in the same general sense, you're talking about this order, right? But here you've got Devonian at a much lower elevation than some of the other places on Earth that have much younger fossils by secular reckoning. So when you say order, you're literally aligning them that way by how old you think they are, but in a very different sense of the word order or above. They're below younger things if you're talking about elevation. And on top of that, I mean, I don't know the strata that you're talking about at all, but in so many places across the continent, you've got these unconformities and these gaps that I was talking about. What's underneath the Devonian in Pennsylvania there? Bottom, and one of the points to be made there is that, like, for instance, in the central U.S., there are very large sedimentary deposits that have no fossils in them. How do you know what age they are?
Well, I would say radiometric date. Well, you can't radiometrically date sedimentary rock, but igneous rock.
Yeah, that's it. So in other words, the only reference frame you have to assign an age is what's above or below them, and you have no idea what the true age really is because you're just kind of guessing by some other proxy.
All right. Well, I think Andrew wanted to jump in. I've taken up a lot of time. We can jump back in later.
Thank you, Jackson.
And stick around, Jackson, for sure. Because once Andrew and TRock go at it for a while, we'll let you get back in on it, plus anyone else who wants to join. But I'm screen sharing here. I'd be curious, before we bring it in for Andrew to discuss TRock and Jackson, maybe we could speak to, because Jackson, you were discussing the Devonian community and the Cambrian, so on and so forth. And so we would argue, I'm not sure it's exactly how TRock would argue, but based from what I've heard so far, I think it would be that a lot of what we're seeing here is burial by communities. So we have these pre-flood communities basically that are pulled up and thrust over the continents where they're deposited for us to find. But the ecosystems of the communities that they're originally from, they were transported from that location to where we find them. And so if you take this geologic column here and tip it horizontally, so rather than looking at it vertically, Jackson, put it on its side, okay, what you now see is basically community after community after community, right? You've got your Cambrian community, your Ordovician, your Devonian community. They're being buried at the same time, but the communities are existing in different places. So rather than you looking at it vertically, where you're seeing communities over time, the evolution of various communities over time, we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing communities living at the same time, but in different places. Does that make, if you actually, the last thing I'll say, if you actually look, I think it's interesting, because if you start at your Cambrian up to Pennsylvanian, Permian, then Jurassic, Cretaceous, you're seeing very shallow creatures, right? With trilobites and shellfish, things like that. Then you get up to more marine organisms like fish, sharks, so on and so forth. Then you get the mixture of terrestrial and marine organisms. And then eventually, when you get closer to your Cenozoic, okay, if we put the boundary, the flood boundary at the late Cenozoic, then you mainly only find terrestrial organisms. So from only marine to a mixture of marine and terrestrial organisms to only terrestrial organisms. And this is exactly what we would expect in a year-long flood. Go ahead, speak to that a little bit, gentlemen. TRock, of course, if you differ from anything I said there, feel free to speak to that as well. But we'll start with you, Jackson. What are your overall thoughts?
Well, the thing about them not being on top of each other, like in reality, sometimes they are. Like in the Williston Basin, they've done core samples of down into the Bakken Formation and past it. The Bakken Formation is Devonian. Below that, some Ordovician, Cambrian. They found Cambrian organisms, Ordovician organisms, Devonian organisms like conodonts, different species of trilobites, different species of gastropods that are native, so to speak, to one layer only, and they were found in that layer on top of each other. So I think that is suspicious in this model.
Well, because it's vertical ecological zonation. So yes, the way that they're buried, they'll appear in a vertical fashion. But we also have to consider horizontal ecological zonation as well. We're maybe in the same community or air, because if you're looking at different elevations, so maybe in the same elevation, you'd have different communities, let's say flowering plants, and then another kind of plant and animal life existing with it. But somewhere else on that elevation, they would both be picked up from the floodwaters, transported to different locations, okay, but buried in a way where you'd interpret it as being communities over time through evolution. But we're just saying, no, these are communities or ecosystems at the same time. They're just existing in different places. And that's where oftentimes the horizontal zonation might come into play. Jackson, any thoughts on that?
Well, like there was I can't remember the exact name of the trilobite that was found in the Ordovician of the Williston Basin, but it doesn't cross over with any of the trilobites of the Cambrian, and presumably they would have similar ecologic niches. And there were 25,000 some odd species of trilobites, and a lot of them don't cross over in the different time periods.
Are you saying that all the trilobites pre-flood would have to live at the exact same spot?
Not necessarily, but you would expect a lot of them to.
Okay, but not all of them?
Not all of them necessarily.
Okay. TRock, any thoughts on that, brother?
Oh, yeah. So, Donny, in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, pretty much I'm vying for things very similar to what you mentioned. And you brought up some really good points. One of them being, how big is the ecological zone? And so you have zone 1 that's some size, zone 2 is some size, and there's some amount of overlap. And then zone 2 has its larger area that doesn't overlap with zone 1, and then introduce zone 3. And zone 3 can have some overlap with zone 2, and then have some of its own significant area that doesn't overlap with zone 2, and so forth. So that's a really good point. How big are your zones? But Jackson, in order to kind of understand your critique there, basically what you described in Pennsylvania is very much in line with what I was saying, because when you've got it has to do with the continental movement. So what I'm saying is when you've got shallow sea here where the trilobites would normally live, and then and it's right up against the continent, and then the continent starts moving. Those are the first sediments that come up and literally denude and peel off the top layer of the continent that they're coming up on top of. They're strong, heavy, abrasive, and fast moving water, and so they get deposited first. Well, to get the shark teeth there, you've got to go further out into the ocean. But the further you go, the deeper you get. And so what I'm suggesting is you've got your shark teeth on top of your trilobites in just about every setting, because all of the trilobites are very close to the coast at the beginning of the flood, and none of the sharks actually get picked up until later on, whenever they have a reason to either be close to the continent for a feeding opportunity, or perhaps they're some of the dead ones that have died from the heat. It doesn't matter, but they're typically going to be further out at the beginning of the flood. And here's one of the important points that I didn't bring out. I was talking about animals and how they bed down during the rain. Well, aquatic life does the same thing. Whenever you have a heavy rain on a lake, what do the fish do? A lot of times they go deep and they go for cover. And so I personally would expect that sharks, being much like fish I would find in the lake in that regard, during the heavy rain portion, they're probably moving away from the shallow areas into the deeper areas. And then once the continent starts moving, they're not close enough yet. And they're not going to be until the rain stops. And a lot of the, as far as living sharks, they're not going to be until the rain stops, number one. And number two, they don't have too much ocean floor disturbance from seismic activity, preventing them from getting close to the shoreline. So I'm personally not surprised at all that sharks come later than trilobites do in just about every setting you find them.
Well, one more thing, and then I'll hand it over to Andrew. Like some species of sharks live in coral reefs, like the cat sharks, bamboo sharks, epaulette sharks, whatever. They're not gonna flee the coral reef for cover. They're gonna go into the coral reef. They're not gonna go out into the open ocean. And that's all I'll say about that for now. And you can respond to that and then hand it over to Andrew.
I'm okay. Andrew wants to go ahead. That's fine.
I do want to make sure one thing before we hand it to Andrew. Andrew, you're next. I just want to make sure that, Jackson, you understand what I'm saying about vertical ecological zonation, but also horizontal zonation.
Right.
Because, okay. Because Mike Order's done a lot of study on this. He's pointed out that, a lot of creationists, they focus on vertical ecological zonation, but may not focus enough on the fact that one side of the earth, we could have a unique ecosystem, right, with another unique ecosystem on another part of the earth that are both transported in different slots within the geological column. And a good example of this, I think two examples. One, I think you've specifically mentioned, flowering plants. We don't find flowering plants until the Cretaceous, if I'm not mistaken, Jackson.
Right.
And so they could have been deposited at the same time as the earlier plants, but in a different part of the earth. And so you would be assuming, I would say erroneously, that they're evolving later because of where they're found. But this is actually just horizontal deposition. Another example is diatoms. We don't see diatoms, I believe, until the late Mesozoic. But again, that could also be due to horizontal zonation. So I think when you consider both vertical and horizontal ecological zonation, now we can begin to explain a lot of the details, because we got the bigger picture, but now it's answering a lot of the details, and a lot of the details that people like you, Jackson, put forth, and I appreciate that, or people like Grayson, right, with plankton, with you with shark teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are the details within the bigger picture scheme of things that we're looking to address. So Jackson, feel free to have a final word on that one, and then boom, we're going to throw it over to Andrew.
No, it's all right. We'll get into more of it later, but I'll hand it over to Andrew.
Okay. Andrew, good to have you as always. A thing I appreciate about Andrew is he's well-rounded. We've had over the years discussions on all sorts of topics, whether it's genetic entropy, endogenous retroviruses, and now the
I guess
fossil
we have,
record
yeah.
in geology. So the jack of all trades. Andrew, how you doing today? A little bit about yourself, and what would you like to discuss?
Yeah, my name's Andrew. I'm a college student, currently studying or majoring in biology right now. Like you said, I'm interested in a lot of different topics: evolution, geology, astronomy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Is my audio coming in okay? I always like to make sure before I start ranting about something.
It's coming in really good, actually, Andrew.
Okay, that's good. So I did have some things I wanted to, or some points I want to make or clarify regarding TRock's specific the mechanisms in his model. But I think the first thing I want to talk about before we get into that, or maybe we can talk about that at a later day if need be, would be this issue that we're focusing on right now about the ordering of fossils and kind of just general stratigraphy concepts. So it seems like the model being proposed here is one of ecological zonation. Am I generally correct in that assessment for both you and TRock?
By and large, yes, that's what I'm in a general sense, yes, that's what I'm proposing.
Okay. So like, for example, with the I'm just gonna propose a few examples of maybe some what I would call inconsistencies in that larger picture that he was talking about, and maybe you can respond to some of those. For example, you talked about flowering plants, and those are generally found in the layers we would term Cretaceous. But
upper Cretaceous, right?
Yeah, I think upper's right about early Cretaceous. Some of them are mixed up, so it's called upper, but it's actually the later portion of that period. But anyways, it would be early Cretaceous, and then from there.
The late Cretaceous, I think, is what you would say.
Well, the earliest flowering plants are found in about strata we would call 140-ish million years old, so that's roughly early Cretaceous. Yeah,
okay.
Those are when the earliest were found. Some in China.
Okay, fair enough.
But anyways, the point I want to make was after the event we would call the KPG boundary, which is when above those layers, of course, we don't see any non-avian dinosaurs and fossils anymore. You actually see a spike in fern fossil deposition. So like you were talking about flowering plants, for example. So I guess my question is, why are these kind of transitions in the different plant communities that are around at that time? Because of course you start off with ferns and generally low-lying plants, and then you go to gymnosperms and flowering plants. But of course the gymnosperms and the ferns are still around today, and they're still found in upper layers as well. So, but what are your thoughts on that? Start with.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. The plants are interesting to me for a couple of reasons, but I kind of mentioned this during the presentation that the obvious thing about plants is that they float. So should they appear later than the Cambrian? Absolutely. They should basically, the spike should occur quite possibly during it's either going to be the late inundation phase or the early recession phase. And so I would absolutely expect to see what you literally would call a spike, where you're going kind of like from 0 to 90, so to speak, in a relatively short time in terms of how you see fossils appearing in different places, but it's because they float.
Well, what I'm talking about specifically is in the lower layers, you already find, like I said, these low-lying fern type fossils, and then they're kind of just on the sideline for a lot of the Mesozoic era layers. But then at the end of, like I said, at the KPG boundary, after what we would call an asteroid impact, and kind of the general slate swept clean, so to speak, then you see a rise in fern activity, and of course, it's no longer covered by ferns everywhere nowadays, but like you have those kinds of shifts in the plant communities over time. It's not a gradual progression from one to another. Like it's not the ferns are there, and then you don't find ferns anywhere in the upper layers. You do find them in the upper layers. So that's the point I'm trying
Andrew,
to make.
can you show us on, so I'm not sure if you can see my screen, but here's the conventional geologic column. So it might help the audience to have a visual of the argument you're making. So you're saying we find flowering plants popping up basically in the Cretaceous, but we find ferns,
early Cretaceous, between the Jurassic Cretaceous boundary, roughly.
So right in here we see flowering plants pop up, and then ferns where?
And so what I'm saying is we find early fern fossils like in the Devonian Carboniferous all the way down there, but they're mostly to the sideline. They're not the dominant plant flora. But then after this supposed extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous, you see a spike in the amount of fern fossils that you find, generally because ferns are pretty good at recuperating from major environmental changes, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. I think the visual helps. TRock, if you wanted to speak to that, feel free.
Thank you for bringing that up.
So no, that's good information. I gotta ask though, and this is kind of the overarching point that I've been trying to kind of drive without directly saying it, is that those ferns didn't live where you found them. They lived somewhere else, and they got transported to that place. And I think that's intuitively obvious. The first question you ask is what I asked Jackson. What kind of sedimentation are those early fern fossils found in?
I would assume mostly probably fluvial, deltaic environments type sediments.
I mean, no offense, but I mean, you got to be specific and know, because the next question might be that I didn't actually ask Jackson. Let's just grant, for the sake of argument, that it is some kind of fluvial environment. What mechanism are you proposing put them there?
I mean, like you mentioned, erosion from the mountaintops. You have basins next to the mountains. Sediments are going to start accumulating in that what's called accommodation space, and river channels are one type of, or you can have river channels cutting through those basins and filling in with sediments. And of course, lots of plants grow next to there too. So that's not too inconsistent.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you, what you're saying is perhaps a river transport system put them there from a higher elevation to a lower elevation?
Well, I mean, we see that today, like rivers coming off from the mountains and gradually taking sediments out to the ocean. So
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking, is that what you're suggesting, is a river transport from a higher elevation?
I would think so, based on the limited information I have.
So one of the questions you can't help but have to ask, because we are talking about a global flood, I mean, basically the entire fossil record is a global phenomenon, no matter what viewpoint you take. But you got to ask, when you say fluvial, are you basically guaranteeing me that there are no marine sediments with these fern fossils?
Generally, yes. That's what fluvial means, river deposited sediments.
I mean, I know what fluvial means. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are you saying as a blanket rule that ferns are not found with marine sediment?
No, because they don't live in marine environments, so I wouldn't expect that.
And I apologize, you're not really answering the question. I know you don't expect them to be. It's just that dinosaurs don't live. Dinosaurs don't live in limestone either. They don't live in limestone's a marine sediment. They don't live there, but that's where they're found.
Well, not all of them.
And so
You do find a lot of dinosaur fossils in fluvial and deltaic type sediments. That's generally where you find them.
Sure. Well, I don't know. I would say it exactly like that, but yeah, I understand they can be found in what's called fluvial. But why are they called fluvial? And I kind of know the answer to this because there's a creationist that does some absolutely fabulous work on out west, and his name is Art Chadwick. Are you familiar with him?
Say the name again.
Art Chadwick.
Chadwick. I don't think I'm familiar with that name.
So the point is, what he does out west, he's got access to a private ranch, and he's doing some very high end research, and he's a creationist. But what he's doing is 3D precision GPS mapping of bones in bone beds, and so
Okay.
what I understand that he's found a lot of is what you would call mud flows. And so if you look at a mud flow, you would probably call it a fluvial environment. But when you're looking at mud flows, this is one of the points that I was making earlier. During the recessive stage of the flood, you should start seeing some level of rework. And again, it's unfortunate because the secular community can throw the idea of rework at anything they think is out of place. But if we assume for the sake of argument that rework has happened, this is exactly one of those foggy areas where it can be very difficult. You can't just look at it and say, oh, it's a mud flow, therefore it's fluvial. You're going to have to follow where that rework came from to really know its origin. But in all cases, that's still not where that fossil lived. It lived somewhere else.
Well, I will say you generally can tell when reworking has occurred because the mineral structure you find in rework sediments, it differs in different locations, obviously, depending on where the sediments came from. So you generally can tell when they've been reworked into newer sediments. But
yeah, no, I
that's
agreed with that. I was agreeing with that general idea. That's essentially what I was saying. That's what mud is. Mud is a more generic dirty form that you get fine particulates and mixture from a variety of environments. A lot of clays tend to be in mud, but nonetheless,
yeah,
I'm essentially consenting to what you're saying. I'm just pointing out that the fact that you found them. And let me highlight this other very important point. It can't be ignored. I'm saying that's not where they lived. They lived somewhere else. Well, they died somewhere besides where they normally lived as well. So it's a compound trail that you have to follow in order to know where that fern actually existed in its green, quote unquote, living.
If I may ask, what exactly are you using for evidence that it died somewhere that didn't originally live? Because you're saying,
well, I mean,
it's reworked.
I mean, well, I'll let me be clear, because you are talking about ferns. The example I gave is the foundation for the logic and the physical evidence both. But and so I can't speak to the fern example you're giving because we don't even have an actual example to look at. As far as I know, you may be looking at fossil imprints, not actual bodily remains of the fern. But dinosaurs and disarticulation tells you that they did not live there. They did not die there. They lived and died completely different location, and you know that by their disarticulation.
Well, they can become disarticulated. Like you see the famous neck turned back posture as the ligaments decay and the bones disarticulate that way. So that can happen by other means than just them being transported in a mass flow somewhere else.
Sure. It's worth noting, though, that extreme disarticulation is the norm. Mild disarticulation is less common, and very low disarticulation is the least common.
When you say disarticulation here, what do you mean exactly? Do you mean just the bones are scattered altogether, or that they show weathering patterns? Because we actually do find lots of bones that they were clearly experienced weathering at the surface. But like, what do you mean by that exactly? Just
I mean,
so we're on the same page.
Disarticulation, and I'm pretty sure I'm not using it any different than mainstream sources would use it, but it literally just refers to being in a different orientation than when the organism was alive. And it doesn't disarticulation doesn't reflect anything directly about weathering patterns.
Well, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying we do find some bone remains, for example, that do show weathering patterns, like the
Sure.
dinosaur fossil monument or national monument.
And-
I think you find a
And
few
quick
there.
question. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Isn't that what happens in flooding situations with these giant floods? They pick up heavy objects, all kinds of objects, and they transport them from one place to another. And so
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
we find, T-Rock, go ahead.
I was just gonna real quick. I was just gonna say, how do you distinguish the difference between transport, quote unquote, weathering or transport damage and abrasion versus stationary weathering? How do you differentiate between the two?
Well, I would assume as you're experiencing the mass flow, you're probably picking up lots of pebbles and larger grain sizes. So that would probably cause a different pattern of abrasion, like you said, than just rain and wind affecting the bones at the surface.
No, that's a fair comment. Wind is probably easily discernible in many cases, but I mean, let's not make the mistake of a hasty generalization, because the distance and the energy that something is transported and causes abrasion and weathering can widely vary. That's a given.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So you can't just throw that in and say, okay, therefore only one rule applies.
And I wanted to address this question here from Gutsa Gibbon. Good question. She says, what about in situ root systems, right? Because we're pointing out that a lot of these communities were transported from one location to another, and where we find them buried is where they were transported. But I've heard from at least one geology expert that they've seen many of these examples, and upon close examination, they're not roots at all. They're based on inference through something called paleosols, but also that they could just be root flares and not root systems in fossil tree stumps. And so with a question like this, we would need images, we would need to see documentation in terms of what we're looking at with the claim that these are in situ root systems. So those are my thoughts on it. T-Rock, feel free to provide your thoughts. And then Andrew, go ahead with a rebuttal or an additional thought.
Yeah, great question, Gets It Gibbon. It really is a good question, because I think the secularists way overstate their case, and I'll tell you why. It literally doesn't matter if you examine a root system like that and you find what you would be looking for potentially, and it's a logical error, and I'll explain why. But what you might be looking for is the very fine roots. So in a tree root system, it's what somebody like Dr. Jason Lyle would call a fractal type of pattern. What that means is you have large roots, and then off the large root comes a smaller root, and off that smaller root comes yet another one, and they keep doing that down to very fine hairs. So the secular geologists are probably looking for those very fine hairs to say this is in situ. And it's a logical error, and I'll tell you why. That in and of itself cannot be diagnostic of whether that grew there, because if you, and I've done this a number of times this year alone. I went to the Diamond State Park in Arkansas, and I was just walking through one of their trails, and I saw a full tree that had been laid over by storm or something like that. But anyway, when it fell over, what happens is the root system as a whole literally pulls up a huge chunk of the ground with it. And guess what's still attached to it? All the little fine roots. And in this particular example that I'm talking about, you can walk up and you can do this anywhere, but you can just walk up and you can look at all these little tiny fine roots, but the whole thing's been pulled up out of the ground. So they can't be diagnostic. You can pull them up that way, transport them a million miles if you wanted to, not literally, but you could transport them a very long ways and those little roots can still be attached to them. So it can't be a diagnostic by itself. You have to have something much better than that. And so what you would really do is look at the soil above and the soil below, look for those planation surfaces that we know are so common, and look at the extent. Here's the key. Here's a really important key. One of them is what's the extent of the organic soil. If the organic soil doesn't have a broad extent to it, that's pretty indicative that those trees, no matter how many they are, didn't actually grow there. So question, whole forest in a global flood, yeah, whole forest get uprooted because it's a global flood. I mean, how many cubic meters of water do you want to suppose a tsunami can push over the land at any given time? They knock entire buildings down if the velocity is high enough. Absolutely, you can rip an entire forest up simultaneously. I would suppose.
If I may, I think what Gutsick is saying here is that we're finding in place stumps in these forest like groves, like one kind of you can imagine it. The roots are found in the Paleosoil layer, and then there's some sediments kind of filling in the stump space around it. And then there's another Paleosoil layer above it. Like the whole tree there isn't preserved; it's just part of the stump. And there's another Paleosoil layer, and the roots growing in that. So you kind of have these forests growing on top of each other, so to speak. So the roots are found with the stumps in that case.
Now, would you say? I want to ask a question, Andrew. Would this be an exception to the rule, where we actually find forests or different kinds of plants in situ rather than what seems to be the norm, because this is what floods do? They pick up heavy objects and they transport them to another location. And so I don't know why the flood model can't have both, where you have some in situ examples, but then a lot of examples of transportation where an entire community is picked up and transported somewhere else. Andrew, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, like it's not like we don't know what floods do, so to speak. They kind of have a distinctive sedimentation pattern for starters. They when like a flash flood suddenly stops depositing sediment and loses energy pretty quickly, you find graded bedding. So the coarser sediment at the bottom and the finer sediment on top. Kind of similar to what you would expect from hydrologic sorting. Sorry, can you repeat your question one more time? Because I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're arguing exactly.
I guess my basic question is, and then TRock, feel free to answer too. According to the global flood model, I don't see why we can't have some examples of in situ, but then many more examples. Maybe that's the exception to the rule, but the rule is transportation of plants, of animals, of communities.
Well, if I may, I thought the big point in the creationist community was these polystrate like tree fossils in between many layers. So they're not rare, so to speak. You do find these forest type environments in a lot of different layers. Like we know forests existed at many different times in geologic history.
I'm saying, okay, TRock, let's hand it to you. What are your thoughts, brother?
So, Andrew, I think so. What you're describing, you've got forest group of trees with their root systems intact, and then you get some sediment on top of that from a local flood, is what you're saying, right? And then later you get another forest system on top of that, so that you're kind of creating a sandwich or a layering. Is that accurate in what you're saying?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Okay. So understood. Spirit Lake. go look at the work that Steve Austin has done on Spirit Lake. And this exact pattern is available on display in Spirit Lake. It's a flood pattern, and it all happened together. And so what's happened is when you get the trees washed out and they get out into the water, the heavy root system drags them down to the bottom. But the sedimentary flow is not done either, so you get sediments washed in with it, and then more waves of trees come in on top of it. In a global flood, you absolutely can have smaller scale versions, smaller meaning relative to the size of the earth or the continent or whatever. You're going to have some scaled patterns like that. That's not at all contradictory to the.
I'm going to have to look into that.
Flood model.
You said Spirit Lake?
Spirit Lake, yes.
Okay, I'm going to have to look at that example in more detail because I'm, let's just say, a little bit skeptical of the way you're describing it, but I'll have to look into it a bit more. I guess if you want, I can move on to another point related to this ecological zonation argument. I don't know if Gutsy was coming in later to talk about the trees, but I'll move on from here.
Well, before you do, Andrew,
actually, we may not have got Gutsy Gibbon just yet, but we did get another famous evolutionist, I guess we could say. So yes, give him a cheer, Dr. Joel Duff. So I told Joel in the chat that Sam wanted to say hi. Sam was a big fan of you after the last open mic, thought you were a very professional, respectful gentleman. And so we'll have some more discussions with, and that's rare for Sam to, so Joel, good to have you. Sam, go ahead. Yeah. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, of course, your position needs a little correction, but other than that, it was pleasant.
A pleasant interaction. So Joel, good to have you. We'll keep you on the panel now. I know Andrew wanted to bring up a second point, and then we'll get you involved as well, Joel. So Andrew, go ahead.
I know Jackson said he wanted to make a brief comment.
Oh yeah, it was about plants in the fossil record. I just want to show this real quick. It'll take 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this is a Calamites fossil. We got about 100 of these I found in a hillside. Oh, here we go. Calamites. So I got about 100 of those out in the garage. You find those Carboniferous era, and I found one other species of Carboniferous plant in that same formation. And you would think there would be some other plants mixed in with those, and there just aren't. There are hundreds of these Calamites. Some of them are in good shape. This is just a fragment, but some of them are pretty big, like they haven't been transported far. If they had, they've been broken up, everything else. But that's just the point I wanted to make really briefly. So,
Jackson, appreciate it. Andrew, yes, let's go to your second point. We'll engage that for a bit, and then I'm sure Joel has some thoughts on the topic, and so we'll hand it to him. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure something will slip my mind at some point, so feel free to comment, Dr. Duff, if let's see. I guess we were talking about plants for the most part, so let's just move on to more animal fossils. Are you familiar with brachiopods, TRock? What those are? Kind of
very vaguely. You can kind of describe them for me real quick.
Yeah, so roughly they're kind of like clams. The shell structure is a little different in terms of the symmetry versus asymmetry. That's why clams are part of the group bivalves, because the two halves are symmetrical, whereas brachiopods are not. But basically, they're usually roughly the same size as each other, kind of similar ecological lifestyle and environment. However, you tend to find brachiopod fossils in the lower layers, what we would call Paleozoic. Now, of course, there are some brachiopods alive today, and more of these bivalve fossils in some of those lower layers, but also in the upper layers as well. So this is kind of the other point I want to make, that this general scheme of going from marine to coastal to swampy to fully terrestrial environments in terms of that kind of zonation doesn't really work, because you find like corals and clams and, like I said, some of these brachiopod fossils in both the lower layers and the upper layers. Now, obviously, they're not the same species as each other, but those groups have existed for long periods of time. They're not just found in one era or
If
another.
if I could give my brief thoughts, and then we'll throw it to you, TRock, because isn't that essentially what we're saying in terms of the vertical and also horizontal ecological zonation position? Because as you just iterated, Andrew, and I appreciate it, you find your first appearance of these invertebrates, these brachiopods, you were saying in the Paleozoic, right? But you also find them in your higher layers as well, mixed with terrestrial organisms. Is that more or less what you said?
Well, not like mixed in the same exact sediments. Like you don't typically find dinosaur fossil next to a clam fossil, for example, because they lived in different environments. But
right,
they're found the same age type layers, based on
so I guess
the geologic column.
Yeah, so I would say that based on what I was saying earlier, that we find these pre-flood communities or ecosystems, they're essentially pulled up during the worldwide flood and thrust over the continents where they are deposited for us to dig them up. And so we see a shift from only marine organisms to marine and terrestrial organisms. So I don't find it surprising to see what you're saying in terms of the distribution of these brachiopods, and then primarily terrestrial, as basically the flood moves up higher and higher to where we.
Well, that's also why I was trying to make that kind of morphological distinction between brachiopods and bivalves, because, like I said, they have a similar ecological lifestyle. They're generally filter feeders. They live in the mud, substrate, or at the bottom of the seafloor, that kind of thing.
Right.
So I'm asking, why are they found throughout the geologic column, essentially, in these the upper layers shown in this diagram, and yet they're also separated. Like I said, you generally find brachiopods in certain layers and bivalves in other different layers. They're common in different layers compared to one another. So why would that be the case if they live in marine environments?
Okay, I appreciate the question, Andrew. Yeah, TRock, we'll throw it to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. It's totally legitimate. Here's what. Let me clarify something real quick about the whole comment about dinosaur fossils and limestone. I'm reading from Columbia.edu. Dinosaurs are not often found in limestone because they are terrestrial creatures. So they're obviously, this anyway. But it says, but when they are often very well preserved. So they are found in limestone. But what you're describing, in a sense, is kind of like, I think what you're trying to describe is a sense of speciation over time. And so what I'm going to say is there's a couple things, but in the model that I'm proposing, and we actually share part of this in common with the mainstream view. The continent on North America, for example, is always my reference frame, or usually. It had somewhere on the order of 2,000-mile journey. So are you picking up clams in one place and then a couple hundred miles later picking up brachiopods, or even a different species of clam or a different species of brachiopod? Okay. With that much distance between them, why wouldn't you have different communities with different morphological features?
I guess at that point I would ask, why do they have those different? I guess it seems. Sorry, go ahead.
It's obvious though why they would have what you would call speciation differences, because just for the same reason that rabbits that live up north tend to be different colors than the ones that live in the south, and rabbits that live in some environments are bigger than like rabbits that live in others. Lions are among the biggest cats on the planet, and they're much bigger than the cats in North America today. That's what speciation does. It's simultaneous. The fact that they're different doesn't say anything about
look at
chronological distance between them.
Or just take a fox today. I mean, you've got a group called fox, but yet depending on where they live, depending on the environment, the location on the planet that they exist in, you got red fox, Arctic fox, silver fox, gray fox. And so they're all very similar, but there is variation. And so should we not expect variation in the various communities that were buried during the flood?
And let me point out too, though, they're different communities, and the reason we call them different species is because they don't interbreed with each other. And one key reason why they wouldn't interbreed with each other is because they live too far apart.
Good point. Andrew, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess at this point I would bring up the phylogenetic patterns that we see over what we would call the vertical time here, because let's just I don't know if these are the actual layers that they're found in, but let's just say Devonian type strata. You find brachiopods more similar to each other within those nearby strata vertically than strata that are, say, Cretaceous. So what I'm just saying it's
because that would be a specific. Is that not a very specific community of brachiopods, a Devonian community of brachiopods that were basically buried in a different location than another higher level, I guess, according to the geological
so
strata?
Are you saying there's there's at some point a community where there's more bivalves than brachiopods, like one kind of outcompetes the other? Because that's what seems to be the like, not just bivalves and brachiopods obviously, but between different groups that live in similar environments, and yet one kind of transitions, or not like evolves into the other, but transitions into the other in terms of how common these fossils are in different layers. So that it just seems like a really large coincidence that would match this kind of evolutionary type pattern if it was just kind of a laid out speciation from here to here to here to here, etc. Like that seems a little coincidental to me.
Well, let me say why it's not coincidental. It's not the conundrum to the flood model that you think it is. And it kind of points to what I've been saying all along, is you have a very and it's okay to some extent, but it has limited use. You have a very subjective idea of what above or below means, because if you find any given fossil in the West and you find the exact same morphology in the east of the US, they're almost, it's pretty much a given. They're at two completely different elevations. Is your model suggesting that they lived at different times and we're just seeing stasis? I mean, because when you take away your subjective version of what's vertical or above something else, the flood, because it is an episodic kind of catastrophe, you're literally piling vertically in a lot of places, but you're also depositing in lowland places too. And per Donnie's point, I don't think you can overstate this. You're piling them vertically. They live in a vertical distribution, but you're also collecting them in a horizontal, and they live in a horizontal distribution.
I have a comment about that real quick.
To me, there's no wonder whatsoever that you have a species operating as its own, population here, and then a very similar species operating over here, and one ends up on top of the other. Because in the fossil record, had those been the other way around, all you would have said is they just evolved that way instead.
Right.
And
because
so in other words, there's a high degree of circular reasoning behind that. if you really slow down and think about how you deduced why you think it evolved that way.
Right. One community living in this particular location, I'd expect morphologically to be more similar to each other than another group of the same organism, say a specific invertebrate like brachiopods that are living in a different area. Environment dictates morphology, and so they're based a lot on their environment are going to be more similar to themselves. And we know
that's what I'm
during a
saying, though.
marine,
They're all living in the same general environment, so that shouldn't really be the case here.
I
well,
think that's a bit of a hasty generalization.
yeah. And I was going to say during a marine transgression, communities that are living side by side, so this case, brachiopods, will be by definition stacked vertically. But the variation in morphology is not surprising. It's not like the pre-flood world had one uniform environment and then one uniform morphology. No, we'd expect variation in those species. You could go ahead.
Let me put a little finer point on that, because it's like I said, you can't overstate that idea. But in the beginning of the flood, when the supercontinent's all together, and then the western half starts to separate, what is the temperature like, for example? And you could do this on any number of characteristics of the environment, but what's the temperature like up close to the coastline there in its original position? And then what's the ocean temperature like, 500 miles further, and then 1,000 miles further, and so on and so forth? You're literally going across environmental transition zones. So there's nothing surprising whatsoever that you see some sense of different communities with different morphological features.
Okay, I'm a little, just to clarify, are you saying these different environments are created by the continental movement, or are you saying they're existing already before the continents start moving?
I'm saying, for the sake of producing any given living organism, they had to pre-exist the flood.
Right, but that's not what I'm asking, though. I'm saying before the continents start moving, you're saying at these different amounts of kilometers from the coastline, that are there different environmental conditions before the continents start moving, or do the continents moving across those zones create those conditions?
That's exactly what I answered. That's exactly what I answered. Those environmental zones have to already exist, and the moving continent is just intersecting them and picking them up.
I have a fossil to show again real quick to illustrate the horizontal zonation argument.
Sure.
Now, to be an index fossil, it has to be distributed globally and in one layer. That's the definition of an index fossil.
Very widespread.
This is one, pretty much, right. This is Venericardia planacosta. I found this in eastern Arkansas in Eocene strata. These are found across the globe. So why would that be? They're across the globe, only in the Eocene.
What age is the Eocene, real quick?
It's above the Cretaceous.
So it's above somewhere on the order of 35 to 55 million years, maybe.
It's within the Cenozoic.
So again, when you talk about this global distribution, what I want to see, and I'm serious when I say this. I mean, I'm not just trying to deflect, but I'm serious, because this type of information, to do a thorough analysis, to me is kind of hard to come by. But what I want to see in your global distribution, that you say it's always this Eocene strata that they're in, show me a table of every instance that particular fossil is found that tells me its position above or below sea level, its position from ground level, the type of sediment it's found in, what other types of fossils are in its environment. You can't, what I'm getting at is, if you don't already have huge amounts of characteristic data like this, you're almost certainly can't make a global claim or an accurate analysis of why, and you can't put a mechanism together for how it got there. So if I ask you, okay, let's assume for the sake of argument you're correct. Tell me how any one of those formations actually formed.
Well, it was an ocean environment. There are fossil oysters, clams, crinoids that I've found there. There even been some Basilosaurus fossils found in that area. That's what I was really looking for, but I doubt I'll ever find that.
So they're marine fossils.
Marine fossil, yeah.
On land.
It's land now, yeah.
And it's and would you, I mean, being as intellectually honest as you can, would you say that marine fossils on land is consistent with the global flood?
I think it's consistent with it once being an ocean.
On land.
That's the whole thing about plate tectonics. Is things
Well, wouldn't it fit what we were saying earlier, that you have these communities, these organisms, because you're saying there's Basilosaurus, these various clams, various types of fish, all found on land, on the continents. And so that's what happens during the flood, is these pre-flood communities are basically thrust over the continent where we find them today.
Right,
on land that you're saying
you're telling me Venericardia planicosta, this clam, was thrown over the entire globe in the same layer?
So you're saying
I can't overstate where I started. We are, to be fair to Jackson, we are talking about the order, and so what I'm doing is giving a general overview for a general pattern. But I'm telling you very plainly, in both my model and yours, the requirements don't go away because you're an evolutionist and you get to throw time at it instead. The true analytical requirements don't go away for you because you threw time at it. You're going to have to nail down a specific environment and its characteristics, and then give a mechanism for how you think it got there. And so the only mechanism I've actually heard you mention so far is plate tectonics, and we can certainly talk about that. But that is one mechanism I would absolutely say cannot explain anything on the Earth today, as far as a deep time goes, and it has to do with erosion rates. And so I apologize. I'll try and give you plenty of time to respond here. But one of the reasons I know that deep time and plate tectonics do not go together is because this is one of those things that you can actually do some sense of a scale model, sort of. And so what you're implying is that this ocean environment was below continents, some continental mass in the past, and it slowly came up. Or you have to throw some catastrophism at it to avoid some of the obvious conflicts. But if you say it came up slowly, the really big problem you're going to have in a testable model is that if the sediments were soft when they came up and they were moving slowly, the ocean just obliterates them. If the sediments were hard, now you've got two other problems that you have to explain. One of them is, how did all those sediments get rock solid in the ocean while they were in a watery environment? And the other problem you have is that even solid rock, when it gets up close to the ocean, it still suffers from erosion. But on top of that, the specific types of erosion, besides mechanical kinetic energy impact of the water, you've also got freeze-thaw cycles. And when you're very close to the ocean, you can have a considerable number of freeze-thaw cycles. And so if this hard rock is slowly coming up through plate tectonics, what you expect freeze-thaw cycles to do is just start tearing it apart in random and just fracturing and breaking pieces off all over the place.
How does freeze-thaw weathering occur under the ocean? Just curious.
That's not what I said, so I'm not sure. What I said was as it's breaking above sea level.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. Andrew, hold that thought, because Dr. Duff said he has school in the morning. And so let's hand it to him. And then once we're done with Dr. Joel Duff, we'll bring it back to Andrew and Jackson. Of course, we've got Jungle Jargon here as well. And we'll have a bit more of a free-for-all. This has been an excellent discussion so far. Anyways, Joel, how you doing tonight? And what would you like to chat about?
I'm doing all right, except that I'm old, and so this is getting really late for me. So But I may be old, but I plant biology is my thing. All right. So we were talking plants before, and we were talking about stratification, order of the fossil record, and so forth. And several examples were given. And I just wanted to provide one example because I think it gives it a really nice thought exercise, and I think it's an interesting challenge to the creationist model. And that, as I mentioned in the chat, it's called the Permian Pompeii, and that is a site in China. It's where there's a giant strip mine. There's a lot of strip mines in China, but there's huge strip coal mine there. And in this coal mine, which is just at the surface, there is a layer of about 2 meters thick of coal. So it's like 6 feet of coal, just jet black coal. Below that, there is a white rock, right? And this spans many, many square miles. And that white rock is volcanic ash, right? It's like pure volcanic ash. So there's like a bed of volcanic ash, and then there's a layer of coal. And then, most interestingly, on top of that coal layer, there is a nearly 1 meter thick layer of volcanic ash. And embedded in that volcanic ash, there is an entire forest. And that it's called the Permian Pompeii because it's like a huge ash fall fell on a forest, and it just preserved the entire forest, like in place. And what they did was they brought students out there with their iPads. They took jackhammers, and they had scraped off the coal on top because there's another layer of two meters of coal on top of this. So there's like 2 meters of coal, layer of ash, 2 meters of coal, and they jackhammered several acres of this meter thick layer of ash, broke it up, and then they recorded by GPS the position of every single tree. What they have is the lycopod trees that fell down because of the weight of the ash. They can measure the length of the trees. They have the branches. They have the roots. They've got it all. And they've drawn out a map of the actual forest. And you can tell you, like, there was a lycopod here. It was 45 feet tall. There was a lycopod 10 feet over here, and it was this height. There was a fern, a giant fern tree over here. There was a whole bed of ferns here. And they basically reconstructed like the entire forest. And then there's dragonflies in there. If you go look up the fossils, they're incredible. The detail is amazing because when you're smashed
over
into
most of the
ash,
plants, you're saying they were relatively short tree ferns. Most of the plants there.
Now they're like 15, 20 feet tall.
Okay.
And some of the lycopods are like 50 feet tall. I mean, this is pretty substantial forest. But they're not in height. They've fallen down, right? The trees have fallen down. Right. But they have the stumps of them. They actually have the broken. Some cases they have the stump, and then you can see where it's broken down, and it's like lying down in the ash. And so they have so you get a lot of detail. Now the interesting thing about the detail is that it's a certain set of trees. There's like 30 different species of things there that they've identified. They're all lycopods and ferns or fern allied type organisms. Lycopods are they're not exactly gymnosperms, which are like pine trees. And in that entire forest, so they have, hundreds of thousands of collections. And in that entire thing, there's not a single flowering plant, right? Today we have 300,000 flowering plants, not a single flowering plant they found. They can look at through the microscope, and there are millions of fern spores and other spores from the other types of trees there, extinct trees. There's not a single pollen grain from any flowering plant. Now, the thing about flowering plants is you can't go anywhere on the face of the earth today without having pollen contaminate something. You can go to the North Pole, there's going to be pollen there. So it's really rather amazing, right, that there isn't a single pollen grain that has been found in this particular location.
Wouldn't that be a problem on your model? Because why wouldn't there be pollen if it is, as you say, just contaminates everything? And if on this uniformity idea of these processes happening, I mean, it seems like that wouldn't be a problem for a catastrophe.
Fair question. But here, the thing is, this site is considered to be 300 million years old. We were just talking earlier about where's the first flowering plant show up in the geological column? Cretaceous. It shows up in the Jurassic. This is in the Permian, much before that. So in the evolutionary model, there simply aren't any flowering plants, right? I mean, The whole world is entirely encapsulated and covered by lycophytes and ferns. which we can, but this same exact forest with the same types of species can be found on the other side of the earth in the same layers of rock, the same aged rock. And there's no pollen either. And so it speaks to a world in which there doesn't seem to be any pollen found because there isn't any pollen present. Because you're right, it should contaminate it. All right, it should be there if there were flowering plants there.
Well,
but the bigger problem is the ash.
Well, and Joel, I want to jump in because I feel like there's a lot of points on the table, and I appreciate this. But
well,
like
you
Michael
got to
J. Orr,
build the whole story in order to see all the elements.
Have you read what Dr. Brian Thomas says on the matter?
Absolutely, yes, because he's responded to me directly of the data that I presented in my presentation in order to believe that. It has not been transported because it's in pure volcanic ash. You don't transport something in an ash layer.
What if it was originally a floating forest?
If it was a floating forest, okay, you still have the pollen problem. You still have the fact that you've preserved everything and you only have a subset of the type of organisms that are alive today present there. It is rooted in the material because the roots go down into and touch the top layer of coal beneath. And honestly, what do you have below it? You have 6 feet of coal. Now, the coal is from a swamp, right, that was present in this valley. And the other thing is, if you look at the shape of the geological structure there, what you have is a flat area there that then curves up to the mountains where the volcanoes are. And so you end up with it being very thick in the center of the valley, and then it thins out toward the edges. The volcanic ash layer is about the same all the way across, but the coal layer below is thicker in the middle and thinner on the edges. Right? Then you have ash, then you have coal again, then you have another layer of ash with another forest in it. So now what you have is you have several forests on top of each other. It's pretty easy to explain. As being in a valley, you have a swamp, it builds up organic material, then you have a huge volcano go off. There are volcanoes in the area. It dumps the ash on it, covers all the trees, kills them, preserves them beautifully. Then you have a swampy layer develop on top of the ash. More plants grow, you get organic layers, that's coal again. You have another volcanic explosion and it happens again. And I'll just say one other thing. Within the 6 feet of coal, there are thin layers of ash that didn't destroy the forest. But you see these thin layers of ash, which represent separate volcanic explosions. And these are almost pure layers of ash. You know, if you have a worldwide flood, sorting out ash, little pieces of volcanic glass into 0.5 millimeter or 1 millimeter thick layers that expand over acres of period of space between organic layers, that's pretty remarkable.
Didn't you say all the trees were laying down?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be possible that these were rapid succession of a catastrophe, certain events where the forest gets knocked down because of something specific to that region, and then immediately buried with ash, and that's why you wouldn't expect to find any spores in that, and then this process is repeated. If the trees are upright, that might be one thing, but if they're all laid down, it seems like something could have just, blown through there really quick. But and I'd like for you to respond to that. But it seems like when there's evidences of catastrophism within your model where things are explained by uniformity, it seems like that's a contradiction. Because on one hand, you want to have these, I'll explain. So on one hand, you're having these extrapolations back over billions of years. But on the other hand, how can those extrapolations be accurate when you keep finding evidences of breaks in this alleged uniformity over time? It seems like these catastrophes would destroy any long extrapolations to the past, or at least distort this alleged accuracy of it. I mean, you know what I mean? Which is it? Is it uniformity or is it catastrophism?
So I'm sorry. I honestly don't know what you mean, because it's not that complicated. Disasters happen in between stages in which disasters don't happen. I mean, if you have a lake system, you can look in a lake system, you can see layers laying, down annually. And then you can have a volcano go off and lay down 2 feet at a time. And then after that, you can have small layers laid down after that. And a good geologist should be able to look at that and say, I can tell that this is something that happened in a relatively uniform way. And then there was a catastrophe. Just like if you go to Mount St. Helens, no paleontologist in their right mind is going to look at all, 25 feet of ash, even if it's layered there. And if they have any instruments and can measure the ash and know it came from a single volcanic explosion, because there are ways to determine that, say that, oh, that took thousands of years to make. It's no problem saying that happened in a couple days. Well, I mean,
Right, and
that's realistic.
But in the same way, when we look at the geological column, I mean, we would argue what you're calling a good geologist would be someone who would look at these layers of strata and see that they were laid down hydrologically. And if that's the case, then there had to be some sort of global hydrological catastrophe. And if that's the case, then why would we not want to say that, hey, we have a written record of that, a historical document that points to this event? And not only, we're not talking about simply one written record in what we would call the Bible. We're also have written records of cultures all over the world. I mean, there's an abundance of flood legends in every culture around the world, and Babel events and everything. So it seems like that good geologist would look at these layers and look at the experiments that we've done in stratification and see that these things can be duplicated hydrologically, and then try to figure out how it happened from the broader scope.
So let me give my thoughts real quick.
I gave you the data to defeat your own position, but you didn't use it.
What was that?
Let me give my thoughts real quick. So you did a really good job of describing it. It does help though to have some pictures, kind of really put it together. By the way, nice to meet you, Dr. Joel. We've interacted before in commentary. I don't know if you would have recognized that it was me going back quite a ways actually. But anyway, interesting example. But some things I would look at, the coal, for example. You described it as being very black. Not being a coal expert, I would say that's fairly indicative, probably a very good pure coal that's not contaminated with a lot of silt and dirt and that kind of thing. You think that's accurate?
Yeah, I mean,
so
that's why they're digging it out, and that's why they're they're burning it. So it's pretty dense coal.
So anyway, that kind of tells you though that the swamp theory of coal formation almost certainly cannot apply to that particular coal bed, because the coal being very black like that signifies that it's very burnt original plant material. But on top of that, I would say, why don't we carbon date it? Oh, we're not allowed to in an ancient paradigm, even though you will almost certainly get carbon out of it.
They actually carbonate coal all the time.
Sure, but not to assign.
I don't care about dating at all. I mean, dating is irrelevant to this whole question.
Okay, but there's a greater point about the dating, because what you're implying is a long chronological sequence, right? And so the swamp theory is a long chronological sequence, but the coal's not indicative of that. And then you've got ash layers. How long does it take for a volcano to erupt? Doesn't take very long, right? And so you can get volcanic ash in a very short period of time. So you described a white rock. I'm not sure exactly what that is or what it would be.
That's
but
the
then
volcanic ash.
The white rock is the compact volcanic ashes, which, okay, good enough. So now you've got to start asking, what are the boundary layers between these different formations? What do they look like? Are they very flat and planar, or are they very eroded? What do they look like?
Oh, they're relatively flat at the location where they're digging up the coal. It's almost a clean break there.
So okay, so the final question, to kind of help put a little better rendering of the time together, is how big is this area in terms of square kilometers or miles?
I don't know the full extent of it. I mean, the mine covers many dozens of square miles.
Dozens of square miles.
But the coal layer, in terms of finding out where the coal is, would probably cover probably hundreds of square miles.
So the reason I brought that up though is because I mean you seem to accentuate the point that there is no flowering pollen evidence in this, right? So and that's a totally fair point. But when you actually put a little better perspective on it, what you find is couple hundred square miles. The Earth is literally 200 million square miles. So you're talking about a 0.0000 some odd percent of the surface of the Earth doesn't have pollen.
Your point
on
is
that.
statistically irrelevant.
No, it's totally relevant. You're telling me that it's impossible in 200 million square miles to find 0.000001% with no pollen.
If there was a flowering plant of any type within 100 miles, there should be some pollen there.
Okay, now you put a much bigger qualifier on it. It's almost like a moving target. Now I'm not explaining the size of the coal bed. I'm explaining a much bigger area, and that's fine. It's a fair observation. You got a bigger area, but it's still a super tiny percentage of the deal. But part of the point is when you look at the coal by itself, it's not a deep time event. When you look at the boundary layers between each successive formation, it's not a deep time event. When it's distinctly not, and that's just it. It's contrary to deep time. And then the volcanic eruption, it's contrary to deep time. Volcanic eruptions don't happen. How do you get thick layers in one spot over deep time? You can't do that either. And so you've got a whole series of very rapid events, and you're hinging your entire interpretation on the proximity of pollen.
If anything that you just said was true, you might have a point, but I don't think a single thing you just said in your last series is an accurate representation of any form of truth. They're generalizations that sound kind of nice, but they are not reflective of reality.
Well, how do you get pure coal without contamination in a swamp, especially if it's a high quality?
Pure is a relative term. You don't mean that there's nothing else in it, but in a dense swamp, where organic material is simply falling and accumulating, it's going to be mostly organic material. There's going to be some pollen. There's going to be some, there's going to be some dust that comes in from other places. And what you do see in that, see what I said, I was careful to say this. In the 6 feet of coal, there are several thin layers of ash that go across acres and acres and acres of area that are very thin. That's indicative of you have a placid environment. The swamp would have been water. You have ash fall in it. The ash then sinks down to the bottom, and then there's still plants living there. They're dropping leaves. Organic material falls down on top of them. That's how you get a thin layer of ash across many, many different acres. And the challenge then is for a flood. See, I haven't heard anyone say how a flood would generate ash that would fall into floodwaters and somehow sort out into multiple layers in which really 95% of the material is ash. That's the thing I'm not hearing anyone tell me how it happens.
Let me respond to that real quick, because I actually did give a very viable mechanism, and a couple of things have occurred to me since you were saying that. Number one, pollen has been found in the Roraima formation in South America, and it doesn't belong there. It's way, way out of place, and there is no. So that aside,
you're saying that, but that's not actually accurate. But you believe that. I do believe you believe it, but you'd be wrong.
Okay, I'm talking.
I read all those papers. I've even done
a
video recently on that exact topic.
I'm talking for just a minute. So that aside, though, you talked about mechanism for a minute. You also talked about disregarding data. You very deftly disregarded carbon-14 data in this environment. But
I said we didn't.
You talked about mechanism. I'm talking. You talked about mechanism, and I absolutely did give you a mechanism for how you do this. So if you actually slow down for a minute, and I'll get a little finer detail than what I did in my presentation, but the general mechanism of how do you do thin layers and alternate and then do more thin layers, I said from the beginning, this is a very episodic event. Water does this. It's what water does. It can move forward, and in wave form, especially when it's first breaching land, it can turn around and go back again. So you can have some back and forth motion in lower energy states that drop smaller deposits or thinner layers, as it were. But when you talk about pollen, so don't answer yet, because I would like to kind of finish the entire thought here. But it sounds like you're telling me at any given time, if I walk out into my yard, no matter what time of year it is, I will find pollen. Is kind of what you're alluding to. Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm guessing I'd probably have to look pretty hard to find some of it, though. You don't think so? Well, okay. Again, it's fine. So I've got pollen all over the ground level, right? What happens when a volcano erupts? The shock waves literally take and just blast everything from an area around it. Literally. So yeah, they do. That's what, because volcanoes, they have a variety of mechanisms. There's a variety of types of volcanoes, but some of them can erupt very violently, like Krakatoa, and some of them can be a lot more gentle, like the one in Mexico that just happened a few decades ago, or multiple decades ago. But if you get episodic eruption and energy disperses in kind of an exponential decline fashion, especially when you're doing pressure release, you can get episodic eruptions that are very violent. You can literally sweep an area clean and then start another deposition event, and then another eruption can basically send shockwaves and sweep an area clean again. But even at that, you still have to assume that in the pre-flood world, so what you're describing in this pollen phenomenon, the final point to make here, you're describing what you see today, but you're assuming that flowering plants were as prevalent in the pre-flood world as they are today. And the only way to know that is somebody had to have told you that, or you have to make your own assumptions about it. And so I think that's probably where the real disconnect comes from, because all of the physical signatures say rapid processes, no time passing. The one key on your rebuttal has to do with a faulty assumption about what the pre-flood world was like compared to today.
Go ahead, Joel, if you had thoughts on that. I'm sure you do.
I'm
So
stunned by the. I won't say it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So volcanoes have blast waves. That is irrelevant to the example I gave you. These volcanoes, the thin layer of ash that's laid out over a large space, that's not from a blast wave. That's from a volcano. If you're standing 100 miles away from a volcano, and it puts it, in Guatemala, there's a volcano going off right now, and people's cars have a thin layer of ash on them. It wasn't a blast wave that came down and laid that ash there. This particular location has all the earmarks, all the evidence, all the suggestions that this is a light layer of ash that fell out of the sky. And if we got to get down to details, you can go with a microscope and look at those thin layers of ash and look at the glass, the sphericals in there, and measure the oxygen isotopes and all that stuff in the ash to show that the ash is all produced by the same event, because it comes from the same volcano, which has a chemical characteristic to it. And the other ash layers have different chemical characteristics because it's the same volcano at a different time with a different mixture, or it's a different volcano. There's actually several volcanoes in the area. And the volcanic ash is all the same size particles. That's indicative of something that happened a long way away. As the ash falls out, it falls out with heavier particles closer to the volcano. As you move farther away, the ash particles are smaller. It's finer. It's like this fine dust has fallen down. These are very, very small particles adding up to these little thin layers.
So let
And
me
you're
real
asking
quick.
people to believe that a
No,
global
no,
flood that covered the world sorted out these fine particles into thin layers.
Hold on.
Joel, sorry.
I guess explain it to me then.
Yeah, hold on. Let's let Duff finish. You sounded like you were finishing your sentence.
And
All
Joel,
right,
as
go
you're
ahead.
explaining your point, is this the thin layers of ash you're talking about on the screen? I'm not sure. If
I
you're
don't
looking at the
see
screen.
anything there. I see some smoke.
I think I've got it from your.
I'd like to respond to that.
Let me look real quick. I'll be super brief. Joel, you spent a lot of time saying something that I did not say. I did not say blast waves put the ash where it was. That is not what I said.
Then
I am well aware that when a volcano erupts, if it's a violent eruption, it spews huge amounts of ash and smoke into the air that has to settle at some point. So you spent a whole lot of time rebutting something I didn't even say. And so, no, I'm not asking anybody to believe that extreme grand mal straw man that you put forth.
So
I'll just get a quick response to that. But your point about what volcanoes do was irrelevant to my example because it didn't explain what the data I gave you, which is why I responded to that. Because I'm saying that, sure, volcanoes do that, but it's not relevant to my example.
But Dr. Duff, respectfully, your entire argument is based on assumptions, and you're assuming that this dust settled the way that it did. Well, you said that yourself. I mean, you go back and listen to it. You said that you think that what happened is the dust settled slowly over time. And that's an assumption that we don't have to accept. And I said earlier in my previous response that if these things happened rapidly, then we wouldn't expect to find pollen within them. You're also, this is very common, like in other debate when we're discussing other topics, when people try to make a point by appealing to the rare outlier, and that sounds like that's what this is. I think it's a really interesting thing. I think it's neat, and I'm sure that it'll be looked into more. But this is a rare outlier. So if someone points to a rare outlier and there isn't, well, no, we don't find this sequential arrangement all over the place, and obviously there's some sort of catastrophism that's happening in this region in more than other places too. So we don't know what layers have been removed before these other layers started falling. I mean, it just seems like you're asking us to defend a lot of assumptions, and some of those assumptions are uniformitarian assumptions when we're actually describing a catastrophe.
I just found a paper called.
All I'm asking you to do is think. I mean, that's all I'm asking is to just think through some examples and try to apply logic to them.
Right. Well, so
I know that sounds rude, but it's like you haven't actually thought through when you say, well, it's an assumption that it fell. All right, you're right.
I'll think.
It's like we can't know anything because we weren't there. That's what you're saying.
But you're also assuming these gradual processes over time. But then you're pointing to these pure layers, these thin layers that are laid down in some sort of catastrophe. And when we're talking about thinking logically, again, whenever you're trying to extrapolate something over millions or billions of years, that makes sense if the uniformitarian assumptions are true. But if the uniformitarian assumptions are true, then we shouldn't continually find examples of catastrophism. That would just be begging the question. Well, yeah, that is the case. That is the case. Well, no.
So let me give my thoughts real quick.
Because all of your dating methods that are invoked, the purity of these layers that you're appealing to, all of these things are based on assumptions, and you simply weren't there. But all of these assumptions.
Yes.
What's that?
You said it. I mean, I was waiting for you to say it.
But you weren't there? Were you there?
Yeah. I just get it's a lot of fun.
Well, no, because because
it's the ultimate, I don't know how to answer, so that's my answer.
No, let me weigh in on this real quick. Let me weigh in real quick.
That is a valid answer.
I just found a paper called Pollen and Flux in Volcanic Ash.
Hold on for a second. The difference here is what we are appealing to as our ultimate authority. You're appealing to some literature that was recorded in some location, and we're doing the same thing, right? But when we're talking about the difference between like a practical science, if you can duplicate this somehow, that would be something. But if you can't duplicate it, then for someone to object and say, well, you're making assumptions, yeah, that's valid, right?
You can't duplicate making dinosaur bones, but I think you believe that dinosaurs existed.
Well, we can duplicate the decay rate of the soft tissue that we found in those dinosaur bones, and that's a high quality line of science. We can duplicate creating these coal in a laboratory, and we can duplicate it fast. You can't duplicate these layers laying down fast over time. You can't duplicate coal being created over millions of years. You can't duplicate any of these stuff. But when you're talking about doing something in a lab and duplicating, we've duplicated everything that we argue for in our model. What's one thing?
I appreciate you watched my other video. I mean, I can tell you watched it because you're hitting all my points.
Hey guys, I have a comment real quick.
You can respond to them though. I mean, have you duplicated in a laboratory processes that take millions of years? Yes. I mean, those are fair questions. You keep objecting as if I'm saying something that's, I mean,
gentlemen, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, the mantra.
Well, I was just here to talk about that one example.
Right.
You know, I throw it out to you, and maybe give my blog a read the response to it, and read my response to that, and just think through what that evidence, how you would go about answering that particular evidence. Mostly what we've done is we just drifted off into surrounding topics and talked about assumptions without actually addressing some of the actual.
Well, Dr. Duff, let me ask you one. Let me ask you one quick
real
question.
quick before
are conclusions in science provisional?
Is what?
Are conclusions in science provisional?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, then you shouldn't be so dogmatic about your argument.
I'm not being dogmatic.
I just found
I'm looking at the evidence and seeing where it takes me, and I'm saying the most reasonable explanation for the patterns I see in that particular evidence is that takes a long time to make.
What's most
and really it's more of a challenge to young Earthracians than like how do you get layers in a chaotic flood? How do you get thin layers like that? I've not seen you model that. I've not seen you show how that happens.
What's reasonable is subjective. You're just saying that you have an opinion about what's reasonable, but we have done experiments in stratification. Like we've literally watched these layers form in a laboratory.
You've watched things that look like layers from there, but they're not the same.
Well, no, when Mount St. Helens erupted, like those were observed to be laid down immediately. That's an observation, right?
Have you seen?
And also
I already said that any reasonable geologist understands that those were all laid down at the same time, and we can look in the geological record and find places in the world where that same type of thing happened, and we recognize it. And we say like that was caused by a volcanic explosion.
Yeah, but I don't know what you mean when you talk about a reasonable geologist. A reasonable geologist would look at the data that we've been able to duplicate, and they would say, "Well, you know what? Actually, I think this is what's demonstrable," and that's what a reasonable geologist would conclude. And let me
jump in real quick and give you a rendering. Let me jump in real quick and give you a quick deal on the whole thing about the ash layers. So. Again, you can't say this enough. Every single one of those layers is indicative of a quick process with no deep time required. But on those layers of ash, so when you talk about ash settling out of the atmosphere in more or less, I'll say vertical, even though that's not entirely realistic. That rate at which the ash falls out of the atmosphere is highly variable. Number one. So if a scientist would say, okay, how did this ash fall out in a deep time setting? How did the ash fall out per what you indicated from another location? It comes up in the air, it drifts down and to this location. and so you discern that by the chemistry and some of the other physical characteristics of the ash. But the scientist doing this inquiry, at some point, he should be inclined to say, okay, how fast did it settle out? And when you start asking that question, now you have to know temperature, humidity, wind direction, whether it's raining or not. You have to know a whole bunch of things to know how fast this stuff settles out, right? So if you get a thin layer of ash, there are two distinct mechanisms that can possibly contribute to it. And per Sam's very, very crystal clear point, you can test these ideas in a younger paradigm, but you can't test them at all in a deep time paradigm. But the two different mechanisms is, number one, there's high humidity and or rain in the air to help facilitate a quicker settling out of the ash from the atmosphere. And the other one is the waves coming in and out in episodic fashion. So not every wave has to carry, 10 billion cubic kilometers of sediment onto the lands. It is a like I said, an exponential increase, exponential decrease. You expect periods of time where the water is moving, but it's moving in a much lower energy state. So you can absolutely demonstrate in a lab environment how to deposit thin layers of ash material through a variety of very quick mechanisms. And so what you're telling me by shaking your head is it's impossible for a human being to design an environment and a machine to lay ash down like that. You're telling me that's impossible. And I'm saying, I know better. I come from an engineering environment. It's what people do. When you want to know how to do something, you design a machine that can do it now. You don't design a machine that can do it a million years from now.
Well, things didn't happen in the past inside machines. They happened in the real world. But this line of inquiry doesn't, how fast it fell. That's irrelevant to the question. It doesn't matter if it took a second or 10 minutes or 25 minutes or 25 hours for the ash to fall out of the sky. What we see is the actual ash layer that's present there. I don't know how long it took for that ash layer to build up. That's not part of my argument. My argument is that you have, let's say, a millimeter layer that's consistent with this same particles, same sizes, right? And they're in between two other layers of completely different types of material.
But where is the deep time? Where is the deep time evident?
I don't care about deep time. This is about how would you explain that in any model?
Build a machine. You want to make coal in a few weeks? Build a machine. You can do it. You want to make diamonds in a few weeks? Build a machine. You can do it.
You're gonna have to build a machine many miles in diameter in order to show how you can get a thin layer across that whole area.
Dr. Duff, you realize when you said people don't care about what happens in a machine, they care about what happens out in the real world. You literally just threw the whole abiogenesis research team under the bus. I want to thank you for that. So, pretty soon you'll be defending biblical creation and you'll be on our side. So, Jackson, if you wanted to just say what you wanted to say really quick, and then Dr. Duff, I know you wanted to.
It was about the pollen and the volcanic ash. There's a paper here. It's called I don't have to show it, but it says pollen influx and volcanic ash. It's talking about pollen being found in volcanic ash as a way to anyway. So to say the volcano blew it all away, that's not really a great argument. So that's all I wanted to say about it.
Okay, well, Joel, unless you had any final points, I'd like to know, in light of that roughly 20-25 minute back and forth, what is the major point, Joel, that you feel TRock may not have addressed? And then that can give us something to either object to or think about further as we look into this issue.
It's a holistic question. It's not a matter of looking at one thing, but in this whole complex of coal, ash, the preservation of an entire forest, which we can then identify as a forest, and then another layer of coal on top, the thin layers of coal in between, And it's really about that ash and the particular characteristics of that ash that suggests that the different layers of ash were produced by different volcanic eruptions. All of that has to be compacted into some extremely short period of time in a young Earth model, because this is in the middle of the geological column. Actually, it's at the near the bottom of the geological column. And just as an aside, the other question, which didn't really get to, is that all the organisms that are found, because we also have all the butterflies and all the, well, not actually no butterflies. There's a bunch of dragonflies. There's a bunch of other types of insects that are in there. There is no kind of animal that's been preserved in this particular forest. In the evolutionary model, this is 300 and something million years ago. This is before there are actually reptiles and so forth on the earth. And so again, that's consistent with the evolutionary model. And so young Earth creationists, although they could say this is just a part of the world where there were no animals, right, in this particular forest. There was no birds. There was no anything of any type of vertebrate. You could make that argument, but that's not I guess you could make that argument, but it's not inconsistent with an evolutionary model that they're not present. I would expect in young Earth model, you're going to have a mixture of things. There are no dinosaurs, in this forest.
But we do find in other areas within the geological strata, these types of exquisitely preserved ecosystems, but with animals, correct? Yeah,
but they're all higher up in the geological column. Okay. This same forest has been found on another continent in dated rock to the same age, and it has the same types of trees and the same types of animals. It's also missing pollen grains, and so it has the same consistent, ecosystem there. And although you might, I know you understand you want to preserve entire ecosystems as part of your model, but this ecosystem is a weird ecosystem because it is missing vast numbers of really common organisms we have today. So entire groups of kinds are just completely missing. And that represents really what looks like to be the flora around the whole world at that time. Like, it's not a matter of an ecosystem over here and over here. There are bits and pieces of our ecosystem that we have preserved from lots of different places that look like the whole world had that particular ecosystem at that particular time.
So are you extrapolating from this specific example, the Permian Pompeii, basically, that the rest of the globe at that time, during that time period, this is what the world was like?
Yeah, I know you're using the word extrapolating for a reason. Yes, there is some extrapolation involved, but I'm saying there are multiple data points around the world that all have that show that consistent pattern.
I think that's
if I just get up and I go to rocks in South Africa that are the same age and are terrestrial, I would predict that if I age those rocks and I found they were the same age as in China, that I would find the same kinds of organisms. And I do. You will find the same basic types of organisms there, and you'll find that certain organisms are missing in those two locations. So that's a consistent pattern. So, and yes, that would be extrapolation to say it was the same way all around the entire world, but at least it's consistent.
It would also be what's called a composition fallacy. Well, then that is where you judge the whole by the small part instead of the other way around. And but let me ask you, what is there anything? And I'm asking you because I don't know. Is there anything that any process that would remove the pollen from an environment? Is there like a bacteria that maybe feeds on it, or maybe could it have been washed away in a heavy rainstorm, or maybe if this forest was carried underwater and the pollen floated to the top? I mean, is there a way that you would know? I know I'm asking you to do my homework, but because you're the expert.
There certainly are bacteria that eat pollen. There are other microorganisms that would eat pollen because it's a food source. But pollen comes in tens of thousands of different types and forms, some of which are more easily preserved than others. And really, TRock, it is true that you can find pollen everywhere. It's in this room, and it doesn't matter how clean you're trying to be, you're going to find pollen. It gets everywhere. Everyone, when there's pine pollen, it can float states away and then cover your car with pine pollen.
Although it's
everywhere
true
all the
there
time.
although it would be true that there would be thousands of different types of pollens, but that wouldn't necessarily be indicative of that particular region that we're discussing. So, granted, there is an abundance of a variety of pollen, that's fine, but in that particular region, we would first have to know which flowering plants would be in that area, and from there that would limit the types of pollen. And then so then the question again would be, what process is possible that would remove the pollen from that area?
Well, there aren't any preserved flowering plants in that area from that age, from those rocks. I mean, we know of no flowering plants that have ever been found in a Permian age rock anywhere on the earth. And that's consistent with not finding any pollen. That's what's really interesting about the fossil record, is that the macrofossils, right, flowers and leaves and tree stumps and so forth of flowering plants, angiosperms, they show up at a certain point in the Jurassic, and then they become more common in the Cretaceous, and then they're the dominant plant today. It's the pollen for those same plants don't show up until the same time in the fossil record. That is not something you would expect in a flood model, because you wouldn't expect that the flood should preserve the pollen the same way, because pollen can get spread far and wide. It can go from one continent all the way to the North Pole. And so pollen's going to be everywhere, and it should be preserved throughout the entire geological column. And yet we don't see that.
Can heat burn up pollen? Does it have a much lower burn rate?
Yeah, deep in the fossil record, there's going to be heat effects that will remove the pollen. Yeah.
So if it's possible that those coal beds are formed with heat, would that not burn the pollen out of that area? And if it's the case that coal bed was buried by the ash when the coal bed was still hot, then there wouldn't be any pollen in that area. I mean, all I'm asking you to do is, instead of pointing to this rare outlier and thinking about it in terms of your worldview, which is that's fine, or your interpretation of the data, maybe consider it in a different light.
Well, in those ash layers, there are billions of fern spores, and there's also lycopod spores. And I actually, to be really clear, there's actually a form of lycopod pollen. But that pollen is very distinct from flowering plant pollen. And so, but it's not distinct enough that you would expect that if heat's going to destroy lycophyte pollen and angiosperm pollen, it would also destroy the fern pollen. But there's billions of really well preserved fern spores. And so that particular argument about heat doesn't really work for that particular location. It would be true as a generalism that deep in rock that's well heated, you're going to lose a lot of those microfossils. But in this particular location, since we have lots of microfossils, the heat argument doesn't work for that particular location. Just for that particular, that particular argument about heat. Okay. But that's what you need to do, is, you need to look at each of these types of, possible responses and ask yourself, right, what makes sense, I think it's just a fascinating place in the world. It's if you go look at the fossils, they're really amazing, because the intricate detail of the fern leaves, you can see like every little hair on the leaves. I mean, they're so well preserved. I mean, ash that is very fine particles is just a very good preserver. But that only happens in very specialized situations. Like today, we only know what happens when you have dry ash basically falling on organisms, not in a wet location.
I think this whole thing really is a interesting example, and so thank you, Dr. Joel, for bringing it up. I think you've made some great observations. It is a really interesting deal. But I think overall, the general trend that I'm seeing here is that the layers themselves are indicative of quick processes. The boundaries between them are indicative of no deep time. And so we're back to what I was saying a while ago, that the whole argument that so you said the amount of time that any particular event took to transpire is not really relevant. And I understand your point, because catastrophism is an integral part of a deep time model. I get that. But at some point, you've got to say, where is long ago? Where is it apparent in any of the physical evidence? And so far, the only thing that I've heard that says a deep time has transpired, it all hinges on the presence of pollen, not on any of the physical characteristics other than that of the actual layers themselves. So the picture I'm looking at is the same one Donny brought up a little while ago. So when you say very deep in the fossil record, this formation looks like it's very close to ground level. So there aren't hundreds of millions of years. There's no hundreds of millions of years above it. So it's not deep. That's a very relative.
Underneath my feet. Right underneath my feet is Ordovician rock, which is even older.
Well, that's my point, though. That was my point the whole time I was talking to Jackson. It's the subjectivism that you use to describe whether it's high or deep or low or whatever. It's at ground level. Where's all the time that's passed above that? Where did it go? So none of the deep time is relevant anywhere. I talked about that a little while ago and why erosion doesn't work in a deep time model at all. Because you're appealing.
You talked about it, so but
you got to find that really interesting. You just appeal to erosion, but there is literally zero erosion in any of the formation itself. You just threw it at why there's nothing above it. And I find that very, I don't know how to say it. I'm not trying to be condescending or anything, but that's disingenuous to me, because there's not erosion. If erosion was a legitimate answer for hundreds of millions of years above it, why isn't it an answer for the formation itself? Well, because you can't allow that. It's obvious it's not there. Erosion didn't happen. Why did erosional processes just stop all of a sudden?
Right, and that was the point that I tried to bring up. A similar point I tried to bring up earlier, that these unique formations in China. How do you know that the layers, that there were not previously layers between what you're calling this extremely old layer? How do you know those layers were not eroded away before these sequences of ash and coal were placed? So I don't see how it follows when you're appealing to erosion. Over here, well, let's apply that to this model or this example that you're bringing, because you've got this foundational level that you're claiming how old it is, and then you're basing these new sequences on, because they're directly on top of this old layer of alleged age. How do you know that there wasn't a buildup of layers in between that were not eroded away before these layers of coal and ash were placed? They could be relatively young, right?
Yeah, maybe all our pollen got eroded away.
Well, that's a fair. Is that not a fair question?
I'm going to jump in, guys. We've had a lot of discussion on this topic. We just hit the 4-hour mark, although we did say we're going 4 hours because we have another evolutionist superstar here, Erica from the Gutsy Gibbon channel. We will do some bonus minutes.
Yeah, I'll bow out.
Okay, Joel, either feel free to stick around
or
go to bed. It
was entertaining.
Wait, hold on. Dr. Duff, I do enjoy talking to you. I'm glad that you came back in, and I hope to see you again. So you're a joy to speak to. You're not really hostile, and I appreciate that.
We're going to get the hostile Joel one day, but in all seriousness, Joel, I want to have that discussion with you one of these days on created heterozygosity.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, Joel. Thanks for joining. So Erica's here for one of two reasons. Either she's converted to young earth creation due to the last 4 hours of discussion, or she has some objections based on some things you've said, TRock. So I can predict which one of those two it's going to be. But Erica, introduce yourself a little bit, and then what do you want to chat about?
Yeah, sure. I'll be relatively quick. I don't have much to say. I want to note that I've been in and out, paying attention here and there as much as I can, listening to the stream, and I clearly have some notes on a couple of things. Moving backwards though to the conversation that just happened, my biggest question was, I was under the impression that Joel was asking, at least this is what I was wondering, how could the flood form this Pompeii in the Permian? And I did not get an answer to that. So I just want to point out that, there was a lot of critiquing Joel's perspective from like an evolutionary idea, but like he was more coming on to ask you guys how your model could potentially form this. And I didn't hear that. So I want to put that out there as potential video you might want to consider in the future, really digging your teeth into that, because I didn't get that. And
he was asked how he knows
Can I
that it
respond to that real
happened
quick?
by the flood, and he wasn't able to say that it actually happened by the flood. So that would have been an
Here's
assumption.
the thing. He has a mechanism. The conventional science perspective has a mechanism for this, right? He laid it out for you how it is proposed to have formed. The problem is this is a talk on how the ordering of the fossil record can be explained by the flood, and that didn't happen in the last 30 odd minutes.
Yeah, but
Actually,
what I
that's
said
not true.
was
That is
he's
not
only
true, Eric.
assumed that the flood formed that particular rare outlier, but he doesn't really know that that's the case. So
No,
he
but what's
asked
the
us to
mechanism?
defend an assumption that he made.
But
But
what's
go
the
ahead,
mechanism?
T-Rock.
How would it form? Like, that's all
So-
I want to know is how would the
so-
flood form the Permian Pompeii?
Okay, so I did answer this question actually, and you want to go layer by layer. The picture I'm looking at is, again, it's the same one that Donny pulled up, and I'm not sure exactly what I'm seeing because the resolution isn't quite there. But so I'm seeing essentially a layer of very dark coal, and then a very thin layer I think is ash, and then another layer of coal, another thin layer of ash, and so forth to create a vertical sequence that's primarily coal. And the secondary appearance is the ash, right? And so the question is, what's the mechanism? And I kind of answered this. Now, one point that somebody like Dr. Joel or maybe yourself could clarify: lycopods. Are they terrestrial?
Yes.
Are they purely terrestrial?
My understanding is that the lycopods that are in the Permian Basin, due to their location being inland in China, they are purely terrestrial, yes. These are
Okay,
not
so-
like mangroves that can pull their nutrients from seawater.
Okay, just to be clear, inland in China doesn't make a very good diagnostic in and of
inland in
itself.
China on Pangea, like China's location on Pangea, how that was oriented, not coastal.
Okay.
That is.
Again, the point's still the same. It's not a very good diagnostic by itself to
Well,
say
how so?
where
How
it
would you
was and when you
diagnose
think. Well, there's got to be more physical evidence that has to be under consideration, and so I'm not necessarily arguing against it being a purely landform. That's not even the point. What I'm saying is that alone logically doesn't make a good diagnostic by itself. You need to know what does the root system look like? What does the soil look like underneath it?
Yes.
Is it soil that the lycopods reasonably did grow in? And so one of the points here, one of the points here is that the answer is almost certainly no, because of how many sharp boundaries there are. And if you look at a soil system in a forest system today, you're not seeing sharp boundaries in a living forest between there's this and then there's this sharp boundary, and then all of a sudden you have roots on top of it. It's more of a kind of a transitional blur from one, organic soil and so forth down the line. If it does not look like...
One, that's not entirely true, but two, like, you're forgetting the big point here, which is that this species of lycopod is not, at any point that we find it in the fossil record, marine. There's nothing about it that can allow it, morphologically speaking, as a plant, to actually live coastally or pull its nutrients from seawater.
And that's kind of an irrelevant point, though.
It's not, because its roots
in the global,
it's in situ.
No.
Like this is Occam's
No.
razor. Like, if you want to say that it's transported, you've got to provide support for the fact that
Erica, hold on.
It's
We're gonna let each other finish our statements before we continue. So everything was going.
I'm okay with that, but I don't.
So we're gonna let Erica. Hold on a second.
I'm not going to be down for that.
Don't forget to smile. But TRock was in the middle of responding to you, so we're going to let him finish his response, and then you can go ahead.
And then started talking before I
TRock,
Eric.
Guys, I went to fill up my water and it seems like it's out of control. So let me moderate.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, please, Donny, you're
we're gonna let TRock finish his thought,
Sam is
Erica,
not
if you
very
can
good
just,
at this.
if you can
He's
just
very
stop
biased as a
Hey,
moderator,
wait,
Donny. You're the
second,
only
you can
non-biased
maybe just
okay,
moderator.
let me moderate,
turn
guys,
the mic
because
down or something.
It's just
guys,
you.
we're gonna, because
Donny,
I do want to get to
just
a
you.
couple points.
You're the only unbiased
Like, for
moderator
one,
here. Sam is not unbiased. He
Well,
is
no, you just interrupted TRock, and so
okay,
we're just being
I
fair.
was
We were
interrupting
fair
as
to
well,
everyone.
Sam,
Literally
please. I'm here
everyone's
for
had a
Donny.
chance.
They
I want
don't
Donny
seem
to
like
be
they
the
were
moderator,
interrupting
not
each
you.
other to me. But
I don't
maybe
like
I
it.
was
T-Rock,
different.
Erica, what were you guys debating just now? You still on
I
the
just
Permian
wanted,
Pompeii?
I just,
discussing-
all I was really doing was asking for some quick clarification on the marine versus land nature of, and I was asking for a quick clarification, but my whole, and she gave that, and that's great. But one of the points that I'm making here though is that the diagnostic can't be where it looks like it came from, because in the global flood model, you're literally scouring the entire surface of the land. So whatever fossil bed you see, it could be marine or land. It doesn't matter. The whole fossil record largely is centered around the animal biota. So the fact that this originally existed inland is kind of irrelevant. It's agnostic to the debate. What's more important is the very sharp contact boundaries between every single layer. It's the same problem Joel never answered. What do you do with erosion? How do you get very sharp, flat contacts over deep time? And so you wanted a mechanism. Your original request was give me a mechanism. If this is indeed, and I'll grant for the sake of argument that this is a terrestrial-based plant, I don't have any reason to disagree with that. The flood literally wipes forest out because basic kinematic equations tell you that's what large volumes of flowing water do. You wipe a forest out, you relocate it somewhere. In fluid flow, the expectation is that once you pick up a terrestrial-based forest, number one, it's going to float. Number two, the top will be, in general, because of gravity, obviously, it'll be much flatter. The bottom, however, will dangle while it's in suspension, but as soon as it's set down, it'll flatten out. And now we have sharp contact boundaries that have a very common sense physical explanation to them. So I'm back to the boundary thing. How do you know it grew in situ? And so I haven't really heard any convincing arguments on that. And so what I'm saying is,
Okay,
don't tell me it's a land.
Time. So
Okay.
now I'm going to respond to that in a
Erica,
couple of different fashions.
Go ahead, respond.
So first and foremost, my understanding of this Pompeii and the Permian is that the roots perforate the strata. So it can't lay down flat because the roots would bunch up. We've seen what this looks like. Now, second, when floods occur in the modern day, little floods, they destroy rootlets. Rootlets are annihilated when big chunks of trees, even on mats of vegetation, like what we see in hurricane season in the Caribbean. Rootlets are annihilated. They are intact, not just in the Permian Pompeii, but in numerous other forests, including some that I've been to, some in the Miocene in Rusinga. So it's not just one single isolated forest with rootlets intact that could not have been transported, but numerous, not just all over the world, but all throughout the geologic column, all during these supposed different phases of the flood while they're all going on. But your problem is bigger than that, because as Joel said, if there is one pollen grain, one in that entire strata of anything in the Permian, period, boy, you've got a nice case, don't you? But there isn't. It is uniformly absent from all Permian rock and all Permian ecosystems that are preserved, from the Karoo to this one in China to Europe. All
the
of
red
them.
beds
So
anyway.
I don't know what to tell you, T-Rock. You're up a creek here. You don't have a mechanism for the Permian Pompeii itself. You don't have a mechanism to explain the lack of pollen, and you don't have a mechanism to explain the fine ash laydown. So
TRock, you had 3 minutes to figure out this since Joel Duff
Okay.
brought it to you. You have 3
Okay,
minutes. Since you can't respond, it's over.
Okay, so let me say
That
let me
was
say real
really-
quick, Erica.
That was a climax.
Erica, I really do appreciate your intelligence
Sam,
and your
how old
approach.
are you?
But you have made some serious factual errors here, for one.
Oh, tell
And
me, T-Rock.
you've also okay. You're gonna have to be quiet. You've made some serious factual errors,
I'm
but
all ears.
you've also made. You're gonna have to be quiet. You made some serious factual errors, but you also made some major assumptions that I've already covered. And that one major assumption, I think, is maybe the hinge point but the factual errors about the root system. So I'm sitting here looking at the picture, and you've got this thin layer of ash directly on with a perfectly flat contact on a layer of coal, and then another layer of coal above it. Where is the root system for the second layer of coal? Where is it? It's not there. It would, by your reckoning, those roots, if that second layer grew on top of the ash layer, its roots have to penetrate the ash layer and the underlying coal. And then you have to do it again. Then you have to do it again. Then you have to do it again. You have to keep doing that. And so your comment about how you decimate roots, that is a huge overgeneralization of reality. When you talk about hurricanes, you're talking about a localized high turbidity flow. In civil engineering, high turbidity means you can do that sort of thing. But the flood is not 100% high turbidity. It's a high percentage of laminar flow. And so we do have modern analogs of floods that dislocate trees and preserve root systems at the same time. It's in Spirit Lake is one of them. And so again, you're going to have to go back and show a little more compelling evidence. Number one, so it's multiple layers, literally multiple layers. That very bottom layer, you're going to have to actually show what the soil and the roots look like down there. So one of the comments that you made was that when you set it down, you'd flatten out those small roots. And if the roots were all by themselves, I would agree. But most of the time when a tree is ripped up, it literally pulls dirt with it. And if it pulls dirt with it and then sets it down, it can't flatten the individual root hairs out because they're still in the original soil they were pulled up with. This is a very common modern day thing that you can see just about anywhere where there's been some kind of local storm or tree damage or anything. We just had a big one in our neighborhood a few months ago. And so,
Okay.
no, I'm not up a creek. Where you're up a creek is the flat layers, so many of them.
Because he's been going for quite some time. I want to
TRock,
nice
I'm going to stop you
then-
there because, to be fair, and when I'm debating too, we don't want too many points on the table. Then we're just going to be going back and forth for 5 minutes each at a time. So Erica, feel free to respond, and then maybe when we hand it back to TRock, we'll try and limit both responses to like 2 minutes or something. So Erica,
yeah, I'm going to respond to just what TRock said. So first of all, I go on float trips all the time. I see where local floods pile up trees. Rootlets are absolutely not preserved. Not universally. Every now and again, you'll get a stick here and there. But in this case, this Permian Pompeii, the root systems and at Rusinga are entirely preserved. That's the point. There's not some here and there. This was not the result of a flood system. It was not violent. Now, thing number two, there's a difference between hurricanes and floods. I agree. I brought up both for different reasons. Hurricanes for mats of vegetation and local floods for turbidation and destroying rootlets. Both of those had points in different directions. So I would appreciate not lumping those together. Another one is that the rootlets should not perforate the coal, TRock. Coal is solid, right? The rootlets aren't meant to perforate the coal. They perforate the soil that they are within. And they perforate layers that aren't coal that are spanning these root systems that are not a part of the coal that's underlying. So you wouldn't expect that to be the case. So that's what I want to say about that. I also want to note as well that I want to bring this back to Joel's point. Where's the pollen? Where's the mechanism for the flood on a world where all of the plants are living at the exact same time? The entire biosphere from the Cambrian to evidently sometime during the Pleistocene, they're all living at the same time. Not one pollen grain in all of the Permian? Seriously?
How many samples did you take? I mean, how many tests have they done? Did you test all of it, like all of it, like you say? How many?
Literally, you do a grid system. You set up a grid system, and every like square foot, you start.
How many have they done?
Well,
right.
I can
so
tell you about my area. We covered our entire fossiliferous zone. The entire.
So they tested each square foot.
Yes.
Over miles and miles and miles.
At my site, yes, 100%.
Okay.
Although these ones aren't miles and miles. Mine are not miles and miles.
And did you hear Duff's response when I asked him if there are mechanisms that would remove the pollen? And he conceded that there are.
Yeah, I heard, and he's right. Okay. But there is, you know what there are zero mechanisms for, Sam? There's zilch that will destroy pollen and leave fern spores intact. None.
Yeah, but you don't
Covered
know that,
millions of
Erica,
sources.
because that statement that you just made is based on a lack of evidence.
Cha-ching, Sam. Exactly. There is no
Right.
support for
So you
any
admit
flood
it.
at these sites. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. There's no support for a flood at these sites because there is no angiosperm pollen. Now we
No,
can move
you
on
just
to the heat problem, as Donny
the
has
point that I
requested.
just made was refuting what you just said.
No,
You
there's a
are
lack of evidence for angiosperm
arguing. You are
pollen. Yeah, there's no
arguing.
angiosperm pollen.
Erica, it's really hard to talk when you're over talking me.
Oh, Sam, you're right.
I've
I'll
been
try to be
patient.
better.
I know. So
I'll try to be
this
better.
doesn't stop. Thank you.
You know, as a
You're
woman, it's very difficult
arguing.
to train my emotions.
You're very emotional. Thank you.
Yeah,
You are
it's true.
arguing
It's my
from your
uterus.
ignorance on the topic. Not that
Oh,
you're
you're
ignorant on the
you're
topic,
telling me
but
that, Sam?
you're
That's
arguing. Let me rephrase that. Let me take that back.
That's
That was
great.
wrong. Okay.
Yeah, thank
Retracted.
you. Thank you. Please do.
You are arguing from a lack of information. Okay, because Duff conceded that there are mechanisms that can remove the mold. Now, we might not know at this time, right? This is a line that you guys love. We might not know at this time how it is that something could have removed it, but this isn't some like nail in a coffin argument. Again, it's a composition fallacy. You're judging the whole entirety of the geological column based on this rare outlier. And we admit it, or I do anyway. I think it's neat, but there's so many unknowns that I don't know why you're being so dogmatic about it when, all conclusions in science are provisional, are they not?
Oh, no, absolutely. 100% agree.
Okay. So again, when you're saying that we're like up some creek because of an argument that was brought in by Joel that none of us were even familiar with, and you're arguing based on a lack of information, I just don't think that you've got as strong as a case as you do when Dr. Duff even conceded that there are things that will remove these pollens from an environment. So
Yes,
maybe
but
there's something preferred one over the other. Maybe. Who knows? Do you know?
Millions of grains of fern pollen are you know what? I agree with Donny, who has commented in the side chat about the heat problem. I would like to touch on that.
Okay, so let's do
That is
this.
a knockdown drag out. So
Let's do this,
about
ladies and gentlemen. I agree. We've had lots of excellent talk on the Permian Pompeii. So that sounds good. Okay, so let's move into, I'm assuming, Erica, a couple of your objections or the things you wrote down may have had to do with the heat issue. And so if that's the case, why don't we allow a little back and forth on that topic? But let's just start off with you and what some of the points were that you wanted to discuss.
Sure. So first of all, I want to say I do appreciate TRock taking the time to come up with like a potential, like a model that he wants to put to the test. I appreciate that. That isn't something that I'm ever inclined to poke fun at because, it's not easy and very few people do it. But that being said, with regard to the heat problem, there are a couple of things I noticed. So the first thing that TRock talked about is how hydroplaning is going to get rid of this problem with friction. So I'm not going to get into that because there are other sources of heat. I'm fine with just giving you that, but you should know that the person who has debunked the hydroplaning idea is mostly the folks who do CPT. So it's mostly going to be Baumgartner and associates who have published at Answers in Genesis discussing why friction cannot be overcome. It's in their series on thermal problems for the global flood. Now, if you want to take radiometric dating out of it, we can do that too, even though I don't think you can do it because of the myriad of success that using radiometric dating as a basis for making predictions in geology and in the fossil fuel industry. I don't think you can do it, but I'll give that one to you too. We'll just say both of those aren't problems. So let's talk about some other issues that are going to create heat that I've covered in my heat problem videos as well, and frankly create insurmountable problems of heat, as in would boil the oceans off. So first and foremost, hardening all of the limestone. The sheer amount of limestone in the geologic column just from the Cambrian to the Cretaceous is going to release on the order of 10 raised 27 joules. And that's going to be during the year of the flood. So that's not going to be doable. Add on to that the hardening of all of the magma that you have to account for that was laid down during the geologic column of the flood. That's another 10 raised 26, 27 on.
Erica, to be fair, I mean, I don't think we'd let TRock lay out a bunch of points without giving you an opportunity to address them. So I think it would be fair to let TRock.
Okay, you want to go one point at a time?
One point at a time? Limestone first then. So do you want my sources for the limestone, or do you just want to address like flat out how do you want to do this?
Yeah. So limestone heat. Okay, that's an interesting idea. Can you briefly describe how and why this heat is generated at such high levels in limestone?
Yes, so the problem is the sheer volume. Because the flood is trying to account for all of the limestone, biogenic and non-biogenic alike, in the entire geologic column from the Cambrian just to the Cretaceous. So my map doesn't even take into account Ord's idea of this going
can you get
another
to the mechanism? Can you get to the mechanism
for
for
why
the heat?
limestone creates heat?
Yeah.
When it hardens, the actual process of limestone undergoing what is effectively paramineralization, although it's not that extreme, the limestone version of that releases heat. It's a chemical reaction.
Okay, so by what metric? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is how was that tested in a modern setting?
It was observed like in real time, like how modern limestone goes from being biogenically accumulated and then how long that actually takes to even begin concretion. And you can do this by looking at very small amounts to see how many joules that releases in a confined environment. This was elaborated on by Poldevart 1955 and also by Wiest et al. In 1974.
Okay, so thank you. That's helpful information, really. So a couple deals. You've made a couple assumptions that are completely unwarranted, I think, and they don't actually fit my model at all. Anyway, one of them is you called the limestone biogenic.
Yes, 100%.
How do you know it was biogenic? Did somebody actually make it? Did they actually make limestone de novo from biogenic sources?
You can find the tiny shells of these critters in like chalk walls, for one. So that's how you tell if it's biogenic or not. And in a lab, they did exactly this, but on a much smaller scale, so they could observe it in a short time frame.
Okay, so it sounds like what you just said is they did not make biogenic limestone. They found limestone in nature and deduced that it was biogenic.
No.
You're saying they made it?
I'm saying we observe limestone forming now on the Great Bohemian Bank. They did that on a smaller scale in a lab and then calculated the heat released in the lab.
So they made biogenic. So they made biogenic limestone.
They observed it form in a lab. Yes.
Okay. Now here's the problem. A couple problems. One of them is a huge assumption that I wouldn't begin to consent to, and the other one is an extreme extrapolation problem.
Okay,
so your numbers that you threw out are completely meaningless to me in my world. But the first assumption, the biogenic nature of the limestone, to me is a completely unwarranted assumption for the volume of limestone that we see in the geologic record. And part of the reason I say that is because there is limestone. There's two reasons, but there is limestone that is almost devoid of fossils, for one, and number two, the secular explanation for the existence of geologic limestone is biogenic. Like, as far as I know, then what is it?
There's two kinds. There's abiotic limestone and biotic limestone, and you can tell the difference by taking a sample and looking at it under a microscope. That's how we know there's two kinds.
And so the abiotic version, how much heat does it produce?
The same amount.
The same amount?
Yes, the same amount. That's the problem.
So here's the problem, though. You're describing a process of making limestone and then extrapolating it to deposition and hardening. And so in my particular model, what I'm actually doing, though, is, and this is a fine point that not very many people have ever even discussed. So this may be new to a whole bunch of the audience. Some creationists have argued that the limestone is formed as a result of the flood, and but my particular position is not actually that. I think it is a possible mechanism, but I actually think that the majority of the existing limestone was from creation. And so what I'm suggesting is the seafloor basically had a healthy layer of limestone pre-existing, and that would be sort of a battery for living organisms once they are created to use as nutrients in the creation of their shells and so on and so forth. So where does heat come in any of that? Calcites do the majority of the concretion, right? Some form of calcite does it. In a modern setting, whenever you want to pour concrete, for example, and you use limestone and some other things from the geologic column of all things to do it, what we do though is we mix all the stuff together in a big tumbler full of water, and you have to keep the thing moving all the time so that it stays very fluid so that you can pour it good, right? But the flood is not like that at all. The flood, what it does is carries the sediment up, drops it, and the water, because it's dropping it out by somewhat of a centrifuge sort of mechanism, it's kind of kinetic energy, dropping it out quick. The water can go away and basically be extracted out of the limestone very quick. You don't want that in civil engineering because you don't have a way to pour it like that. Nevertheless, when these large swaths of limestone come up onto the continents and they've got calcite in them, the limestone is already produced. You're not having to reproduce limestone, and then the rest of your deal is just an extrapolation fallacy because you're not even comparing the same mechanisms side by side.
So TRock, so first of all, it isn't an extrapolation because we're watching biogenic limestone form in the wild on the Bohemian Bank. We can measure the accumulation and are measuring the accumulation there presently. And then we've also done it in a lab so that we can get the amount of heat that's output by biogenic and abiotic limestone, which is typically aragonite based alike. So, but let's put that to the side because something you said there really interested me. Because if you want to put your limestone formation with the heat and all that, you want to put that at creation, that creates a very different problem for you. Now, I'm assuming that you want to say that it's abiotic because they can't have fossils in them. God wouldn't have created something full of death. I assume that's what you're saying. Yes?
The creation of the planet happens before there is life on Earth.
So the limestone that God creates shouldn't have microfossils in it, yes or no?
I don't know. It's an assumption, but I would assume no.
Okay, so let's say, for example, let's just say that it's non-life based. Now, that's got a problem as well on the face of it because the majority of limestone that we know of today, like the exact reason that we got the calculation that we had, taking those specific formations into account, the vast majority, over 70%, if memory serves, is biogenic in nature. So set that aside, though. Let's take the actual issue here. You shouldn't have giant columns of limestone if it was all deposited during the flood, because limestone requires very specific conditions to lay down. First of all, it lays down incredibly slowly. But second of all, the conditions required for it to even fall out of the water at a fast rate, which fast for limestone is still very slow, is calm, placid, and warm. And most specifically, like, it has to be non-turbulent. It will not lay down in turbulent waters because as you mentioned there, it keeps mixing up and it won't settle out. So I'd like to hear you address some of those points there.
Wait,
okay.
Can I ask a question? And I'm asking you, Erica, and again, I want to reiterate that I absolutely misspoke when I said that you were ignorant. That was my bad. You're obviously very educated in this. But when you're talking about these examples of limestone, and you say that you observe them forming in its natural environment, but then you take this to the lab and then you do these other processes, but those processes are accelerated, right? I mean, because if you can see it forming at that same rate, then you wouldn't need to take it into a lab. But then when you're talking on one hand, you're saying that we know that it takes a long time to form, millions of years. But on the other hand, you're saying that it's accelerated in a laboratory and you're using the laboratory experiment to calculate the heat that you're posing as a problem.
So, like, the way that this works is that we're measuring how limestone falls out of the water at places like the Bohemian Bank. So this is down in the Bahamas, and you basically stick a ruler in there and you measure how much limestone accumulates in the form of detritus on the floor of the ocean. Now, that's a great big surface area that is exposed to some level of turbidation. In a lab, what you do is you take a much smaller sample. so that can fall out a lot. You can observe how it's accumulating a lot faster because you're not dealing with all of these other extrinsic factors. So the
Okay,
limestone not
let me
only
address
falls
your.
out faster, but it concretes faster as well. And I want to make clear, it doesn't necessarily take millions of years for a little bit of limestone to form. You can get a little bit of limestone pretty dang quickly. It takes millions of years for giant mile-thick columns of biogenic limestone to form. And these columns are biogenic.
The problem is
So-
you're using the accelerated heat as an argument, and you're extrapolating that when we know that naturally it doesn't form at the same rate.
No.
So that's why I think that that doesn't work.
So to be
So
clear,
let me address your
the
points
problem
real
is the
quick,
time span
Erica.
of the flood. The problem is the time span of the flood.
No.
That's why it's
No.
problematic. That's the only reason
No.
it's problematic. Sorry,
No.
go ahead, TRock.
Okay, so let me address several things you said real quick. In the lab, they measured this much heat, and then they turned it into whatever numbers you threw out, 10 to the 26, 10 to the 27 kilocalories, megacalories, call it whatever you want. You said they weren't extrapolating, but that is the very definition of extrapolating, because nobody's created 10 to the 26 kilocalories in the lab like that. That is extrapolation. It's an extrapolation fallacy. It's the only way you can make any kind of case for deep time is by some form of extreme extrapolation. What was the other thing you said? You said something about they only fall out of suspension at a very slow rate. This has been empirically demonstrated to be completely untrue. This is very much a physics problem, not an origins per se problem, but there's a thing called flocculation, which you might be familiar with. In my line of work, we do dry powder flow. And so there's a thing we call impact fusion, but the rough equivalent to that is flocculation. And so recent mud flow experiments, because they said the exact same thing about very, very fine particulates that make mud and some clays and stuff like that. They said the exact same thing about it. But in reality, modern bench testing has demonstrated that some of this sediment falls out much faster than you think it does. Besides that, so microfossils, you talked about microfossils a little bit and said, okay, we've got too many fossils for creation week. I think is the gist of what your argument was. And so you said I had a different problem because of that. I'm going to say no, because what I'm suggesting is creation week, you get the majority of all limestone creation is done at creation week, and there's nothing alive. So now you got this bed. Well, now you've got 1,656 years of the marine life reproducing generation after generation. It starts integrating into the existing fossil bed, or into the existing limestone beds that I'm supposing pre-existed from the flood. So once that happens, though, and you've got what I described as the continent moving towards the distant ocean from its original coastline, and you're shoveling up that limestone, because it's already fully settled at the bottom, when you pick it up, fluid in laminar flow is going to largely keep it oriented the same way it picks it up. And so if you, for example, have seismic activity that ruffles the seafloor, slightly lifts the bedding of limestone, and then the continent comes across, and the wave energy pushes it all forward in a lateral sense, because water is incompressible, you do not expect the energy to be there to cause this limestone to basically separate the particles so far apart that they have to resettle again. They stay fairly well compact, and then when it hits the land, you've got a contact boundary where you increase fluid friction, and because of that, it starts basically falling on top of itself, dragging itself down slower and slower. It decelerates the whole thing. As soon as you differentiate the friction boundary, you start dropping this bed out really quick. You do not need millions of years for this stuff to slowly fall out, because if you had that, the movement of the ocean would just wash that stuff all over the place. You're supposed to be having simultaneously, you're supposed to be having wind erosion Where is all the dust from wind erosion going on in the continents? That stuff should be settling into the ocean and mixing
I
up with
feel like
limestone.
you've made a lot of points, and I want to comment on quite a few of them. So first and foremost, right, like I want to say my problem with the fossils had to do with the fact that the vast majority of limestone on the planet has microfossils in it, as in it is composed of them. So if you want that to be created, God had to have created a mineral made of a bunch of tiny dead things. That was my problem with it. So then I gave it to you and I said, let's just pretend for imagination's sake that the majority of limestone isn't biotic, even though it is. So that was my thing with the fossils. Now, I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly here. Is what you're talking about that these big blocks of limestone are being created and then like they mostly maintain their shape from creation to where they are now? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said.
So how are you getting these limestone blocks that exist at creation soluble into the water and then laid out during
I
the flood
never
as they are?
I never described them as blocks. When you say blocks, you give the distinct impression you're talking about solidified blocks.
That's the impression I got.
That's not what I said, though.
So how explain to me? So you've got these blocks of limestone. The flood happens. What happens to the limestone? Explain it to me.
Not blocks. What I said was a bed of limestone is created from creation week in the seafloor, a bed in whatever form it was, but I would naturally assume that it's in loose form because what I was describing it was as a battery to assist with the development of new organisms in the environment. And then we also have 1,656 years of weathering and biological reproduction both. So this limestone isn't exactly sitting still the whole time. And so what I was actually describing is the form that it was in right before it gets picked up and brought onto land. And so I would expect if you've got tons of microfossils in it, two things I would expect out of that. Number one is that the secularist may just simply be assuming because they have microfossils in them that it is biogenic in nature, when that may not actually be the case. Because if the limestone is in loose form in the bottom of the ocean and a seismic wave ruffles it the way I described, you fluidize it in some capacity for sure. And this is exactly what my industry is centered around, is fluidization of otherwise dry powder. But you're going to fluidize it. When you fluidize it, what are you fluidizing it with? You're fluidizing it with the seawater that's directly above it. Does the seawater directly above it have microfossils in it? Almost certainly it does. So if you're fluidizing it with that water, you're infusing microfossils into the limestone.
So, okay, I think I have a clearer picture of what you're saying. Your idea that it's all at the bottom of the ocean does not work, because we find plankton, like microscopic organisms, all of which plankton is just a catch-all term for microscopic shelled organisms. They need that in the water. They don't need it at the bottom in like a giant chunk. It needs to be mixed in evenly into the ocean, right? Like they can't form it from like they don't go down to the bottom of the ocean, form their shells, and then come back up. That's not how plankton work as organisms. But furthermore, there are a couple of issues here. So you talked about fluvial experiments. I looked into those years and years and years ago when I had this exact same debate with somebody on Debate Evolution. There has not been a single fluvial experiment with limestone or any similarly grained fine mineral that lays down quickly. Limestone deposits its fastest in the conditions that I mentioned, and I have the literature base to back this up. There are comparisons of changing the conditions to see how fast limestone falls out of water. Now, I can show that to a T. So the floccules that you're talking about too, fluvial sedimentation, specifically in those flow experiments, they have floccules in them. Floccules are tiny. Oh, they're not that small, but they're morphologies in the depositional environment themselves. Like it's an artifact of sedimentation occurring under a current. I'm sure you know this, and we don't find those in limestone ever, to my understanding. Now, if they found it in, between now and 2019, that would be news to me. But when I did a deep dive on this way back then, I specifically looked for floccules inside limestone, specifically those big pure, pure-ish strata of them, and you don't find it. Now, the last thing that I wanted to talk about is that, let's see here, what was I going to say? I wrote this down. There's no example otherwise. I think I'm gonna stop it there. I don't think I have anything else. I'd like to hear what you have to say about your
yeah. Let me answer some of that real quick, because you've kind of done it again. You've said things that I didn't say, and then you extrapolated some stuff.
Well,
first of all,
clarify for me then, TRock.
You have to be quiet to hear the clarification.
No, but I want to make it clear. My goal isn't nefarious. I want to understand what you're saying. But when you say you misunderstand it again, it sounds like you're trying to impose a nefarious intent onto me, which is not my intent.
No,
I want to know
you have literally accused me of saying blocks of limestone that I never said.
Yes, that's my interpretation. You're not explaining it well. That's the problem.
Anyway, I'm explaining it very well. I've just got limited
I don't
time
think
here.
so. I don't think I'm an idiot, TRock. And
Right, hold on. In all fairness, I mean, we've been here for going on almost like 5 hours now. So this hasn't been just some short stream. And you did, to be fair again, you did miss his entire presentation. So some of this stuff
that's not true, Sam. I was here and there for some of it.
Here and there.
Yes.
So you were here and there.
Let me get to
hey guys, let's get back on track. TRock, reiterate your point, then we'll throw back to it.
Was limestone covered? Because I didn't see that. If it was, then I apologize.
No, you're right. Limestone was not covered, but you kind of made another quote unquote extrapolation fallacy in what I said. Now I'm describing this bed of limestone, but if you were listening, I also said you've got 1,656 years worth of weather patterns, oceanic movement, oceanic currents, water flowing off the continents. You got 1,656 years of that. I never once implied that the limestone is purely at the bottom and the organisms have to come down to get it. That's not what I implied. I implied a significant amount of weathering time and organisms reproducing during that time. So what I would expect if such a bed of limestone existed from Creation Week, I would expect a considerable amount of stirring in 1,656 years, facilitated by bioturbation, weather patterns, all kinds of things. And so I'm not sure how you got a legitimate objection out of that. But then the next point I want to address is you said that there are no flume type experiments pertaining to very small particulate stuff. Now you said limestone. You said like limestone, so I'm not necessarily implying that limestone itself was the material used, but George Bond was good enough to send me an engineering paper that strongly disagrees with you. I think you're just looking in the wrong places for your sources, and I've read about it before. George sent this link to me. I also have read about them on other websites as well, but the one he sent me, to be fair, or to cater to your whim, probably, it's a secular source, but it's an engineering driven experiment. It doesn't have anything to do with origins. And so, yes, very fine particulates have been tested in flowing water in controlled environments and found to deposit rather quickly.
Now, let me ask you something, TRock, because I finally realized what I wanted to say earlier, and I've got it marked down because this is actually the punchline to this whole thing. But first, I want to know. I want to see this paper. I want to see in diameter how large these particles are, because I would put dollars to donuts that you absolutely do not have a paper that shows that you can have deposition faster than in ideal conditions of fine particulates such as limestone in flowing water. I would bet dollars to donuts on that, but I want to see it. You said weathering as well in 166 years, talking about like how is weathering occurring on the floor of the ocean?
1,656 years, not 166.
Take 16,000. How is it happening on the floor of the ocean? How are you getting weathering on the floor of the ocean where all this limestone is? You
do know what warm ocean currents are, right?
Yes, and the floor of the Bahamian Bank, where all the limestone is, doesn't experience weathering, TRock.
This is post-flood, 4,400 years later.
You said pre-flood. You said this is
Exactly.
pre-flood.
You're comparing post-flood and saying that pre-flood should look exactly like it. And I'm saying that's just a huge assumptive
Oh, well,
fallacy.
TRock, that's extrapolating. You're extrapolating this idea that you think you can have this one scenario and put it over the course of the whole ocean. That's ridiculous. And
No,
here's
I'm
the
not.
punchline. I'm gonna hit
Limestone
you
doesn't
with
even
the-
appear everywhere.
I'm going to no, you're right, it doesn't. But the places where it doesn't behave ever the way you're describing it, which means observational science is against you.
So
But here's
to
the
be
punchline of
clear,
all of this.
I was not actually appealing directly to flocculation as the mechanism for limestone. I was only pointing out that that is a real phenomenon that
Good,
happens.
because it wouldn't
What I was
work because
actually
it's slower
what
than
I
the
was
natural
actually appealing to was that the limestone started out in relatively thick beds to begin with. I wasn't directly appealing to the flocculation. I was just making an observation. I'm not sure how you think you're going to prove your case, because that's
that
not what
doesn't
the strength.
deposit it.
That's not even the
You're not doing
strength of my
deposition.
argument. So
You're
you're
not
telling
doing
me
deposition.
if I have a bed of limestone on terra firma and I go run a shovel up underneath it with flowing water, that the end result is not going to be that I still have a bed of limestone.
No, you said that it's on the floor of the ocean.
Okay, I
Is
did.
it on the floor of the ocean or is it on land?
How does it get on land? The continent is
What are you?
moving. The continent is moving. What I'm saying is, in
Oh,
a
you're talking
real
about
world,
during the flood. I see. So how does it get on land in the first place from being created on the floor of the ocean?
I told you,
So
it's created on the ocean floor, and I said this early in the presentation as well that you may have missed. I said because you're the one that asked the question about the flood boundaries. And what I said was, you could conceivably have a difficult time discerning at the pre-flood boundary for a specific reason. And that reason was that if you have any pure limestone without any fossils, it could conceivably go either way, but it without any fossils at all, including microfossils, it is a good indication that it could have been created on land that way, because in the creation model, the earth starts out with no continents above sea level, and the land has to basically be brought up. So the point is, it is submerged to a marine environment during the act of creation. So you can have limestone on the continents that is pre-flood, even though they're not a direct result of flood deposition. And so what I'm telling you, though, is mechanistic. I have totally answered your question, because if you take a bed of limestone, on the ground and you scoop it with or without flowing water, it wouldn't matter. You would still end up with a bed of limestone on top of your scoop. And the scoop that I'm referring to is the continent shoveling across that 2,000-mile trek it made when it broke from the mid-Atlantic ridge. And now you've also got the facilitated mechanism of seismic activity that helps fluidize it. So now you've got continent scooping and seismic activity helping to put it into flowing water. But it never has this chance to go way high and then have to settle down slow.
Let me make sure I understand this correctly, though. So your idea is that at some point the entire world's limestone supply is submerged in water, yes?
At some point that would be true twice, yes.
Okay, so 2 times the entire world's but specifically once during the flood, right?
At least once, yes.
Okay, so you still have your heat problem because it has to settle out and harden, and there's that 10⁻²7. We're back to square one.
So you're telling me if I go get some limestone out of the ocean floor and bring it up on Earth, bring it up on dry land, that's just going to produce a lot of heat. Again, you literally produced that much. You produced that much heat in the lab and extrapolated it to more heat than we can even have on the planet.
You're a mechanical engineer. You of all people should appreciate that physics is consistent across space and time. If you can't admit this point, then I have some serious doubts about the rest of your claims in your flood model.
Erica, the whole strength of my argument depends on physics being constant. That's not the point. The point is, in real world mechanical engineering, you would never do that type of extrapolation because it's doomed to failure. We do interpolation
And any extrapolation that is done is barely outside of the boundaries of the known data set, because when you get too far from the known data set, everything goes haywire. That's engineering
This is thank
101.
you. You're a
That's
mechanical
engineering
engineer. You
101.
don't believe that lab experiments on joules produced during the concretion of a mineral are applicable in a broad sense? That is bonkers. Yeah, I think
That's
we're done
not what
here,
I
Donny.
said.
I don't really think I can
That's
go
not what I
anywhere.
said.
Erica, I'd like to ask you a question about the
Seriously,
limestone.
I can't do anything with that.
Erica, can I ask
Yeah,
you?
go
You
ahead.
said,
Go ahead, Sam.
thank you. You said there's 2 different types of limestone, right? And only
Yes.
2. There's not
To
like
my
a
understanding,
blending.
there's 2 polymorphs. Yes.
There's not a blending of it. It doesn't like morph from one to the other. It doesn't blend.
I don't think so, because my understanding of how biogenic limestone is clocked is by the microfossils that make it up.
See, and I would say that would be a falsifier for evolution, because it seems like you would have no fossils in it down at the lower levels. And then as it gradually increases, according to your model, as things start evolving, these fossils would have start being placed within the limestone. So I don't see how having 2 types of limestone would be consistent with your model at all.
Wait, Sam, I don't understand. What is your argument? I don't understand what you're saying.
You have fossils in there, right? That's what you said, like shells.
Yeah, they're microscopic, and they
Right.
actually evolve through time as well.
Well, but you see, you're saying that you have a type of limestone with no fossils in there.
Yes, it forms under different conditions, non-marine.
That it forms under. Explain that to me, because I don't know. I'm asking you.
Typically, the aragonite style of limestone, I believe it's called aragonite. It's been quite some time since I've looked at this, but typically it forms in cave environments as water drips off of stalactites. So there's no marine non-biotic limestone, to my understanding.
Okay.
So I don't think there's anywhere to go with this. Like if TRock and I can't agree on laboratory experiments working in an external environment in a broad sense, I don't think we can go anywhere. So that's all I had to say.
Dr. Duff doesn't agree with you either. I mean, he said that what is duplicated in the laboratory isn't really relevant to what happens out in reality.
No, Dr. Duff and I have
literally said that.
Dr. Duff and I have talked about this exact argument, so you must be misconstruing him.
Well, I mean, it's in the. It's in the replay. I'll try to get a timestamp.
No, I mean, I'm saying
because I even pointed out to him that the whole abiogenesis community is probably offended and appalled, as you are right now, by his statement.
I don't give a shit about I don't give a crap about abiogenesis.
Another thing that you said, talking about extrapolation fallacies, is there are secular physicists who put forth that perhaps the laws of physics are attached to space-time and they change with space-time. And there have never been any experiments far and wide, as you say. There are some that say that there is no actual reason to believe that the laws of nature have been consistent over time. So when you make a statement like that, it's just weird when your own community doesn't agree. And last time I brought this up, you accused me of making a presuppositional argument, which those are excellent arguments, but then you wouldn't let me go on to tell you that these are people from your own community that say these.
I don't know who they are, and I don't agree with
I have links. I'll just start posting them in the chat.
I mean, the secular community is not a monolith. I've never heard of that. I disagree with it. Everything I understand about the empirical world, I would say goes against that. So, I mean, if they want to show support for that, great. I'm always open to having my mind changed, but I've not seen any support for it. So.
But the point is that there was a philosopher named Karl Popper, and he was around at the time of Sigmund Freud and Albert Einstein.
I know Popperian.
Yeah, so he observed the way that they were doing science, and Albert Einstein was trying to falsify his theory. And at the other hand, Sigmund Freud was trying to make everything consistent. And Karl Popper literally coined the term pseudoscience for people that are doing exactly what you're doing. You are being dogmatic. And people that care about science, they are not dogmatic about science because they understand that all conclusions are provisional. And that's the fact here. So we're saying, hold on, over on our hand, or on our position, it's a little bit different because we are appealing to the recorded history of mankind. Now you reject that, and that's fine. But then you're coming here and with like a chip on your shoulder, being dogmatic, and your entire mentality is pseudoscientific on your own terms. And I just want to thank
that's just
you
like
for that.
completely inaccurate.
Thank
Like I'm
you.
familiar with
It's been a
Popperian,
gift.
like I'm familiar with Popperian philosophy of science. Like I've read
Can we
quite a bit of
transition
Popper, and what you're
to
saying is incorrect.
Jackson's?
Like I'm sorry,
Well,
I've read that, and like I'm
our
in this
conclusion.
Well, let's just let
Science.
Erica get her last word in before we go to
All right,
Jackson.
you're right. You're
Erica,
right. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. Finish your
Donny.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I'm in the scientific community, right? Like I do science. I'm around scientists of all breeds all the time. I mean, there was like 20 different types of scientists at my field site this summer. So I got the opportunity to talk to a lot of them. And I've also read a lot of Popper. And like I can just say, like from experience, which I don't, maybe you do have experience in the field, in the scientific community. I don't think you do, but if you do, then by all means, correct me if I'm wrong. You're just flat wrong about that from my experience, though. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not, but you see it's not about being on the side of science. It's simply about the way that we interpret the data from our worldview. See, we all share the same fact of the geological column, but you're coming to it with deep time presuppositions and viewing it that way, and you're interpreting the data accordingly. And we're coming from it from a different set of presuppositions, and we're interpreting the data that way. I mean, this is just well established. It's called a worldview, and everyone brings their worldview to the debate. And for someone who claims to have read on philosophy, what you're saying is just flat wrong. And that's not even something that is that's not even something that is that this is just well established.
Philosophy of science. I want to be clear. I don't read philosophy. I don't find it very interesting.
Well,
I
you
think
should,
a lot of people are
because-
chasing their tails.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
people
you
have been
should,
having the
because
same philosophical conversations for hundreds of years, and no one's gotten anywhere. That's why I like empirical science.
Well, I'll give you an example. Like, let's say on empiricism, right? Someone holds to a belief that all gods cannot die. Proposition 1. Proposition 2, Apollos was a god. And then Apollos died. Which one of those propositions do you remove? Which one? And how you remove that's going to be based on your worldview interpretation of the data. So again, you have a worldview. There's been plenty of scientists, real scientists, not that your scientists aren't, but what I'm saying is there have been plenty of real scientists doing science, such as Dr. John Sanford, atheists, deep time believers that had a shift in a worldview.
Yeah,
Okay,
here's
so
the thing
what I'm
about that.
saying is not even controversial.
If you want to talk about worldviews, like that's a conversation that can be had, but it's not going to be with me because I care about empirical work. I care about what can be shown to be the case.
Because
I just because of that, I'm uninterested in what you have to say here. I don't really care.
That's fine. That's
okay,
fine.
I'm going to jump in, guys.
Care about science because you are dogmatically defending one interpretation of the science instead of trying to understand the other. See,
Sam,
over here,
make an argument.
hold on, Jackson, one more point. Over here, right, we have theologians like William Lane Craig who believe in evolution, believe in deep time. So
Sure.
I truly have the ability to freely think. Maybe I'll believe in biblical creation in a young earth. Maybe I'll believe in an old earth. Those options are available to me, but those options aren't available to you. So, Erica, the ones who love science are the ones that are over here talking about it, considering both sides of the discussion. You, on the other hand,
I just disagree.
you're
I
literally
disagree with that.
paying to be morphed into one dogmatic view, and that is why you're here arguing about it today. But
no, it's directly analogous to how you guys tackle theology, right? There's stuff that every theologian, well, not every theologian, the vast majority of theologians of the Christian faith would agree on, like Jesus Christ rose from the dead, right? Most theologians who are believers would agree on that. In the same way, science is about arguing about the data and how it should be analyzed, right? But that being said, there are things that the vast majority of scientists all agree on because there's so much empirical support for it that to overturn such a thing would not just be to show that every present interpretation is incorrect. It would also be to provide a separate model that doesn't just explain it better than the previous one, but that does so to the exclusion of it, which is something that I don't see theologians do a lot. And I certainly don't think
but here's the problem with what you said, and what you said, and thank you, but that is an established fallacious line of reasoning. Because that same line of reasoning would have been true before anyone changed how we understand things. So, for example, at a time when the consensus held that the sun rotated around the earth, what you said would have been true. But what you're saying has no bearing on the fact of the matter. See?
Yeah,
so
but
it doesn't follow, Eric. Hold on. It doesn't follow that because the broader body of scientists believe a position dogmatically, that therefore these conclusions that they are coming to are not provisional. That is a fallacious line of reasoning.
Some things don't change, though, not in the entirety of human history, right? Like gravity, to our understanding, has always behaved exactly the same way, or else
no,
people
you don't know that.
Structures. No, or else
So
people
can we switch gears real quick?
Yeah,
but gravity's changed over time.
Really quick, but really quick, Erica. Like, and so this is where we get into.
I want to ask. I want that question answered. Do you think gravity changed over time?
Well, as a Christian, I have reason to believe it doesn't. But as an unbeliever, you don't. And no. Well, see, you can scoff, but I want to remind you that I'm not arguing. I am not arguing from my camp, from my position. Within your position, there are physicists. I've talked to. I have an upload on my channel. See, the problem is, Erica, when we're talking about the laws of nature, are we talking about them as just consistencies that have been observed? Or are we talking about them as a law? Definitionally, a law is something that is prescribed and it can't be violated.
No.
So
Definitionally, a law is something that is mathematically shown to be the case.
I'll be done in 1 second. I'll be done in 1 second.
I teach this. You got to know the difference with what is a law, Sam. You got to know what that is to be talking about it. I teach this to freshmen. Come on. You got to know what it is.
I mean, we can look it up. If we're talking about a law, we're talking about something that has been imposed and with an enforcement mechanism. Okay. We're not talking about the observation. But again, if you want to talk about observation, these consistencies that have been observed have only been observed for 200 years, not more than that. But you want to extrapolate. No, yes, they've only been recorded for less than 200 years.
No, they've been recorded.
200 years, the uniformity in nature has been recorded. And what we're recording actually
for the entirety of human history.
Erica, you gotta let me finish my thought.
Donny, he's been going on for so long.
Well, you've been engaging.
I think we're just going to wrap it up here. It's been a great back and forth. We've touched on a lot of topics. Sam and Erica, you guys have a love-hate relationship. It's great.
No, I want you to repent. Like, I love you as someone who is made in the image of God, and that's why I'm here today.
Yeah,
there's no hate on my end.
Like we don't have to like each other as people. Like, I don't mind that. I'll still come and have conversations with you. That's fine. Like, you can say you love me, but I don't really.
So let me make a closing. Let me make a closing comment real quick, because I have sit here very quiet for quite a while now. Erica, we are not debating over the consistency of physics over time. We are not. That's not the focal point. Where you and I disagree has to do with that extrapolation of what you can do in the lab and how far you can extrapolate it into reality. And the reason we disagree with it is precisely because I come from a mechanical engineering background. You talked about what scientists unanimously agree on. Scientists pretty much unanimously agree that extreme extrapolation is a very dangerous proposition because it does not work well in the real world. You can do it on paper all you want, and you can say all the big numbers you want, but until you've actually done it, there's no way to verify it, and it virtually 100% of the time fails in real life when you actually have to evaluate physical systems by that method.
Okay, Donny, can I have a closing as well?
Yes, Erica will give you.
You had 20 minutes of
Okay, let's
Sorry,
allow
T-Rock,
Erica just to have,
you
let's say,
not have a closing, T-Rock? Do you not want me to have a closing about that? Because we weren't talking about limestone for 20 minutes. We were talking about Sam's precept stuff.
okay, let's
not
allow
precept
Erica to have a
stuff,
1
Erica.
minute closing. Guys, please.
Look in the
Erica,
chat.
let's allow Erica to have a 1 minute closing, and then we're just going to kind of start winding things down as we are at the 5+ hour mark. So Erica, appreciate you joining. Hopefully when I do a chromosome 2 fusion open mic, I want to make sure you're there. We got to discuss that subject. So go ahead and have a 1 minute close. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I would love that. You know, I mean, what I want to talk about, what I came to talk about was the ordering of the fossil record. I didn't really get, I don't think, a good answer for quite a few of my questions today. I still had an absolute blast. I enjoyed talking with T-Rock. I even enjoyed talking with Sam. I get heated, but that's just kind of how I get. I get mad, I get worked up, but then I think about it for like 10 minutes after I'm done, and I'm back to having a good day. I'm happy, back to my happy-go-lucky self, and it's all good. And I don't tend to hold grudges, although it depends on what it's on. With regard to the limestone, I would disagree with T-Rock. I know he doesn't feel this way, but I do think that this is a difference in very basic physics. I'm just talking about a simple heat release in a very simple set of variables that can be applied universally. And if what T-Rock says is true, then we can say absolutely nothing about the world at large using experimental work, from anything in geology to anything in astronomy. And I simply think that nothing is going to get done that way. So I appreciate being here. And with that, I will take my leave.
Okay, Erica, thank you so much for joining. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future. As to the audience, if you love these open mics, I got to say, it's hard to believe when we hit the 5 hour mark of these open mics, because they do really fly by. And we had a lot of excellent discussion tonight on a lot of fossil and geology related topics. So I think this has been a blast. October and November are going to be no different. I already have several evolution open mic nights planned. So, okay, gentlemen, Sam, T-Rock, I guess we got Jackson, Jungle Jargon. We're going to start winding things down. So are there any final points, final questions, final thoughts that anybody wanted to quickly bring to the table? Jackson, yeah, I was mainly speaking to you because I know there's something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm going to find out if the speed of light goes faster than 300,000 meters or miles per second, whatever it is, someday. I'm going to make this interferometer, this Kennedy, what's it called? Kennedy Thorndike. But I put /rho on it because I modified it. I need about $3,000 to make it, but yeah. Anyway, I've been working on a lot of physics, so.
Well, you're getting ready for your big old geocentrism debate next month with Dr. Robertson Jennis. So you're putting a lot of work and time and prep and energy into that debate. So I appreciate it.
I'm not going to use that in the debate. I'm just working on that on the side also.
I think we're going to have to get an ordering of the fossil record one-on-one formal debate between T-Rock and Jackson Rowe, since this has just been so much fun. Some great critic review tonight, critic/peer review. So okay, T-Rock, what's going on, brother? Any final words, final thoughts, final points you wanted to make?
Yeah, no, it's been a great discussion. They do bring up some things that we, to be honest with you, we don't have answers to, and we don't have to have. If having or not having an answer for a question is a deal breaker on an origins model, evolution was dead in the water. You know, of course, it was dead in the water at Creation Week anyway. But no, probably the highlight of the conversation with Erica was basically this. So, message to Erica. We're not disagreeing on standard physics, nor the uniformity of it, nor, very specifically, the value in lab testing, different scenarios. It's absolutely valuable stuff. We can learn lots from it. But again, where we differ is how you can take what you learn in a lab and extrapolate that in a very extreme fashion. And how accurate is your answer going to be? You can be, and people have made this point, when it comes to that kind of stuff, you can be as precise. And so precise refers to tight grouping of, think of, shooting at a target, get a real tight group. You can do these experiments and write equations and get them to all fall very precisely. But we're not arguing about any of that because the laws of physics are uniform, because we do live in a created world. What we're arguing against is how accurate you can be with extreme extrapolation like that. So Erica never did make that point. All she really did was basically say, well, apparently I don't think we can get anything meaningful out of lab experiments and learn anything about the world. And that is another extrapolation fallacy, because that's not the point either. In engineering, we design and build physical systems based on the laws of physics, and we're very careful not to extrapolate, because in my line of work, we build a lot of telemetry, electronic controls and stuff, which I'm not on the electrical side, but you can't even extrapolate accurately how much heat you're going to get from a circuit with very modern FEA software, because as soon as you build the system and test it in the physical world, the FEA model told you your circuitry was good and wasn't going to overheat, but the real world said otherwise. And so even FEA models aren't good at this. And so I don't think I can make the point any better than that for people like Erica. In the real world, do not extrapolate to that extreme. It will give you a wrong answer.
All right, very good. TRock, tonight you went the distance, brother. Although Sam and I, we got involved here and there, you have been on it for 5 hours and 11 minutes, plus an introductory 1 hour presentation, which I do recommend everybody goes and watches, because yes, we've had 4 hours of open mic, but please do watch TRock's presentation and then watch the open mic and see how the critics that have joined deal specifically with TRock's model, especially the bigger picture, as there are some specifics and details, as with any model that we are working through. And that's the whole point of research projects. If we knew everything, if we had answers to every single question, there'd be no fun in research. So, okay, Sam, what's going on, brother? Did you have as much fun as I did? And what are your thoughts?
I did. Yeah. No, to be clear, I'm not arguing that the laws of physics aren't real. What that was, and by the way, I posted 5 or 6 links in the chat, and I would encourage you guys to check those out. We're just talking about the ontology of what these laws are, meaning like what the nature of it is. And that's all that was about. On a side note, and I just want to speak for myself, when we're talking about these debates, right, whether or not there was a global flood, how it works and all of that stuff, the critics are coming to this discussion with a false premise. And that false premise is that we have to provide a purely naturalistic explanation. And I reject that. They're saying that the God who created the heavens and earth, the God who sustains every molecule, every atom, the God who provided life for us all, the God who created the cosmos, can't intervene when God has already explained to us that he does have a plan of salvation throughout human history and that he's going to follow that through. And like, so what, God's just going to let people burn up and pout? That's stupid. And that's a false premise. So, right off the bat, the critics are coming already with an invalid argument when they want to argue against the global flood. That said, I love this ministry, Donny. It is awesome. I love the open mic. I love the discussion, and I love the science. And I do love trying to find a naturalistic interpretation, you guys. But for the Christians in there, nothing hangs on that. Like nothing hangs on that. And so, smile, relax. I thought that what Dr. Duff brought was neat. I think it's neat. So that said, I hope that you guys are reinforced by this. The biblical worldview is defensible. You can just trust in a normal, honest reading of the scripture. And last, for the critics, like when I told Erica, like, I love you. Yes, as someone who is made in the image of God, we are commanded to love one another. And that would include our enemies. Not that she's our enemy, but in a spiritual sense, that is the case. And so for the critics in chat, yes, we do love you. We want you guys to be reconciled with the God that you are clearly absconding from. And that's it. Thanks again, everyone. TRock, you did great, man. You really did.
TRock is the band. Sam, you as well. Great points. When you start with Genesis 1, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. When you have that starting point, then you're not only limited to naturalistic explanations. And if the Bible, as TRock said, doesn't demand a supernatural explanation for something, then that's where it's good to seek out a naturalistic explanation. But again, we're not only limited to naturalistic explanations. And so whether it's the heat problem, right? Hypothetically, God is the Lord over the flood. And so if there was a heat budget issue from our starting point, from our worldview, if the Bible is true, the global flood is by definition a supernatural event. The coming judgment by fire is also going to be a supernatural event, a worldwide cataclysmic event. And so, Sam, excellent points, bro. I appreciate it. Jackson Rowe, we had some great discussion tonight. As always, I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you and I will get together in the next week or two and have a genetic entropy discussion. I know you've been putting out a lot on that topic. So Jackson, final words, final thoughts?
Oh, I thought that was my final thought. But yeah, I'm just happy to be here. You know, looking forward to that geocentric debate, which is surprisingly, he makes a lot of good points. You wouldn't think he would, but he does. I've been looking deep into his stuff. But I mean, anyway, we'll see how it goes. So that's all.
It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to that debate. Robertson Genis is definitely an excellent debater. And so I'm excited to see what you both bring to the table. So, okay, we're going to wrap it up. Jungle Jargon, appreciate you being here in a way. I know you were simulcasting over on your channel. And so if you had some final words, final thoughts in terms of the night, go ahead.
Well, yeah, now it's a serious discussion. All that was, I'm glad that they had a chance to, get it out and discuss things and everything. It was, it was good. But I do have a question for TRock. Maybe he could, help me out or whatever. And but anyways, TRock, how are you?
Doing good. It's good to meet you. Appreciate you coming on. And I didn't realize you were simulcasting, but that's great.
Yeah, well, I had this question for you because you're, I guess, you're engineer, right? So
that's kind of my career and educational background is along the line. Yes.
So my question is whether or not if you've considered or know about or seen the evidence for the breakup of the continents after the global flood.
After the global flood?
Yeah.
No, that's a great question because one of Michael Ord's complaints about, I guess he probably directs it more at the CPT model. One of his complaints, he says, you've got a mechanism to break them, but you don't have a mechanism to put them back together because there's some apparent collisions. Some of them are on existing very large mass continents, I guess, and maybe some of them are apparent collisions that have subsequently separated again. I'm not sure, but no. So to answer your question, what I was describing to Erica or to Dr. Joel Duff was about energy dissipation tends to be exponential. So what that means to me is whether you're talking about continents drifting or you're talking about volcanoes erupting. So I'll use the volcanoes as a example lead in. Volcanic eruption, the very first appearance of a de novo volcano, you might have huge energy release from it. But then over time, the eruptions get weaker and weaker and weaker, right? So this looks like an exponential decay curve in the energy release. And what that means to continental collision and so forth is you expect the exact same thing. So we say the flood was over at day 371 when Noah and company get off the ark, but that doesn't mean geological processes are done. And so even today, when we talk about mountain peaks rising, for example, it's a common thing that the critics like to point to. They are rising, but you know what they're doing? That exponential decay of energy. That's residual kinetic energy left over because the flood happened. And so in similar fashion, when you talk about continents and their collisions, I would fully expect that land masses to this day, per what we actually can measure, they are still moving. So there can be post-flood continental movement and collision. Does that answer your question?
No, because my question was whether or not you're familiar with or know about the evidence supporting the breakup of the continents after the global flood. In other words, about 100 years or so after the global flood, in the days of Peleg, the Bible says the earth was divided, and there's a lot of evidence to support that. And I just wanted to know
Yeah.
if you knew about any of that.
So yeah, I've heard some of the biblical argument for sure. And so when you hear from groups like CMI, they tend to strongly disagree with the continents splitting apart during the days of Peleg. Now, on the one hand, they do make a really good point. And to be honest with you, I've kind of gone back and forth and just trying to weigh the evidence and figure out exactly what does make the most sense. The evidence for it, I think, when you talk about evidence like that, physical evidence from a secular viewpoint, to say it's post-flood, the creationist would have to take something like post-Cenozoic or at least Cenozoic.
Oh, I think we might have temporarily lost TRock. I wanted to ask Sam a question. What's the opposite of hello?
Goodbye.